Welcome to O.C. Lewis Gymnasium here at Anderson University. It's day 2 of the FRC Robotics State Championship live at Anderson University. You're hanging out on our all-day stream on the ISC Sports Network. Some highlights from yesterday as we take a look at today. Of course, this is 64 qualification rounds. We got through 48 of them yesterday. All of that leads up to the playoff round, which is where the top 8 alliances will choose who they want to work with for the final rounds of this competition. Then, of course, we'll crown a state champion later today, and after that, 10 teams will be on their way to Houston for the World Championship event. And so we are just thrilled to be back here at Anderson. My name is JD Arlen. I'm alongside Chris Osborne, who is our Vice President of Programs for the event. Chris, really good to see everybody pack Anderson yet again, not an empty seat in the house.
Oh yeah, yesterday very few empty seats. Today, no empty seats. It's going to be very exciting. And I'm also really excited today to have MJ Chase with me. MJ is on our student board of directors. We have 21 students in the state that represent the voice of the students. And MJ is in our First Tech Challenge program, which is one of the many programs we offer in First. And MJ is from Bedford, Indiana. And also really kind of cool, MJ's team is heading to Houston already. They already punched their ticket.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also there's one individual award that we give out for students in First, and it's called the First Dean's List Award. And we have, in the state, we have finalists in First Tech Challenge and First Robotics competition. So not only that, not only is MJ's team heading to the World Championship, but MJ is a First Dean's List finalist.
Very cool.
And will be considered amongst several hundred other students around the world for the First Dean's List Award.
That is very impressive.
Thank you.
Congratulations. What got you into robotics?
Oh, well, actually, I started out robotics just being a viewer, watching my brother in FRC, and I actually remember telling my dad that I was never going to do robotics because it was uncool and I was not a nerd. However, a few weeks later, my dad asked me to come in and help build some Lego modules for the students because he didn't have enough to build them, enough students. And so I came in and I said, Dad, I want to do this. And I did FLL for 4 years, I've been in FTC for 2 years, and I've been in FRC for about 5 years. So
that is fantastic. We are just moments away from our opening ceremony, so we'll step away in the broadcast booth. When we come back, we'll have our 49th qualification round on the ISC Sports Network. Our MC's taking over in just a moment, so we'll send it down to the floor and the field to begin today's ceremony.
Please give a warm Hoosier welcome to your Master of Ceremonies, Sam Zanti!
City of Anderson! How are we doing this morning? We had a fantastic day of qualification matches yesterday. Teams, thank you so much for keeping up your gracious professionalism both on and off the field. We are so have you all back today. You all were such fantastic role models with your creativity, excitement, determination, and sportsmanship. Keep it up today as the competition intensifies with alliances and finals and all the awards we're going to see today. Regardless of how today plays out, whether you win or come up a little short, remember that today is part of a way longer journey that you are all on to make the world a better place. Regardless of how your team is ranked, First isn't really about the competition. It's about preparing for the future. It's about building a community and building leaders, preparing you all to tackle our world's greatest challenges. It's exciting to think about the impact that so many of you are going to make in our world for the next 50 years. Participants and alumni of FIRST programs gain access to education and career discovery opportunities, connections to exclusive scholarships and employers, and a place in the FIRST community for life. You can find information on the FIRST alumni and scholarship programs online at firstinspires.org/alumni. This event would not be possible without the support of our local community. From the City of Anderson to our host team, 447, and the Anderson University, there are so many robot advocate supporters for this event. To represent and welcome you to Anderson University, please welcome the Chair of the Physical Science and Engineering Department, Dr. Ben McFerrin.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Anderson University for day 2 of the First Indiana State Championships. We are so excited to partner with FIRST to host this event and to offer scholarships to FIRST participants. At Anderson University, we educate for a life of faith and service in key academic areas such as engineering, cybersecurity, computer science, data science, business, nursing, just to name a few. And we offer hands-on experiential learning from day 1 and personal relationships with faculty members who care about their students. This is exactly the type of model that FIRST uses to connect relationally and provide hands-on experiences. And so, my main message today is a message of thanks. Thank you to the families of the participants that are here today for supporting every single one of these participants. Thank you to the mentors who have given of your time to help prepare these students and to give them opportunities that they may not have. Thank you to the volunteers that make this event happen, and especially thank you to the donors and sponsors that provide financial backing. We hope that you enjoy your time at Anderson University, and we hope that everyone has a safe and enjoyable and successful day of competition. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let's give another big round of applause to Dr. McFerrin and Anderson University for all their fantastic help in hosting this event. I would like to now introduce the First Indiana Robotics presenting partner, the United States Air Force. Speaking with us today is Notre Dame graduate and highly accomplished Air Force leader with a background in mathematics and operations research. She has served in numerous leadership assignments throughout the United States, including supporting space system development for the United States Strategic Command. Please welcome Lieutenant Colonel Christina J. Oberfell.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Oberfell, and I'm really excited to be here with you all today. The same ingenuity that I've seen is the same ingenuity that we use in our Air Force, whether it's developing remotely piloted aircraft or explosive ordnance device robotics. We share an interest in developing technology for the future. And I'm really excited to get to see all the hard work that you and your teams have developed here today. I noticed that some of you started this in January, 7 weeks. You should be very proud of the accomplishments that you and your team have made. You'll see a few of my friends out here today. I'm here with Chief Storman, Sergeant Gunderson, and Sergeant Carter. We're looking forward to getting out there, getting to meet you, getting to see the competition. And we wish you the very best. Thank you so much for inviting us to be here, and best of luck.
Thank you so much again to the United States Air Force, to Lieutenant Colonel Oberfell. To make FIRST events run smoothly, it takes many dedicated volunteers. It's a lot of work, but it's also a lot of fun. As always, we can use more volunteers, so come and join the fun and volunteer at our upcoming events. Now, it's time to show your appreciation for our terrific volunteers for this weekend. The first volunteers that we would like to mention and welcome back is our judges. Hopefully you've all had the chance to meet with them and impress them with your robots and projects and everything that you do. Good morning, judges. And please welcome back our extremely hardworking referees. And now we would like to show our appreciation for another talented group of volunteers, your robot inspectors. We would now like to recognize a volunteer who has led our crew for 11 years. This is his final event with us for the time being, so please show your support for lead robot inspector Dan Phelps. As a reminder to all teams, you all must be re-inspected after your final qualification match to be eligible for the playoff tournament. There are so many volunteers that put in countless hours of work and planning before and during the districts. Please show your appreciation for your field volunteers, which include your resetters, queuers, scorekeepers, FTAAs, led by FTA and first alum Chris Noble and Kyle Heaton, and field supervisor Steven Schneider. Next up is our pit volunteers, which include pit admin, spare parts, and safety attendants. Your awesome pit admin supervisor, Daphne Faber and Steve Florence. And we can't forget to mention the fabulous volunteers working behind the scenes, like a volunteer registration and our fabulous volunteer coordinator, Tony Salverns. Going into a few notes for what the rest of the day is going to look like. This morning, we're going to finish up our 16 qualification matches that we have left, and then we're going to immediately go into picking our 8 alliances, and each of the top 8 teams will pick their 2 partners to go into the playoffs with. After alliance selection, we are going to take a first alumni photo and a first senior photo next to the field. The volunteer and event support personnel photo will be taken right before lunch ends at 1:45. After our lunch break, we'll begin playoff rounds and present some awards between the rounds of the matches. The state championship final closing and award ceremony will be at the very end, and we are so excited to see what everybody comes out with today with. It's going to be a super exciting day. And remember, safety first. And now, to present the first Indiana Robotics President Award, please welcome the first Indiana Robotics Board of Directors, Finn Staff, and outgoing President, Renee Becker-Blau.
Hello, teams. How we doing? We have a line. All right, pretty good. Hi. Perfect, excellent. Where's Dan and Chris? Okay. All right. Hi, teams. How's it going? Okay. All right. The first Indiana Robotics Foundation Award is given to an individual or group that has been instrumental in shaping the direction of our organization. Their support has provided Finn the foundation we needed to fulfill our mission and bring FIRST to more students in Indiana. Without these people, First Indiana Robotics would not be the organization we are today. Previous groups and individuals who have become part of the First Indiana Robotics Foundation Hall of Fame include Jason Zilke, the the St. Joseph District Planning Committee, Lori Hall, Chelsea Bowen, Carol Dostal, and Lori Langley. I don't know. This year, we'd like to recognize an individual who led Finn through the process of merging multiple FIRST programs under one umbrella, managed our communication to our teams at the start of the global pandemic, we all remember that, and supported the expansion of the Finn staff in order to increase capacity of our organization. Her time, passion, and dedication to the mission of FIRST Indiana Robotics helped us build the strong foundation the organization has today and set us up for future success. As a longtime dedicated FIRSTer, from being an alumna of FRC 71, a formerly mentor of 1018, volunteer event manager, and member of the Finn Advisory Board, this individual truly embodies the FIRST core values. Please join me in congratulating Mary Reinhardt. We're good. Off the stage. Good job, everybody.
Alrighty, let's give another round of applause to Mary and all the fantastic work that she does for Finn. And now we're going to go ahead and sing our national anthem played by Sammy Lale from FRC 1720.
Welcome back after the very cool violin national anthem for day 2. JD Arlen, Chris Osborne, and your last, Emily, what's your last name? Awesome. Yeah, up here in the announcer booth, ready to go ahead of qualification round number 49 as we begin day 2 of the FRC State Championship from Anderson University. And you're locked in live to day 2 of our all-day stream on the ISC Sports Network. So as you can see, standing room only, or maybe sitting on the balcony room only in OC Lewis Gymnasium as we get set to go. And Chris, I know with our student that we have on air, talk a little bit more about the other parts of First Indiana than just what we see on the playing field.
Yeah, great, thanks. So First Indiana Robotics, as the partner for First, we have pre-K through 12 programs that we offer. We have a strategic alliance with Lego Education. So our pre-K through about 8th grade participate in a variety of age-appropriate Lego robotics competitions. And then we have an overlapping grade 7 through 12 program called First Tech Challenge. Those students are building roughly 18-inch cube-sized robots. They are building from metal. They are fabricating a lot like what you're seeing here today, just on a smaller scale, but very complex. Coding, fabricating, 3D printing, and then also like this, a lot of awards. That First Tech Challenge program runs roughly September through February. So they've already had their state championship. MJ, who's with us here today, her team's already had their state championship and has punched their ticket to Houston. And then, of course, what you're seeing here today is First Robotics competition.
So MJ, what's the key to winning that state championship? How'd you guys do it?
It has actually, surprisingly enough, it's nothing to do with being a robotics team. It's about being a community team. We, at my club, we like to say we're a 4-H club that just happens to do First Robotics, because First Robotics is really so much more than robotics. And I think the key to winning is inspiring as many people as possible, being a good person, and developing and growing yourself, and learning amazing skills like public speaking and learning teamwork and stuff like that.
How are you guys going to get better as you head to the next stage?
Well, as we go to Worlds, we are going with open minds to learn and grow from there. Our main focus is just to learn. We're not so much concerned about the competition of winning or anything. We want to take this opportunity to see how teams all over the world build robots, build Inspire teams, and do all sorts of things.
Very nice. And Chris, what is we keep hearing this community about, First Indiana has such a community. How do they foster community in events like this and district and the events that they have globally all around?
So First early on was pretty smart in that they understood that the best way to grow the program was to incentivize the teams to help in that process in the early days. And so through providing a series of awards that aren't focused on the robot, but are instead focused on our core values, gracious professionalism. So how do you, as a team, not only how do you build a good robot and compete, but how do you then take all those lessons that you've learned and share it with new teams, teams that or schools that are interested in starting programs? And so today, throughout the year, our schools are helping each other. We will, during that build season, we'll have teams that have a design, but they don't have the right equipment to cut the part. School right down the road's got the equipment. They say, come on over, we'll help cut your parts. We have awards then that celebrate that. And so here this weekend and at our previous events, teams share those stories with the judges. Other teams will also share how other teams help them. And then those teams can go on to win our Gracious Professionalism Award. Team Spirit, which, believe it or not, Team Spirit is partially about all the really great things you're seeing here in the stands, but also about how are you taking that spirit back to your community. To MJ's point, how do you inspire? And the Impact Award, the team here, there are 4 teams here today that are vying for the Impact Award. It's the most prestigious award we give. In fact, it's more prestigious than winning the event. And it is over a sustained period of time. How have you quantifiably inspired young people to want to be leaders in STEM? So a lot of the teams here, after this competition season's over, they are just going to wind right back up. They're going to have summer camps this summer. They go out to their community to different events to inspire people to start new teams, to join their teams. And a lot of them then in the fall are also mentoring those Lego elementary teams, the First Tech Challenge teams. They help us run our events. And we don't do it without that army. And then, so what I always like to say about our awards is that they incentivize those behaviors we really value most.
What have you seen from this year's competition that's inspired you? And you know, what are some of those good storylines? Chris, when we first met, you said, I know every team in the state. And so what's something really cool that's happened this year that you've seen firsthand?
You ask really good questions and tough ones.
That's the day job.
Yes. So without a doubt, I mean, every single team here has some really incredible stories. So we have a couple of rookie teams this year. And one of the really exciting things was how both of them were really taken on by a couple of other veteran teams in their community and just sort of incubated, right? Held in tight close and marched them through that first year. That's been really exciting to see. Every team here has a story. We have teams here that work with kids in their school community to help them develop assistive technologies to help them with other types, maybe physical or other limitations they may have. The teams are helping them manage those. We have teams that they partner with their school and they do fun things like help build, robotic type props for their theater programs, or they get that we are more than robots, and that's every team here has a story, and it's exciting.
It's very cool.
If you look around you, you can find something inspiring wherever you look. We have kids of all different backgrounds and races and sexualities coming here together, and they're cheering for other teams. They're cheering for teams that weren't here. They're wearing their pins. They're picking one side and rooting for it, no matter if their team was on that team or not. It's a community. It's a family.
Yeah, and I see your blazer that we saw just a moments ago is just loaded up with pins. So what's the pin trading kind of like here? I guess, how did you collect all of those?
So throughout my 6 or 7 years being in FRC, you start to notice people wearing pins, and you start thinking, like, how can I get those? And when you go around the pit, each team has a little bucket that you can find that will have their pins, might have some stickers, and just some collectibles you can keep. And so that has carried down to FTC, and it's carrying down to FLL as well. And it's a really big thing at the world competition as well. That's one of the things I'm very excited to go down there and get pins from all around the world.
Love to see that. We'll check in on our action that has begun. Blue Alliance in front. Blue Alliance is Team Thrust from Huntington, Indiana. Tiger Dynasty, that's the 5010 car. And Kilobytes, their machine, the Willabyte 3000, out of the McKenzie Center for Innovation and Technology. I am looking at the wrong one, aren't I, Chris? That was 48. Let's open the correct notes. So Blue Alliance actually is Super Duper Robotics out of Purdue Polytech, Castle Robotics from Newburgh, and Wolfpack from South Bend. Over on the Red Alliance, it's the Tech Hounds out of Carmel High School, Penn Robotics Black Knights, and the Robo Blazers. As you can see, 2 links aside, the cooperation light is on, which means they'll only need those 4 links to get the extra rank point. Something that I saw, Chris, yesterday is just the level of competition. It seemed like every single match we had both teams in triple digits. How have you seen teams get better throughout these 5-6 weeks that have all led up to this point?
The move to the district model for us was a really strong move. There's 2 different models of competition in first. The regional model where teams go out to one regional event, and they could be one and done, or a few teams will advance there to the World Championship. But then other areas like Indiana, the district model, teams are going to 2 different district events, and they're trying to then vie for a spot here. So what we've really seen in a lot of the districts, including Indiana, is this opportunity now to get to that first event and, like MJ said, learn from the other teams, see what they're doing, see how they've solved for these problems, reverse engineer, but also get here with your idea and see how it works or doesn't work, and then get back to the shop and make changes. It's what really happens in engineering. And so that's why when we get to this point, these teams have fine-tuned. They have broke, fix, broke, fix.
As we see another triple-digit round, 144 for Blue Alliance to 124, and that's not even counting the docking points that we have. Both alliances absolutely locked in, and more of the same. Yesterday, I believe we led off with another pair of 140 to 120, and so we will see who won in just a moment. You heard the thunderous roar of applause. It's going to go to Blue Alliance. Final score 166, our new high for this competition. The state high is 169 so far this year to 146. It's going to keep Purdue Polytech in second place, move Wolfpack up to fifth. On the other side of the bracket, the Robo Blazers will go down to seventh. Again, that's that team out of University High School in Carmel, Indiana. So 2 Carmel teams on the Red Alliance there. As we move into qualification round 50, MJ, tell us what's next for you. Obviously, the World Championship, but beyond that, where do you want to study and what do you want to do?
So I'm considering studying aeronautical and astronautical engineering at Purdue University.
Boiler up.
Yeah. I'm also possibly considering joining the service, the Air Force, or Space Force. But during the summer, I know you said what comes after Worlds. More recently, my club is actually a year-round club, and so we are preparing to take on our summer activities. We do 4-H Academy, which is at Purdue University. We get to go explore for a 3-day camp, staying in the college dorms, experiencing the college life. We also do the 4-H fair. We do a lot of 4-H. But we're also doing 3D printing classes, drone classes, learning how to build drones, 3D print them, program them, and stuff like that.
As a woman in STEM, for those watching at home that are looking up to you, what would you say to younger women who are considering doing this and joining this club and then entering into a STEM field?
I think it's amazing. It's a great opportunity. You can go really far with it. It's amazing to have this experience and just look around and see how much the world has changed. And I encourage women in STEAM STEAM, my club considers it science, technology, engineering, arts, and math.
Gotcha.
But I encourage women in STEAM to continue changing the world and being a force for change and just inspiring other people as I might have inspired them or other people might have inspired them.
How do you see, Chris, the mentorship, like MJ's mentioning, how do you see the older students kind of mentoring the younger students?
Yeah, well, we see that in a lot of different areas. You know, I'm a former high school varsity soccer coach, and you get that in sport as well. But the real important piece we see with the students, of course, is not just the technical skills that they're going to pass on. You know, they've learned how to use the 3D printers or the mills or the lathes, and they're going to teach the youngers. But it's also those core values. FIRST has 6 core values: discovery, impact, innovation, inclusion, teamwork, and fun. And those core values are what really help separate our kids and help them be prepared for what's next: college, career, enlistment, enrollment, employment. A lot of the tech skills, they're good. A lot of companies have proprietary technologies they're going to train you on. They want folks ready to be a good member of a team. They want, you know, the communication skills. And that's where the older students are also really helping the younger students learn those additional cultural pieces. And of course, because we're a mentoring program, and anybody watching today, there is room for just about anybody with any background to mentor a FIRST team. These teams operate like businesses. We have students that are here today, you might see in the stands. They help write and implement their team's business plan. We have students that are doing the graphic design. So when you see the logos, like there we go, Galactech right there. You see those logos. Those are students are creating those, and they're creating all the banners and all their entire brand. They need mentors for that. They need mentors that can help them learn those skills and learn how branding works. So if you're interested in business or operations or branding, imagery, technology, machining, there's a room for just about anybody to be a mentor in FIRST.
And how do they get involved?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways. Of course, you can always email info@indianafirst.org. If you're interested, we can help try to get you start to get connected. And then there's also what's called the First Mentor Network. You can Google that, and it'll take you right to that where you can sign up and find teams in your area.
All right, you heard it first from Chris. As we head back to the action, one of our storylines that we've been following is Huskies on Hogs. 74-54, excuse me, had a pretty catastrophic failure with the arm yesterday. Got back, played defense, stuck around, didn't have to forfeit any matches. The kids hung in there and had I'm sure, a difficult night of getting that arm back on, but starting off in the Red Alliance dock, it looks like they're ready to go this morning.
This is what FIRST is really best at, which is preparing students to understand how to persevere and how to work through failure, because these things are going to break, and sometimes that was an obvious break. Sometimes there's things that it takes a lot to figure out what is going on. The robot ghost in the machine. But it's that resilience and perseverance through failure that I love that we put in front of our students.
Yeah, it looks good as new. The same team, same driver group that we saw yesterday stayed calm when it all happened. They didn't get too emotional, just started playing defense and asking what their alliance needed from them since they could no longer move game pieces with that robotic arm. So we start this competition, the autonomous. And we will get you those scores in just a moment. Some bugs in our machine as well, but that's okay. We'll get you the scoreboard as soon as we can. This matchup on the Red Alliance is the Robotics team, 69-56. The Digital Goats from Warren Central High School, they're 8-29. And then, of course, we mentioned Huskies on Hogs, who has a good as new machine. They're that green 34-54 robot. For Blue Alliance, Hatchet Robotics, 8-1-1-6. That is that tall one in the middle of your screen. Area 5188, classified robotics, and their unclassified robotic, Gonk. And that is West Vigo High School, as well as Terre Haute North and South. And finally, rounding us out in the Blue Alliance is Galactech, 4926 out of Columbus North and Columbus East. Something I wanted to talk to both of you about as the competition has gone on, even over the last 24 hours, we've seen teams more willing to go to that top row and to do some of the more difficult things like triple docking. How quickly have you noticed students learn the event and then master the event?
They don't have much time. And it's also true in First Tech Challenge when we put the challenge in front of them. They've got 7 weeks, right? Also keep in mind, every single match, the alliances, if you look back behind the drivers, you'll see teams queued up, ready for the next match, and you'll often see them talking because they're strategizing what's going to be happening in their next match. And so during these qualification rounds, those strategies might be around just here's what we need to accomplish to win this match or get the ranking points. But then also individual robots are also occasionally trying to show what they can do because the teams out here are scouting and they are watching every robot in every match because in a couple hours they're going to have to go pick a couple of robots to be with them in the playoffs. And they have to know what everybody's capable of doing. And to know that, these teams need to show what they're capable of.
MJ, what's that scouting process like?
I was just getting ready to say, you'll notice teams around with tablets and papers. They'll take the first, as many matches, but teams will start gathering that scouting information that they have documented what every team has done every single match. They'll start talking with other teams, scouting for alliances, seeing who they work best with. And especially at an event like this that lasts over the course of days, you'll find teams meeting up at hotels, at restaurants, eating together, talking for hours, staying up till 3, 4 a.m. in the morning, talking about their strategy, what alliances they want to pick. It's not necessarily a battle of who is ranked the highest anymore. It's a battle of who's going to be the alliance captain and who works best with you. So it's a really cool process watching teams scout for a little bit and then immediately they're picking teams, they're talking to teams, figuring it out. And
definitely.
Yeah, the teams that are in the top 8 this morning, they're all getting visited by the other teams that aren't in the top 8, letting them know, hey, here's why you should pick us. Here's what we are capable of doing. Here's here's why you should choose us. Here's what we could do for you as an alliance partner in the playoffs.
What do you think? I know in other sports that we cover, we talk about, in basketball, speed as one of the biggest attributes, or agility in football. For this specific event, what do you look for as an alliance captain? What do you really want to see in a robot that would make it really good at this specific event?
That's really tough. I think you've got a couple of things, right?
Well, I was going to say in FRC and in FTC, you often want to find a robot that can do things you can't and can cover where your weak spot. So as you notice, there's cones and the cubes out there. If you were a robot that could only place cones, or if you couldn't climb or dock or something, you might want to find a robot that can do that. Speed is another thing, making sure you can get as much as possible in the shortest amount of times. Also, robots that do well together, maybe not all super big robots, because if they're all going to dock together, it's going to be very complicated. If a robot falls off the docking station and it's still touching it, that doesn't count. So it's a matter of who do you work best with and what all fits together. It's like a puzzle.
See that? Looks like our feed is back from some of our floor cameras. Big shout out to our technical director, Jordan Shu, and our replay operator, Dennis Glover, for giving us that melt of our last round. Of course, that was qualification round 50. We move on to 51 in just a moment. And the top dog is coming out, Maverick Robotics. They are on the Red Alliance, 4272. They're with the school who resides just down the road in Westside Boiler Invasion at 461 from West Lafayette Junior Senior High School, and then Munster Horsepower. So a lot of north side teams taking on Brownsburg, Center Grove, and Lafayette Jeff. So Purple Precision, Red Alert, Precision Guesswork on the other side of this. As we see a little bit of repair go on, some of the carpet, it seems, got sliced. We talked to Rachel yesterday about packing up and trying to make this event space as good as it can be as quickly as possible. How difficult is it to get this field from one school to another?
We have an amazing team and the way, first engineers the field elements each year. The perimeter you see, we own, and from year to year that perimeter doesn't change. But the game elements are sent to us, and so lots of forethought go into that. Also, once those are brought in, there's quite a bit of rehearsal involved in, like,
I'm sure,
load the truck and practice, and so it is. In terms of bringing this, it's a lot like a rock concert. You see the big road vehicles.
Yeah.
And so the amazing crew of volunteers that we have that do this, that set these fields up, tear these fields down, get us out of these venues quickly so people can get home safely and in time, and then getting these things set up, it is really part rock concert, part sport event, it's something else to see.
Yeah, absolutely. MJ, while we have a little bit of a break before this one, can you tell us a little bit about the game for the Tech Challenge and what you guys are going to be doing at Worlds?
Yeah, so it's fairly similar. If you would take FRC and downsize it, you'd find it looks a lot like FTC. We play with 18 cube robot defines, and we have a field that is 12 foot by 12 foot. The fields are mirrored, so no matter what side you're on, it looks the same as far as like where you're standing from a driver. But we don't have cubes this year. We have an array of poles that are different heights, and each pole is worth different points where you sit your cones on them. This year, my team's robot strategy was to sit in one spot, and from where we get the cones at what is called the human terminal, and we reach back with our robot arm and place them on the junction behind us, which is worth the most points. It's really cool. It's very innovative design. We haven't seen any other designs like it. It reaches all the way around the robot. But it's a very similar game, just a lot smaller.
What's your specific role with the team?
I am the lead electrician on my team, as well as the head of media and the drive coach. I'm also the vice president of my robotics club, as well as the FTC vice president of the First Indiana Student Board of Directors.
Oh, that's it? You wear a lot of hats, it seems like. That's cool. That is really cool. Chris, were you ever a competitor in this?
Oh gosh, thank you for thinking that I would have been young enough to do that. No, I didn't compete first. I got as a person my age and others. There's a couple of different stories we tend to hear for involvement first. It's usually they were an alum or they were a parent of a student, and that was my trajectory. My son competed in first Lego League in the middle school. Then he moved on to his high school team. They're here today, Red Alert Robotics. I was a longtime mentor there as well. And so he was in first. That's kind of how I started my trajectory into.
So you're a Southsider.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Live in Greenwood. Yep.
Me too. So does Vince. That's great.
Very good.
Very nice.
But now as vice president of programs, I like to say I'm a mentor for any team, and travel the state, work with all of our programs. And Trisha Thompson, who works with us, is our first Lego League and first Tech Challenge program manager. Now that we have all the first programs under our umbrella, we work real hard to deliver great support for our team.
So it seems our scoreboard has gone down again, so we'll take a look at that. I think our stream is still good, so thanks for hanging out with us if you're watching us live. Jordan confirmed that we are good, so that's awesome. And we're not the only ones with tech errors. It looks like Precision Guesswork from Lafayette Jeff has a solid amber light on their robot, which means that, and they're back. And the remote control is not talking to the machine, and they came right back and got in it. Those situations have got to be high pressure and difficult, but Lafayette Jeff able to work its way out of a bind.
Yeah, well, just like in athletics, there's stressful moments in any game that the clutch last-minute free throw or, a penalty kick in soccer or sometimes you go in with a game plan and everything falls apart and things aren't working your way. And these are the lessons these students are learning in first that help them get ready for the next level.
That kind of problem solving is definitely transferable to whatever STEM professions that they end up going into. And we will check in on the score in a moment. It looks like 31-47. Munster's decided to dock. A very quick McCutcheon robot goes in right after them. La Cucaracha in Westside is going to continue putting game pieces down as we end our competition. Our scoreboard's back. That's awesome. Red Alliance is going to run away with this one. Cooperation light is lit, so you only need 4 links to get that extra rank point, and they got 7. 4 ranks on the blue squad for a total of 85 points, and we will see. This is definitely nearing our state high. Again, record for this year, 169. We have yet to see anybody break that. Red Alliance, no surprises, 163. Very close. We're definitely nearing that 170 mark.
Well, and that's an impressive score, also keeping in mind there were no penalty points. And so when we see no penalty points, that's a straight-up score that shows this alliance could get to get it done, right? They could do all the scoring. You look at that grid score, 120 points. They were out there working it.
Westside Boiler Invasion and McCutcheon's La Cucaracha complement each other very well. Westside is able to play defense. La Cucaracha very fast, very agile in the middle. And if they're able to set a screen, I'd expect those two to work together later in the day. That seemed to work out for them. Another one we've been keeping our eye on is Tiger Dynasty. They're in the 3 position now as we see some highlights from our last time out. And Chris, what do you see here that you really like?
Well, I see robots running and working, and also on that Red Alliance, what you saw was again most likely an alliance that ahead of time had a plan, a strategy. They talked, and then they went out and just delivered on their strategy. Sometimes defense can throw a wrench in it, but these drivers have had a lot of matches under their in their experience now, and so playing defense is going to be tougher and tougher. because these drivers, especially the ones on these swerve drive chassis, you can see that 3176 robot kind of spinning. That swerve drive, which is 4 independent wheels, really allows a high level of maneuverability. And the better the drivers get at it, the harder it's going to be to play defense against them.
What kind of controllers do they use? Because obviously the tank versus the swerve drive is it's probably different on the hands as well. What are these drivers using to get that done?
The teams you're going to see a lot of different things. We could see it. We're kind of looking in on the drive stations there. We see 2 joysticks with that Thunderbot team. You'll see students using the Logitech controllers, which are similar to like the PlayStation controllers. And then some teams are using Xbox controllers. Really, it's up to the teams, what their drivers and their drive teams feel most comfortable with. And then also, just like anything else that we see here, it also comes down to resource management. So what is your team capable of doing in terms of coding and working in the different systems, and what you're going to be able to deliver. So, and what are the drivers going to be most comfortable using?
Yeah, these are our GoPro cameras, so we can see both pits. And yeah, you can see the Xbox controller on the lower part of your screen. It looks like Logitech in the middle right.
Well, then you'll see another one there that looks sort of like an old 1980s arcade game there with all the colorful
That's actually my team.
That's your team.
Yeah, so we have a set of 20 buttons and 2 joysticks, but our drivers down there, we have Hazel, Diana, and Sean, and our coach, lead mentor, Chris Hacker. But if you also look up in the stands, we have a sign that says, "We love our drive team," which I thought was very cute. But our robot's name this year is Oregon, or Aogon. I can't pronounce it. It's very complex.
What's the story behind the name?
He's a Greek mythology god, I believe. He has a very complex nickname that I, again, cannot pronounce. It's full with lots of tongue twisters.
Okay, that's very cool. That's yeah. How do you usually select the names? Because this is something we talked to Bryce Castle about yesterday, and he had a lot to say about the way that it's almost like an inside joke, and then something happens, and then that's the one you go with. So how have you selected names over the years?
So in the past years, we've selected names based on team history. And our 10-year match, we had a name that was our 10th year competition. We had a name that related back to that. And we also have names that relate to special features on the robot or inside jokes like that. It's a kind of moment that just dawns on you. Like this year, when we were building our robot in FTC, we were building it with that cool attachment. Whatever we were doing was super innovative for us. We'd never done something that complex. So we used something from last year's mechanism. And since at our first competition, we weren't ready to use it, we took a robot with a less complex mechanism, but we called it Butter, hitting on the popular BTS song "Smooth Like Butter," and it says "a criminal undercover." And so we were like, our robot was undercover because it wasn't ready yet. And so when we built our final version, we ended up naming it Margarine.
I like that. Okay, so we went from K-pop to then the inside joke.
Yeah, Vanellope Von Margarine because we like the name Vanellope from Wreck-It Ralph. So.
Okay, cool. I like that. Vanilla. Oh yeah, of course. I haven't seen that in a while. That's a deep cut. Very cool. As we move on to round number 52 of 64, again, our teams have 12 chances to compete before we move to the playoffs, and everyone on the field now has 9 under their belts. This is number 10. Only 2 more chances remain after this to not only practice, but show teams what you got before those selections are made. Chris, MJ, can you guys take us through what that alliance selection process is going to look like a little later on?
Yeah, every team will send a student representative down to the field. Then we will bring the top 8, one student from the top 8 teams out onto the field. And we will do a draft, and it'll be 1 through 8, and then back 8 through 1.
Okay, so like a fantasy football draft for those folks at home.
Sure. And so then what will happen is if one picks 2 and 2 accepts, then 2 becomes part of that first seed alliance. And then what happens is the other alliance captains now shift. So 1 picks 2, 2 says yes. Then now 3 becomes 2, 4 becomes 3, etc. Then we'll bring the 9th team out to be 8. There's only one rule in the alliance selection process, and that is if your team declines an invitation to be on an alliance, you can't be picked by anyone else. So the example is if the first seed alliance picks the fourth seed alliance, and they come over and say, we respectfully decline, 4 goes back.
They have to make their own selection. They can't be chosen.
So one now picks somebody else, but then 2 and 3 cannot pick 4.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's the only rule in the alliance selection process. So then we'll move that up, and we'll, again, 1 through 8, 8 through 1. We will then have our 8 alliances of 3, and then we'll move on to the double elimination rounds to determine the 2 teams that will play in the finals, and the finals is a best 2 out of 3.
The best 2 out of 3 with the same alliances on the same side.
Yep, as soon as the alliances are set, those alliances are permanent through the playoffs.
Makes sense. And what's the communication like, MJ, once those alliances are selected, what happens then?
So teams get a little bit of time before the actual double elims, and usually that ends up being over lunch, and so teams will go and they will eat lunch together. We find a lot of times that they're not actually eating, they're just talking about it. They create very solid plans of what they're going to do exactly each match, who their drive team is going to be, what their specialties are. They work on a form of communication. As you notice, the human player is on the other side of the field, so now the human player is really advocating for all of the teams, and so their job is to have a signal over there to communicate with their teams. And you've probably seen some of these today. I expect we'll see more during the alliance selections or alliance matches.
That makes sense. We'll see most likely our highest scores of the competition later on in the day. And just looking at my script here, that's that alliance selection is going to be taking place at around 11:45 p.m. or 11:45 a.m. Excuse me. We hopefully are out of here before that.
Yeah, that'll happen. And then like MJ said, we send them off to lunch. The double elims will begin right around 2. That gives them time to eat, but also time to strategize, practice a little bit.
So
together.
double elimination in this format, what does that mean? You can lose twice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll play one round where one will play 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, etc. Then in that first round, the teams that lose that first match go to a lower bracket. The teams that win continue to the higher bracket.
Makes sense.
And then, so you have to lose twice. In terms of a full double elimination tournament, a lot of people think that it's an entire double elim. It's not. It's really a double elimination to determine the 2 finalists. As soon as we have the 2 finalist alliances, then they play best 2 out of 3 championship match.
Do they call their side? Do they have a preference of side, superstition-wise?
Oh,
it could
no.
be red or blue, or is that random?
No, so it'll be it's all laid out in the tournament, and so in the first round, high seed is always red.
High seed is red.
Yep, but then because it's double eliminations now, it can be a little weird in terms of who's blue and who's red. But it's all laid out, and the teams then know. We're now in the lower bracket, match 7, and because we lost this match, we're blue in this one, or we're red in this one. So they know. Yeah, because every team has to have a set of red bumpers and blue bumpers.
What are those bumpers usually made out of? Pool noodles? Or
Yes. Yeah, as a matter of fact.
That's what Bryce was saying yesterday.
Yep. There's rules on how they're supposed to be made. And so just like everything else at first, there's rules for that. And there's a tournament manual. And they go through inspections, and all these robots have to pass inspection to compete here. And then after their last match today in qualifications, they have to go back and re-inspect to be eligible to play in the playoffs.
And what is that inspection process? What does that look like?
There's a checklist, and we have trained robot inspectors that just work through that checklist to make sure it's weight, perimeter measurements, it's things about like their the features on the robot they have to have a starting configuration, so they have to show that they meet that starting configuration rule. There's a lot. That checklist is long, and they just go through that process, and the inspectors go through it. They say thumbs up, you're good. Now, of course, usually that playoff that inspection at their end before the playoffs usually isn't quite as intense because they passed inspection to be here.
Right. Right.
But sometimes the teams are making some changes to their robots, and so sometimes that can change certain aspects, and we just have to make sure they're still all within the rules.
A lot of action on pit lane, or not gasoline, battery alley, maybe not gasoline.
I like that.
That's not my joke. I have to give that to Jordan in the truck. But yeah, battery alley was definitely lit up yesterday as teams made repairs. I didn't see anybody change their entire strategy through the course of yesterday, but definitely you think it'd be possible with how many tools they have back there. We enter round number 53, again of 64 in this preliminary round set on Red Alliance. That team on your screen there is Team Thrust, their robot Stricker from Huntington, Indiana's 4-H. They're paired up with Team Hammond, the Beast, number 71, one of the oldest teams in this competition, entering season 28 for Team Hammond. Their motto, Unleash the Beast, and we'll see how they do. Matched up with Penn Robotics Golden Rooks, and that rounds up Red. For the Blue Alliance, it's Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian High School wearing 234. Red Pride Robotics from Plainfield wearing 3487. And the Tinley Trailblazers 6721, who had a very difficult day yesterday. Tinley played defense for most of the competition, and we will see if they're able to try to put some game pieces down today. Their robot really took a beating as they were able to set screens, but definitely proved their value as that thing has a low center of gravity and it's hard to topple over. So Tinley definitely moving around and trying its best. The control was the real issue yesterday, and that kind of systematic braking. If you were in pit lane for Tinley, what adjustments would you make to that robot?
Yikes. So as Vice President of Programs, I help our teams in a lot of ways. The one way I don't usually help our teams is with technology. Yeah. So
that's okay.
Yeah. No. So I would say this: that the story to know though is that at one point I did look over, and it was exciting because I saw people from several different teams.
There you go.
They're helping them, and so that's that gracious professionalism. Everybody swarms each other and helps. Said, what's the problem? And then you'll have somebody come over and say, well, I'm an expert in that. Let me help you dig in and help you fix that. No one wants any of these teams to be able to not be able to compete. And that's, again, that's that core ethos that we try to pass on. So there's my 2 cents on what I see.
Both. I get it. I studied communication in school. I have no idea how any of this works.
Political science and history.
Hey, there you go.
Yep.
Turns out Purdue does more than just engineering. There we go. And
I went to the other school in Southern Indiana. I have 3 degrees from Indiana University, where I studied political science. I'm one of the few. Although we have a growing number because of Luddy, quite a few students going on to IU Luddy. They're one of our scholarship providers, as is Anderson and Rose-Hulman, IUPUI, Trine.
All around the state.
Yeah, Valparaiso University. Over $85 million in college scholarships from over 200 providers. So
is that just in Indiana, or is that
state nationwide?
Nationwide, okay.
Yeah, nationwide. So parents looking for another reason to get your students involved in FIRST. That opportunity, and they're tied to participation. So we know that sometimes it can be really difficult to get those athletic scholarships. Our scholarships through FIRST, they're usually provided by the universities, it's tied to, are you on a FIRST robotics team?
Makes sense. So answer that on your application, and then
yes, the answer is yes, and then they'll have and so firstinspires.org/alumni. You can go on there and you can learn all about the different scholarships, internship opportunities. First, our students, when they are done with their high school experience, that's not the end of the road. A lot of our universities now are also starting FIRST alumni organizations on campus. Purdue has had one for a couple of decades now, the Purdue FIRST program. lots of students here, Purdue First students that are here that are helping us run our events. They do amazing work. They mentor teams in their community. And so we have more that are popping up here in the state of Indiana. IUPUI, IU, Trine, that are forming student organizations to help grow First in their community.
So are you a senior, MJ?
I'm actually a sophomore in high school.
You're just a sophomore. Very cool. Do you have have you visited any schools? What's your college list look like?
So I've of course been to Purdue University for Purdue Academy. My brother went to the Columbus campus. My sister went to IU. I haven't really looked at a lot of colleges past Purdue, but I at one point was wanting to go out of state. So I've had kind of a struggle figuring out what I want to do as a career when I get older, but so far the only thing on my list is Purdue.
Makes sense. That was my list was just that, so that makes sense. Yeah, well, I feel like with First, like you were mentioning earlier, Chris, a lot of these students, some of them create the graphic design, the business plan. What are some of the other maybe non-STEAM, non-programming careers that students can pursue after participating in First?
Well, just like I had said earlier about there's any person could come and mentor a team. There's really just about any career pathway out of First for students because STEAM or STEM or however you want to STEAM is really about
Arts in there, right?
Yes,
Is that
arts.
the A?
And
Okay.
I 100%, I'm right in with MJ on that. It's about problem solving, and everybody, right? Everybody in their work and their career is problem solving. So everybody could benefit from this, whether you're going to go into medicine, law, education. Indiana's got a lot of opportunities for teachers. So a lot of these young people here, we certainly would love to see some of them consider going into education. And especially because more and more schools offering more and more STEAM or STEM type courses, a lot of these young people are also considering careers in education.
Yeah, I like to say that when I get struggled of what I'm going to do when I grow up, I like to say the First will lead me there no matter where I go because it teaches so many good skills, and I've grown so much as a person being in this program.
Very nice. If the robotics thing doesn't work out, I think you have a future in broadcasting as well. As we enter around number 54, so we're 10 away from the end of our preliminary competition. Cybertooth is on your screen now. They represent the Red Alliance. Their robot Rattlesnake with the very cool LEDs on the side from Northwestern High School in Kokomo, Indiana. Matched up with them, a Wolfpack, who is number 4 in this competition so far, 54-84 from South Bend, and Shamrock Robotics from Westfield, who is 69-56. You can look for the tallest robot in the competition today. That is Westfield. For the Blue Alliance, it's Carmel, the Tech Hounds. Their robot Wing Dong, it's real fast, 868 kilobytes, and their robot, the Willowbyte 3000 from the McKenzie Center for Innovation and Technology out of Indianapolis. And then, of course, the Digital Goats and their Conehead-themed robot Beldar from the Walker Career Center at Warren Central High School. We enter the autonomous in 2 successful docks, and MJ, it seems really hard to do the autonomous version or the autonomous stage of this competition. How do you even go about starting to program a robot to do things on its own?
So everything starts with a discussion, a good plan, figuring out a ranking system. What my teams usually do is we sit down, we look at every single thing possible, every way to score on the field. We rank them all, and we do a system of calculations that will give us which is worth the most points, because we have what we call the benefit effort matrix. We rank it, how much benefit it gives us, is it worth it for the effort it gives us. So it usually starts out with a plan, and then you go in with coding. It's trial and error, figuring out a pathway to go. For instance, like this, our team's going to go around the dock. Are they going to go on it? And when they go on it, how are they going to manage balancing on it? I have a feeling that we might see some teams trying to perform double docking and autonomous possibly. Teams will try to do as much as possible during their alliance matches, but it all starts with a plan and trial and error of programming.
You just That was a fantastic answer. Thank you. I would have no idea how to go about that. If you missed it just a moment ago, I believe the kilobytes got stuck over on the portal over there, worked themselves out of it, but you could see the the near panic as the back wall began to shake. It seems that their robot is okay. It can be really these unforeseen obstacles. MJ, when we talk about the FTC that you've been a part of, what is one obstacle that your team has overcome, either in competition or just through the whole process?
So in competition, one thing that we have had to overcome is need for space. Our robot just barely fits in the limits, but being a team that doesn't really focus on robot, a big challenge we've had is keeping documentation. We have struggled throughout the years because we've always done many outreach events, but we've always struggled to really, how do we communicate that to the judges? How do we present that well? And this year we really came up with a solution. We have a 5-inch binder that is filled to the brim with documentation. So we document all of our outreach events. We document how many people were there, what we did, why we did it, if it was a club partner that we were working with and stuff like that. So we really take pride in our outreach, and now we have such an effective way of communicating it to the judges. So that was a big obstacle we had, but we successfully have overcame that.
What are some of the outreach that you guys have done this year?
So our favorite outreach event is called A Kid Again, and it's an event in which we go to different places and we demo our robots, our FTC robots, our FLL robots to kids with life-threatening illnesses. A Kid Again is a program which provides fun, eventful days for kids who are struggling with those chronic illnesses and stuff like that. So we really enjoy being able to just change those kids' days and make them have give them an experience, that they might not be able to experience, and it's completely cost-free for the parents as far as kids can join our club with no cost. But it's really fun to just take the weight off the parents' shoulder, the kids' shoulder, their siblings. It's just a great event all around that we love to do, and we do it year-round. Multiple different events. In fact, we are actually going to have to miss one to be in Houston.
That is really cool that you guys do that year-round, too. And you're from the Bedford North Lawrence community,
Yes.
Is that correct? Where do a lot of you guys go to high school or school?
So we...
I know you're 4-H team.
Yes,
That's right.
yeah.
Right, okay.
So some of our students go to Bedford Middle School, some of our students go to Mitchell High School, and then, of course, the rest of us go to Bedford North Lawrence High School.
Very nice.
We also have some homeschool kids as well.
How far away is that from here in Anderson?
It's about a 2-hour drive, and since my team is still meeting for Worlds, we actually drove home yesterday and back this morning, so we're very committed to all of our programs.
You said, no eating at lunch to communicate alliances, no sleeping, it seems like,
Right,
for
yeah,
you guys
yeah.
either. That is very far away. As we move into round number 55, and the top dog comes back out. It's Maverick Robotics. And they've got Tiger Dynasty on their team. Look for that later on today. 2 extremely fast robots. I'd venture to say the fastest 2 that we have in the competition are on the same alliance, on the red alliance right now. They are matched up with the Thunderbots. Fido, who's also a very good robot out of Evansville, Indiana, the New Tech Institute. On the other side, it's Castle, West Side Boiler Invasion, and the Quadrangles as we take a look at some of the highlights from last round. That is number 54, and a pretty good autonomous section. There's the Tech Hounds robot with its very quick telescoping arm, and Bryce Castle, who's an alumni of Tech Hounds, was talking about that quick telescoping arm yesterday, and that's got to be beneficial for teams. Chris Osborne back in the saddle here. And what is one piece of advice you would give to teams who maybe have a top ranking heading into these final qualification rounds?
Plan. Just be ready. As MJ said, they were at their hotels or back at their shops or meeting last night, putting their plans together. And then just be prepared during the alliance selection when, be ready for when your plan goes wrong, and just be ready. The alliance selection process sometimes it goes as some of us may predict.
Yeah.
We'll sit around and be like, oh, I bet this is going to happen. Sometimes, wow. And then you might be surprised. But again, you might see a top 8 team go deep for their first pick, and you might think, well, why did they go so deep to like the 20th ranked team? It's because since the qualification matches are randomized, one of the things that these teams are keeping in mind is the strength of the schedule that these teams are facing. And so some teams may have just faced just tougher competition. Of course, with the top 32 teams in the state, every match here is going to be tough. But still, they are looking at strength of schedule. So they're not looking just at rank. They are also looking at, does that robot fit our strategy? As MJ said, they're going to look at, hey, we can do this, but this robot can deliver for us other aspects of the game, and they can do it quickly. You talked about speed. Cycling speed is very important first. Time equals points. And so they're going to look at teams that can consistently deliver the points. The other thing they're going to look at is, are teams committing fouls? Because what you're going to see in the playoffs today is you're going to see a lot of playoff matches determined by one foul.
Yeah.
One 5-point foul could flip a match, because these matches, some of these playoff matches will be only separated by a few points.
A razor-thin margin.
And then you will look at that, oh, Red had 5 points of penalty points, and they won by 3 points.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
And so they're also looking at quality of the drive team. Do they know the rules? Are they committing fouls? Because if you've got two robots that are about equal and one's got a lot of fouls behind them, that could cost you the tournament.
Chris, I think we have time for just one more question before we rotate Steve Florence in.
All right.
But I just wanted to ask you, as a former, you were a soccer coach, and you mentored kids. How do you see the parallels between the way that sports mentor kids and make them into young adults, and the way that FRC mentors kids and makes them into young adults?
Well, there are quite a few similar aspects of mentoring and coaching in sport versus FRC. One thing I really like about FRC is, when you've got a lot of other opportunities within FRC where the students are involved in different aspects of the team. A lot of times in athletics, we're preparing for an athletic event and we're training to specific game, and it's the same game every year that we're training for, and we're just trying to get them better and better. But within FRC, now you've got an opportunity to take a student who comes in and says, I really like to code, and they might be a middle school student who's come out to the high school and says, hey, I code on the side all the time, and set up. But now what we can do as mentors is we can say, that's great, we're going to have you code, but also you're going to learn, now you're going to come over and you're going to do some community outreach. Oh, you're going to meet with these students over here and learn how our budget is formed. The students here are also part of that whole process of understanding how the money comes in and how the money goes out. And we typically in athletics aren't spending a lot of time with our athletes on that part of it. For better or worse, maybe some are, but it's really a holistic approach where there are a lot of ways for students it's a growth mindset to develop a lot of different skills. So and they're lifelong.
Very cool. Yeah, very cool. Well, thank you both for joining us.
Well, thank you very much. And again, just to wrap up, if anybody's interested in learning more about starting a team, firstindianarobotics.org. They can email us at info@indianafirst.org with questions about how they can find a team or start a team in their community, pre-K through 12.
Right on. All levels.
Yes.
All levels. MJ, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
In Worlds, we're all rooting for you at ISC.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We will rotate Steve Florence here in just a moment as we saw a great qualification round. We'll move to round 56 in just a second. MJ, Chris Osborne on our broadcast. Always great to hear from some of the youth in our competition. And we'll get Steve Florence here in just a sec. Saw another solid McCutcheon run. And some highlights. Welcome to the broadcast, Steve Florence. Welcome back.
Well, good, thanks. I enjoyed this a lot. So sorry about the cracky voice, but been yelling too much.
It's a long couple of days.
Yeah.
So I know you're in charge of the pits, and one story that we've been following is the way that the Huskies on Hogs team was able to completely reattach their arm from yesterday to today.
Yeah.
Did you see any of that happen?
I didn't, but these kids by now have had practice doing this stuff, and if they do a good job on design can help them, minimize all kinds of issues about reassembly or disassembly. So like in industry, it's like design for manufacturing, right? Because nothing's perfect.
I like that.
So it's good to see how this all works, and that was a tough match. We were 6-4-61 was with 42-72 and scored 164 points in the first one. Now we were against them, and they had a robot breakdown. 50-10 had some swerve drive issues, I think. But,
and that's the thing. And it can be an obvious break, like a whole arm coming off, but like you said, the swerve and the drivetrain and some of that stuff that you might not see can really have a huge impact.
It does, because 3-on-2 is kind of like
power play.
It's like hockey, where you got one person in the penalty box.
Right.
So
hockey, lacrosse.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about lacrosse.
All things you could see on the ISC Sports Network. Maybe not hockey, lacrosse.
That's a future.
Future endeavor. And so you can see on my screen the very nice software that FRC has put together, where I can actually see all the teams, and then we're moving on to round 56, and gives us all that game information right in front of us.
Right in front of you. It makes it easy for you.
And
everybody.
Makes our job real easy. As we'll get back to the action in just a moment. We're about 8 away from Alliance selection, and then, of course, double elimination playoffs here at O.C. Lewis Gymnasium at Anderson University. If you're just now joining us at the top of the hour, you're locked in live to IC Sports Network's coverage of the FIN FRC State Championship, where 10 teams are going to be moving on to the Houston Worldwide competition after the conclusion of today. We'll also be crowning 3 teams as Indiana State Champions. So, Steve, they share the title. Is that right? If they're on the
shared title, because it's a collaborative effort. Right?
Makes sense.
And it's like a team in a sense. But we don't know those teams like we do in basketball or football. We establish teams at an event, and we call them alliances. So these alliances really, it's quite a strategy for teams to think about who would they play well with or work well with, and also what would they do if this happens and that happens, and because you never know how it's going to all go. And this afternoon when they do alliance selections after we get through this morning here, it's going to be very interesting.
Difficult to predict. Anything can happen out here for sure. How about those moves, though? I didn't predict that. Dancing referees.
Well, we have fun here in Indiana.
Yeah, I can tell. Who's doing the playlist? Yeah, that's good.
So it's interesting. You can always tell the age of the person in a sense where they grew up and what songs are playing.
Sure. Yeah. Some Bee Gees going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's a good playlist. I do the music over at UND for men's and women's basketball, and I've heard some deep cuts out here at Anderson that we haven't played all year.
Well, FRC has a playlist that we have to follow.
Right.
So they get to pick and choose what they want to listen to.
Sure. Teams might have a walk-up song next up. All right, we've got our 4-cam view, or our 3-cam view of the both nodes. Again, if you're new, the first 15 seconds are autonomous. The point of that is to dock and then put game pieces down. The object of this whole game is to get game pieces onto those communities. So on the top left and right, the red team is going to be putting those game pieces, those are cubes and cones, onto either the poles or the platforms. Doesn't matter if you get a cube or a cone, but if you get 3 in a row, you get a bonus 5 points. That's called a link. Think about like a circuit, something like that. If teams go in the middle, they are unlock a cooperation bonus, which means that they only have to get 4 of those links to get their extra rank point. Rank points determine your ranking. Obviously, it's in the name, and that ranking is going to become important as alliance selection is in just a few matches, just 8 more matches from now. And so we see our field of play. Blue Alliance off to an early 26-point lead. They're made up of Penn Robotics Black Knights in the 135 car, Tinley 6721, and Thrust in the 1501 car. Red Alliance is Galactech in 4926, the Last Crusaders in 3947 from Knightstown, and then Precision Guesswork from Lafayette Jeff in 1649. So a lot of action going on in this near side for us. As all 3 robots from blue try to head back and put game pieces down. Steve, a very even qualification round 56.
Yeah. I'm still hoping I can see a full grid. That's what they call that back there, of all elements completely full. And we haven't had that in Indiana yet. I'm hoping we'll see it sometime today.
Well, in the second round of today's competition, we got our new competition high score of 166. So we're only 3 away from the state record at this point.
Yeah. Well, we had one yesterday, if you remember, with penalties, 182.
Oh, that's right.
All right.
That's right. Yeah. Keeping the records.
Yeah.
Steve Florence.
Yeah. Well, you know, they say memory's the first thing to go, so.
Guess it hasn't gone yet.
I got to keep repeating it. See?
Bee Gees references and repeating things. There you go.
Yeah.
118 to 109. 2 robots dock on either side. And so this is going to be a close one. 5 links apiece after that competition link is lit. And so we'll see what the final score is. I think both parks behind the 2-point line as well. So no 3 robot docking and engaging quite yet.
Right now, I think teams are more interested to make sure they can either win the match and not take chances.
Right.
So, for example, they probably could get to all 3 of them up there, but they may choose not to, so they don't have a failure and get no point. So,
Blue Alliance takes the win, 140 to 131.
Really close in the grid. It was 92 to 91.
They're thrilled about it.
Yep.
See highlights in just a moment. But yeah, you can definitely tell at the end of the day yesterday, kind of all bets were off. It got a little chippy out there as, no one was quite afraid to slam into another opponent just due to they have some time to fix it. Yeah. Now you got to go all day. So it's almost like a swim meet or a track meet where the early morning events are a little bit slower, and then you turn on the afterburners in the afternoon.
Right. And, like coming up in this next match we got coming is our current number 1 alliance.
Yeah.
Super Duper. So they're always fun to watch.
Super Duper dethroned McCutcheon just moments ago.
Mm-hmm.
Their team high score was 166. And we got 3, you look at the team high that has gone up. That is the highest. Super Duper was part of the highest score of this state competition so far.
They got an average mass score of almost 150 to 149.7. And
incredible.
Yes.
Super Duper Robotics from Indianapolis, Purdue Polytech High School, over near IUPUI, if you're not familiar where that is. It's a hidden gem. I didn't realize I was driving right by it.
Yeah, I know.
For many years.
It's not been very old. I think this may be year 4 or something.
Yeah.
Close to that. And
Mitch Daniels' projects.
Right.
Before he left.
He's got more than one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that opening?
Yeah.
They get the cool Purdue logo and gold and black uniforms.
I really
awesome.
like their name, Super Duper, and it's just it's very creative that they came up with.
They you got to get a Purdue Pete robot out there. But yeah, I love the old gold chrome that they've got in their robot too. It's very well branded.
Yeah.
I'm sure Purdue Marketing Communications is thrilled.
well, I'm sure they got permission.
Yeah. One of our guys in the Query and Schultz show, Derek Schultz, is part of that team at Purdue. So
Okay.
it makes sense. We move on to qualification round 57 and of 64. It's Cryofrost, their robot Perry, as in the platypus, from Elkhart, Indiana. Super Duper Robotics, who we were just talking about. Red Alert from Center Grove and their robot Tempest. On the Red Alliance, it's Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian, a two-time Engineering Inspiration Award winner this season and a finalist in the Columbus Regional. And Panther Tech's robot Sergeant Joe. Who's Joe, you might ask? It's their longtime mentor, who they still honor with that robot. And the Robo Blazers from University High School, who's back in the top 5 after dropping out in the first match of the day. They dropped down to 7, back to 4. They are from Carmel, Indiana. So this is the penultimate match for both of these alliances.
Right.
Have already played 10. This will be number 11. You get one more.
Yes.
And then you just have to sit.
Yeah, and then you just wait to see what happens in alliance selection.
So it's important to kind of dial it back.
Yeah, showcase what you do well. Most of the teams, do scouting the whole time they're here to see how they fit. They collect data about the average of this and average of that. And with that data, then they can make some choices, right? And the hardest one is in the alliance. When we get to that point, we'll talk about that more. Too much coffee.
I just requested a commercial break after this one. Thankfully, there's bathrooms real close to our broadcast station. As we enter the autonomous section, Red Alliance docked and engaged successfully. That was Panther Tech 292, Sergeant Joe out of Western High School in Rushville, Indiana, not Rushville. Very quick Red Alert robot, maybe even quicker than we saw yesterday. Improving on that swerve drive that we've seen in this competition. With all that open space, swerve drive seems to make the most sense for this year's game.
Yeah, with all the different elements that we have to pick up this year instead of just one, like a ball or something like this.
Sure.
It makes a difference to be able to be flexible and maneuverable. And so the swerve drive really favors this game a lot. But it's also difficult to learn to drive.
Is it?
Yeah.
And we were talking about controllers earlier.
Yeah.
Might be a PlayStation or an Xbox or a joystick.
Right.
MJ, who was up here moments ago, said hers is the button console with.
Yeah, some of the
triggers.
teams have custom consoles they've made, and each button or each switch or whatever has a task that's all been pre-programmed.
So not only are you building the robot, you're building the controller as well. That's got to be difficult.
And some of the teams even build custom circuit boards to do something for them, all right? Let's say, for example, it's managing the power output or power that's coming to that module, and how do they manage it so it doesn't overheat. And there's a lot of things that they've done custom-wise to make their robots better. Now, most of those are more experienced teams or with mentors that have the skill sets to help the kids figure that out. Yeah, they're getting a little congestion over there.
Yeah, Red was up big, 116 to 82, but then some human error as we hear the train horn sound, which means 30 seconds left, or boiler up, either one. And so we haven't seen a triple dock since, I think, round 49, if I'm not wrong.
Looks like we're getting the blue going to try it.
They're going to give it a shot. 155 is going to kind of hang off the edge. Red Alert did a great job going to the front, tilting that platform down, and then backing off of it to stay down. And yeah, they're good to go with triple dock up to 0 seconds. It's almost like you do that, and it levels out, and then you just put the controller down, walk away. No one touch it. No one breathe.
Yeah, that won't help Super Duke, but they'll probably lose that #1 ranking now.
Most likely, yeah, McCutcheon will probably take over for them. And those two have been 1 and 2, I mean, since lunch yesterday.
Yeah.
So we'll see the final score, step away for just a quick moment, and then we'll have our qualification round 8. Schedule, pull up the schedule here. Still on target for today.
Yeah, it's sometimes things get in the way, like field problems, and they have to take time, but we don't have any so far.
And here's our final score. Red Alliance still away with it, 145 to 133. We're going to take a short break here on the ISC Sports Network. It's our all-day stream of Day 2 State Robotics Competition from Indiana First. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back on ISC.
First has changed my life for the better, teaching me skills like problem solving, public speaking, and other tech skills that make me feel much more confident about my future.
81% of First alumni choose to go into a STEM-related major. Right now, Michigan has 11% of the First teams in the world. That's 10 times the amount that Indiana has, while they only have 1.5 times the amount of people. We want that same growth for Indiana, making it so that STEM is accessible to any people, no matter your zip code or your status.
There's this company called Borg Warner in Kokomo, and they're actually looking for employees that are trained in STEM, but there's not a lot of those. If we implemented First in Indiana to where everyone, no matter their economic status or race, could have access to it, then they'd have a lot more employees trained in STEM.
The goal of this bill is to provide all kids in Indiana with an opportunity to participate in FIRST events. This means giving all teams annual funds to pay for registration, event fees, and a kit of parts.
If you would like to find more information about this bill, you can go to firewires.org/bill.
Behind me is the autonomous go-kart project that we've been working on for quite some time. We are in the process of building a go-kart that can be run using remote controls instead of manned. Eventually we want to be able to set it on a track and it will run itself completely around the course. There will be a predefined track, it will not know the track, and it will be able to figure out how to move around the track and then optimize that and go as fast as possible. It actually is pretty simple. In layman's terms, we just use a remote control that uses radio frequency. So that transmits the signal to the receivers, which comes to a microcontroller, basically a tiny computer. That computer takes the information and does a few calculations with it and sends it to different motors, actuators, and servos that will move things such as the steering or turn the big motor on the back, the traction motor, to turn us and make us go. I love working on the kart because it really gives us a chance to implement some design features that we've been learning about in class. So we get to design something within a given set of parameters and then implement it and then iterate on it to make it better and better when new unknown things come up and we have to account for other sorts of issues. We're really thankful for all of our sponsors. The kit that we built this from was actually donated. Any future sponsorships or donations we get also help keeping us moving the ball forward, trying to innovate and change the kart a little bit so we can really optimize it to make it the best we can.
And we are back at the home of the Ravens, O.C. Lewis Gymnasium at Anderson University. J.D. Ireland, Steve Florence bringing you the Indiana First Robotics State Championship as we enter qualification round number 57. And Steve, now we have entered the, I'd say the final stage of this qualification round where all the bugs should probably be worked out to each of these bots at this point.
Yeah, the only problem you have, there's those unforeseen gremlins that come up sometime, and that just throws wrenches into things about that. But you know, it is a good, whoa, a little bit of banging in there, lost a foot or a little cube. But again, I'm just amazed how quick these robots are and how agile they are. Even the ones that aren't swerve drive, I'm just totally amazed. Like I said, I've been doing this for 24 years, and this is a way step above. So, yeah.
And not a, I don't want to jinx it, so I'll knock on wood when I say it, but not a lot of carnage.
No,
there's only been really one bad break, and they fixed it, and everything was fine.
Yeah.
And maybe a couple of connectivity issues, but for the most part, everybody stayed together pretty well.
Right, and that's what you want, reliability. And if you think about it, their lifespan of these robots is really only about 3 months.
Right, yeah.
So, and that's if they're lucky.
And I saw, I think it was Andy Baker's tent over in Pit Lane. They have robots from like 2001, 2002.
Yep. And,
I mean, how do you preserve something like that? You just gotta. It's like a car, I'd imagine.
Well, yeah, you could reuse parts off of robots, but you can't reuse robots.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. And one of our teams in Indiana, Team 45, is an original team. They started in 1992. Right. And the very first robot game was about a 12-foot square box that had corn in it, and it was called Corn Maze. And there are 3 robots in there that were tethered, not autonomously or anything like that, that were vying to score the most points and stuff.
So it wasn't an Indiana competition per se, but they had corn-themed games. So we might have had the advantage as a state.
Right. And Team 45 still has their original robot from their original year, 92. So you can.
Can't reuse code.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. A lot of things you can also do is if you have a drivetrain, for example, or a thing that really works well and you want to reuse it, you can publish that to all teams, and then you can use it again. Not use the thing you have to refabricate, but you can reuse the design.
And is that a rule that you need to refabricate, or is it just something that teams prefer to do?
No, it's a rule.
It's a rule.
and that kind of levels the platform a little bit.
Sure.
You know? And it makes a big difference about all overall. Like I said, I really believe this is something every high school should do in Indiana. I wish there was availability of things to happen, but it also requires a lot of time and effort by those teachers as well as some community members to make it all work. But the benefits for it are so outweighing over the amount of time and cost that's involved with this.
Well, definitely something cool that, like, I've seen Cybertooth's robot from Northwestern High School. It's impressive. They have a huge team. It looks great. Yeah. They are right there with Carmel. And if you look at athletics, those two schools are nowhere near, they don't compete in the same divisions in IHSAA, and they certainly don't see each other very often on the playing field. But what's been really unique, at least in my mind, is how even these schools are. Small schools, big schools, it doesn't matter. The level of play has been so high all around.
It's much like athletics used to be before we did these class things, because if you think about it, and I'll just use football, for example, you have Class A all the way to Class 6.
Right.
All right. In this competition, and they're all on an equal ground. All right. And it depends on how much the community wants to put into that program. We're really good at putting the community into sports, which is still a good thing, don't get me wrong. But this is more impacting, I think, overall. And, like Dean Kamen always said, there's 2 things he said. 1, all of our kids go pro. And number 2 on all that is, this is a sport like sports, but it's all more for the mind and the abilities of the kids. And like I said, most of the kids, once they start in a program like this, they rarely leave and still do their other things in sports and clubs and stuff like that. They're very busy students today, very busy.
An organization develops students just like the IHSAA does. That is very, very cool to see.
Yeah. And I really think Indiana has a good base to build off of. It's been going around now since beginning here, but Indiana First has been a big blessing about things. They now are taking care of all the programs from K through 12 in Indiana, starting this last year, and that makes a difference. You can have some coordination through all of it, and that makes it all happen. And if anybody wants more information, they can just go to the Indiana First website and ask questions or do what they want to do, or even ask people to come over. I bet any team out here would go do a demonstration at any school if they wanted it.
Yeah.
So
it's a cool community, just like high school athletics. It is definitely very, very cool.
Yeah.
As we see our operators ready to go for qualification round 59 and 64, Thunderbots 76-57, Purple Precision 31-36, and Munster Horsepower 31-47. That makes up the Red Alliance on the right side of your screen. Left side of your screen is Blue Alliance, made up of Cybertooth, their robot Rattlesnake from Northwestern, Huskies on Hogs, we'll call it 2.0, out of Columbus North and East, who had that catastrophic failure that then they were able to rectify and come back from, which is really cool, their perseverance, and they're still in 25th place. Their robot is called Hogatron. The Last Crusaders are from Knightstown High School, 39-47, and they are the closest to your screen just moments ago. As you see, the fans still packed up. Anderson, a great venue to host this in. And we're trying to see what's going on with the Last Crusaders, who are having some trouble connecting to their robot. That is the team out of Wilkinson, Indiana, and Knightstown High School, of course, pretty close to the Hoosier Gymnasium.
Yeah, this place is full. There's standing room only. I think about every seat is filled, and people standing around the outside. That shows you how much importance it has to the attendees and their parents, grandparents, and other students, and even other people just want to see what's going on here. You know? So not every venue that we can do events in is allowable to make this happen for things. When you have multiple levels and things like this can make some challenges for robots moving and people moving. And so there's lots of logistics that go with all this besides the logistics of building a robot.
Yeah. And do we know where next year's competition will be held?
Well, it's interesting how you asked about that, because we actually request people to give bids for us to figure out what it would do, all right? And so nothing has been set yet, but they'll be accepting bids here shortly. And I know several schools that traditionally do that, and will continue to try and do that if they can. We try to spread them out, the north, the south, the central, so that we can actually grow this program first in all of Indiana. There's a big concentration in the north and in the middle, and the growing concentration down in the south.
Yeah, some of those new teams with higher numbers are from the Evansville, Columbus region as well. As you see that 74-54 Huskies on Hogs there from Evansville North.
Yeah, and I didn't mention earlier, but 3940 also won the very first event we had in week one at Penn, at Mishawaka Penn. And so they've got some skills too.
Yeah, Cyber 2.
Yeah.
With a relatively new team. See that blue dock flip up again, closer to the community side. Yesterday, blue dock flipped up and then got stuck. We had to redo the match as the last match of the day. And unfortunately, the team that requested a redo of the match because they wanted more rank points ended up getting no rank points.
Yeah, that was, I'm sure, disappointing to them. It was not even close.
Yeah, it actually changed up our top five quite a bit.
It did, yeah.
So some surprises heading into day two, I'm sure, early in the morning.
Also, the thing is this teeter-totter, which I still call it that. But anyway, the robots that can drive over that and drive back over it again and still be as productive as they are is also pretty amazing how durable they've made these robots and robust. So
it seems like some of them get airtime.
Yeah, I
I
have seen one in another competition that did get airtime.
We're going to try the triple dock on blue. A little too much weight there, but they still have a while. Cybertooth is going to reposition. Lordy, can you get up? 5 seconds.
Yep, they got it. They got it.
The buzzer beater. So this is going to be close, 108-92, but the triple dock on the blue side for the double dock on red, both with 4 links. Cooperation handshake is lit, which means that they only needed 4 for that extra rank point. So most likely it'll be a 4-2 rank point. Final score. Let's check it out. Red Alliance wins it despite the triple dock from blue. I'm going to guess they had more grid points.
Yeah.
Oh, they did by 1. Man, it was close. 130 to 122.
No penalties, which is good.
It is a 4-2 ranking point type of match. And everybody moving up, including Purple Precision from Brownsburg, back in the top 20. They were ranked 19th. Now they're up to 16, so up 3 spots. Thunderbots move up 1.
You know, rank doesn't really mean the most. It's more about how your robot works and how it performs, what can it score, what can you consistently do, and reliability of things. Because you may see in the selection process that we're going to do after we finish all our matches for Alliance selection, you may see a team pick a team in the 20s because they would work better with them than a team that was not that's set up in the top 5. All right?
All about complementing your robot's abilities if
Right.
you're an Alliance team captain.
Yeah, team captains get to make the decisions. And I'm sure they collaborate with the first pick they have too to get the third pick, go along with that. And you know, when we get all that, we'll also have all the robots that didn't make it into Alliance or into an Alliance that are in there. They will still be available in case one breaks. The next one in line gets to go with that team that broke. And they still all get to count that as a victory if they happen to win after that or keep going. So, so it's a good thing so that you can have a backup. So it's never really an offset of how many teams you have.
Hard to predict,
Yep.
but definitely a lot can happen. A lot can go right for these teams. We need Mel Kiper here to do a mock robotics draft.
Yeah. Draw and do things.
Yeah. With you're on the clock.
Here's that triple balance keeping going. It's happening. Oh, they keep coming to things. You know,
Cybertooth had to reposition entirely, and you can see the kind of narrow frame of Cybertooth, which gives it the ability to go for that triple dock. And one of the fastest robots out there, and it still uses that tank drive instead of the swerve.
Yeah. They're, you know, depending on the game, they can choose what they would like for it to be. And I think that they're still doing very successful with this tank system that they have there. So that contributes a lot to the driver and the operator, the drive team that we call it. And the drive team you can have a really fancy robot with lots of really special things, but if you can't drive it, it doesn't make any difference. Kind of like NASCAR, right?
Yeah.
Can't drive that nice car.
Makes sense. Indy in the month of May is very soon. So expect the speed limit to raise by about 10 miles an hour all around the state as everyone thinks about Gasoline Alley. And so we enter round 60. Red Alliance is West Side Boiler Invasion from West Lafayette, ranked 8th. Precision Guesswork from Lafayette Jeff. So Lafayette and West Lafayette on the same team. That's the first time that's happened in this competition. Penn Robotics Black Knights is the 3rd for Red Alliance from Penn High School in Mishawaka. On the blue team, it's just the left side of your screen, the Digital Goats in Beldar from Lawrence Central. Robo Blazers, who are 4th ranked in the competition, and Red Alert from Center Grove High School and their robot Tempest, ranked 18th. Highest rank is the Robo Blazers from University, who had a tough end to yesterday. They were on the receiving end of that difficult 49th match, and then, or whatever it was, the rematch, I should say.
Yes,
dropped down to 7th, and now they're back into the top 5.
Yeah. And they have a really good robot, too, that's also a tank drive system. So they
definitely gives you a little more stability, I've noticed, that tank drive. 2 robots, dock and engage. Jeff got some, airtime, and then slams into Robo Blazers against the wall. I think they got a penalty for that.
Yeah. if the red tape on the match, if a robot that's red is in that space or in that area, it's their protected zone. And even if a blue robot unintentionally hits them, they still can get a penalty.
We're going to see some penalty points in this one for sure.
But it's going to be a close scoring match, so sure, I know that's going to happen.
The most penalty points assessed yesterday was 35 from one team, one alliance in a single match.
And that was mostly because of autonomous, where we weren't controlling anything.
Right. Something is off the back of Lafayette Jeff's robot. It looks like it has a tail. 1646 there in the human dock.
Yeah, the score is really going to be close here. It may come down to how much things are going to happen together here with how many things that they can get, how many elements they can make, how many links can they make. And
something came off of Jeff just now. Well, it's in about the center of the floor, right near that gentleman with the yellow shirt on your screen in the center. See how that affects him in this one and down the road. Everybody's still operating. 118 to 103. 5 links on blue side, 4 on red. 30 seconds to go. A very, very full Blue Alliance community.
Yeah, we got several robots trying to get on the things, made links, and it doesn't look like it's going to make enough turn by getting all 3 robots up to make anything, so they didn't try. Red Alliance didn't even try on that.
Oh. And this is, of course, the last time that these robots here will compete. It's all of them, or most of them. No, all of them have competed 11 times.
Yeah.
So this was the 12th. And there's what fell off. Next to our.
That looks like a drive chain belt, but it could be something related to their elevator that moves their arm up and down.
So what?
Yeah, I think that's what that is.
What would the drive chain? How would you go about fixing that?
That one it has links in it that you can take on and off, and they could have broke the link, but it looks to me like it's part of their arm, not a part of the drive chain, because it was really long.
What's the severity of injury in your opinion?
They can put it all back on again and put it back together.
Just real quick.
It shouldn't take very long.
That's good.
All right? So because it's all accessible there. All right.
Right. Yeah, Lafayette Jeff, a difficult day yesterday. Now they've got a really long time, though, to fix it. So
we got a mascot there from 461.
That's West Side Boiler Invasion.
His name is Wobby.
What is he?
Well, it's an alien because it's an invasion, right?
What, Boiler Invasion. Oh, okay. All right. Blue Alliance wins it. 162. We're nearing that state high score.
Our 4th stayed the same, looks like, and looks like 461 was 9 or 8th. Now they're in 10th, so that wasn't too awful bad.
And it was a regular penalty that offset, so 5-5, no technical foul assessed, despite the huge contact early in that last one. So here's the autonomous portion, and you can kind of see where the chain should go for Jeff's robot, which is on the platform now, once it extends that arm. Here's the collision. Oh, they popped a cube. Didn't think that was possible yesterday.
Yeah, I remember seeing one done yesterday. But
Andy said that they have 10,000 extra cubes, so people are making clothing out of them.
So see in this picture the chain inside there?
Yeah, that's what fell off there.
I think that's what came off. Like a lot of systems I know on the robot of my team, we actually doubled that up. We have 2 chains, and they run on 2 sprockets at the same time so that they can, if one breaks, you still got one to work.
Would that make it less effective if one broke, or is
no,
it the same
not really.
speed?
It's just a safety. Yeah.
Nice. There's the hat.
There you go. It's a new standard for hats to be worn.
Fashion statement.
Yeah, right. And if you've seen Andy Baker's vest that he
Yeah,
has,
I
made out
have.
of cubes.
It looks inflatable.
Yeah.
I need to maybe do a tie for the. I got a suit in the car. I wasn't sure what to wear to this, so I have like 3 outfit changes in the Jeep. So maybe I'll make a tie for the final.
I think Andy has a tie as well, but I'm not sure.
Oh, he's stealing my thunder. All right, we're in 61. JD Arlen, Steve Florence, all-day live stream on the ISC Sports Network for the final round, the qualification round, and the final day, I should say, of the FIN FRC State Championship. So this will be Panther Tech from Western, Penn Robotics Gold, who's their younger team, 328, but it's their first year. It's a low number, but it's their first year. And Maverick Robots, who's in that 2 spot.
And still is, yeah.
Super Duper, by the way, despite losing,
still stayed in the spot.
Still stayed in their 1 spot.
It all based on the number of ranking points you have. It's
Right.
an average ranking point, and that's really significant.
Second time that Super Duper has been in the 1 spot, lost, and stayed in the 1 spot.
Yes.
Not back-to-back by any means,
Right.
but second time that's happened for them.
So if you look at it also, that Super Duper is 8-3, and number 2 is 9-2. But it's because of all the other factors that go in first. So
on the other side, the right side of your screen, is Galactech, 49-26. Tinley Trailblazers, 67-21. And Tiger Dynasty. And those are the Golden Rooks hats. Love the chess pieces. That's their younger team, so think like a JV varsity situation.
yeah, well, it's freshmen and sophomores.
Okay.
For the younger team, 328, and then the lower number, which is 135, are the juniors and seniors.
Looks like they're using is that an Xbox controller?
Kind of looks like it, yeah. And then you also find in the beginning when 135 is one of our older teams. This is their 26th season. And in the beginning, when they started, they only used seniors.
Nice.
Only seniors.
Wow, okay.
So you had a new team every year.
Difficult to do.
Yeah, so.
Kind of like Kentucky basketball, just different guys every year.
Yeah.
So what team do you work as a part of? 461?
461 is the team I started and I still continue to work with. I have less and less super involvement now, but because I've got a lot of good mentors to take care of that. I retired and just have fun. So,
West Lafayette's a cool place to be.
Yep. That's there are more people that are retired, I think, in West Lafayette than one with kids. And it's a small school district too. There's only like 2,100, almost not even quite 2,200 in the whole school district, K to 12.
Wow.
So.
It was always difficult living I lived in West Lafayette for 6 years. It was difficult to find Gordon Straley Field because it's disconnected from the high school. So it's always a hike. Where did you guys compete? Were you up in where did you practice, I should say?
So the football team, actually, this field right next to the school is where it used to be.
Right.
And then they built a sports complex on the north side of town to do that. When I was coaching wrestling there, I was a wrestling coach, and we had that in the building. And when I was teaching there, we did the robotics in the building. But it's gotten so large now because I run programs from basically from second grade all the way through high school.
Right.
And so we have an old school that's been closed for about 5 years, and we work out of that now.
Oh, I used to get COVID tested over there.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And that has been a blessing for us because we have enough space to be able to do all these programs. And this gives an advantage to one place for all the people to come. So until they decide to do what to do with their building.
No, it's a good facility over there. Happy Hollow.
Yeah,
right?
Happy Hollow School, built in 1961.
Wow, it looks like it, but it's a good spot. We're just waiting on Penn to figure out some controller issues. Check out the line dancing going on. the other side there.
Yeah, that's a big part of that. Dancing and things like this. Kids need to be engaged all the time. So they do a good job of that with all this. And even the volunteers will get into it, like our dancing referee we had earlier today.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, he's on break over here.
Okay. Probably tired.
Yeah.
There we go. Pen's good to go. Party started. And Sergeant Joe has been great at autonomous docking.
Yeah, 4272 got 3 elements scored in autonomous. 2 cubes and a cone.
They have their high for this competition has been 10 game pieces by themselves.
Yes.
Which is impressive. And yesterday they did 8, then 9, then 10. I mean, McCutcheon is on a tear.
Yeah.
Which is great. Good for them.
Yeah, we'll see how all this plays out in Alliance selection and who picks who,
Yeah. Some big hits.
Yeah. And the McCutcheon's robot is very robust. Oh, there it's moving. It's not moving.
It's, they suck up that cone.
Yeah. They have a very reliable intake and things like that. They had some issues in other events, but I think they've worked them all out now.
It's good.
The gremlins are gone.
It's very sturdy.
Yeah.
And Steve, one thing that we were talking about yesterday is that you can actually put weights at the bottom if you aren't.
Yes. So,
heavy enough, yeah.
The robots are, you got to plan for what you're doing. For an example, if you want to do this triple balance thing, then you need robots that are kind of narrow, all right? And you don't want them too narrow, and you don't want them too tall because they can be tippy. So I know that our team, we have 20 pounds of weight in the bottom plate, so the center of gravity is lower and it doesn't get tippy.
Okay,
right?
that makes sense.
And a lot of teams have got some weights in there to do that. We just took some old weights that you use in the weight room and mounted them to the bottom plate.
No tipping from the school from Tippy Canoe. Very nice.
Yeah. They can weigh up to 125 pounds total.
Right.
Without a battery and without bumpers. They also weigh bumpers to make sure that they're in the limit too. So a robot completely at 125 pounds with bumpers and a battery could get up to 150 pounds. Right?
That is, and you know what? These kids are strong. They come in after the tournament and they'll just pick them up.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's cool. They're definitely getting a workout here.
It's a closer match than I expected.
Yeah, 108, 104. I honestly don't know who won because we'll see what happened with penalty points and docking. Our judges taking a moment, see that final score. We're just a couple away. I mean, we're just 3 away. This next one will be 62.
Yeah, it's nice. Both of them did a docking of 2 robots, and the third one was in the community, which also gets score points too if it's in the community in the back near their scoring thing. So those all help out very much for that. So.
Blue Alliance wins it 130 to 126 within 4. Very close game. McCutcheon's back up to the top spot, and their fans love it. They're going crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see who picks who in this elimination thing. Now, let's go take a look, see if, I don't know, does Super Duper have another match yet?
I'll take a look. Do you happen to know their number off the top of your head?
Yes, it's 74-57.
Control F. They have one more.
Yeah, so theoretically, it could possibly change again. So.
Yeah, they are in 63, so not this one, but the next. Yeah. And that's our penultimate match of the qualifying round.
Yes.
Yep, so programming note, we will take a break after those 64 matches and then come back with our alliance selection. And of course, teams can't just jump right into it. They've got to talk, and we will take a lunch break and we will step away. So if you watched yesterday, we left it on that kind of wide shot of the stadium. Give you a chance at home to grab some lunch, maybe turn on the Masters for a couple of hours.
Or if you're close, you could drive on down here and watch us in person, which is even more fun.
Free admission.
Yes, they are.
Yep.
All first events are free.
Very nice. All the attention was on this yesterday. It'll be on today. And then, of course, how long do teams have until, let's say you're one of the 10 that is moving on to Houston. How long do you have until Houston?
Okay. It actually starts on Wednesday, the 19th, right?
Of this month?
Yes.
Oh, my.
And you can load in, and competition will start. It'll be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It takes 3 days to run through all that, all right? Some teams will leave on Tuesday of that week to get there if they're driving the bus, because it's about a 16-hour drive. And,
no thanks.
Yeah. And I don't know if there may be some fly, but you still got to get your stuff down there, your robot and all that stuff.
And it's heavy, like you just said.
Right. So FedEx is one of the sponsors at the corporate level.
Gotcha.
And they will ship your robot down there. And if you happen to be one of those, they have to have that robot ready and in a crate of the signed by first that has to be in there by Tuesday of next week.
So do you want to take it apart to ship it?
No, you can fit it in
leave
the
it
box.
together.
The box can't weigh more than 400 pounds with the robot in it. So,
Oh, okay.
So it's a shipping crate that you can make, and they're designed for it all.
And then you probably pack that so
right.
it can't move.
You
What do you pack it with?
Right. Yeah, well, you actually would probably not bolt it, but type clamps to keep it off its wheels,
Oh,
but
okay.
then keep it down. And the other part is you can actually physically take your robot down there too.
Right.
All right. So you can actually have it longer.
Just throw it in the back seat.
Right. Take the van or the,
Sure.
See, a lot of teams have trailers, but again, there's still a 16-hour drive. So,
No thanks.
and so, in past years, except for the last two, we've had events nearby. They were in, St. Louis for about 4 years or something like that. We had some in Detroit, and we had some in St. Louis. So it's been,
Is this
been
the
in
farthest?
Atlanta. This is the farthest. It's been in Houston before, a long time ago. But originally, all of the first championships were done at Disney World.
Oh.
Which is a 22-hour drive from here.
Happiest place on earth.
Yeah. But that, I think, first grew too large for them. At that time, they closed Epcot down, put up tents in the parking lot, and everything was air-conditioned tents.
Pop quiz, Steve. What does EPCOT stand for?
I don't know.
Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow.
Oh,
my one. That was Final Jeopardy a couple of nights ago.
Trivial Pursuit, like the other games.
Yeah.
And they're rebuilding it.
Yes. All right, we move on to round 62. Let me pull it up. We've got Hatchet Robotics on the Blue Alliance, 8116. The Tech Hounds, 868. And the Quadrangles from Bloomington, 3494. On the Red Alliance, it's 5188. Classified Robotics and Gonk. From West Vigo, Terre Haute North, and South. Cybertooth, who ranks 18th but has been playing extremely tough the entire competition. That's one where they're probably going to get drafted pretty fast.
Yeah, I think, like I said, you could be in the teens, the 20s, or even clear down in the 30s, because I have 32 teams here, if you just have had some gremlins on your alliance.
Right.
All right?
Yeah, Cybertooth is a really good squad. That 18 does not do them justice.
No.
Cyber Blue is their teammate, the final team for the Red Alliance 234 from Perry Meridian. It's a pretty good lineup. I know Hatchet has had some difficulty with their robot Schmelvin.
These creative names are always fascinating to me, too.
We were trying to break that down, Bryce Castle and myself. We couldn't figure out what Schmelvin is. I think I'm too old. I think I missed a meme somewhere.
Yeah.
whatever it may be.
I'm sure it means a lot to the kids.
Yeah. Tech Hounds robot. Docked in time. It's that blue 868. And they go from displaying the school colors to displaying cone. So something we talked about for quite a bit of yesterday was that the LEDs are not just for show, but oftentimes if they're yellow, they're asking for a cone from their human operators. And if they're pink or purple, they're asking for a cube.
Yeah, it depends on the team on how they want to do that. And it's very informative to the driver and operator because they're on the opposite side picking up the elements that they're trying to get to in their and take them back to the community to put them in. So
looks like Tech Hound's telescoping arm got stuck on the pole for a second, but they were able to dig themselves out of trouble. Yesterday, that happened to 5188, and that telescoping arm that they had, and actually they got so stuck that something came off, and they had to fix it in the Steve Florence pit zone.
Well, it's really good is that this has happened to other robots through some of the competitions. So again, the idea is the design for fixing quickly and making sure that you have spare parts on hand or spare parts or maybe even spare components. You're allowed to do that. It is a very good idea to have backups.
For almost every component, I'm imagining.
Yeah.
So you could almost build a second robot if you needed to.
So one of the things we do in FIRST, which is very good, is we have what's called gracious professionalism. How do we share with others? And so a team may need something like a motor. I had a team that needed a motor for their drivetrain, and so we gave them one because we had one that they needed. So
it's good.
And they may or may not bring it back, but it doesn't make that much difference, really, unless it's really expensive. They also have a booth in the pit area for spare parts that could be used. Let's say one of the robot controllers went bad, and they're not inexpensive. So they may borrow one from the kit of parts. So.
Makes total sense.
Yeah, so looks evident that the Red Alliance may have this
a little bit. 6 links, 131 plus 2 docks. Yeah, I think they got it. So, Steve, as we move forward to 63, this is super duper. They need to get rank points because they just have dropped out of the first spot.
Oh, okay.
So they've got to get back up. Maverick Robotics is taken over after this matchup, and so Super Duper will try to get back in that first position in round 63.
Yeah, I don't know what they've got going on right now, but it is very close for sure.
Check in on the rankings. Maverick Robots in first, Super Duper in second, Wolfpack in third. Wolfpack's been 1, 2, 3, or 4 since breakfast time yesterday. Team Thrust is in fifth, Tiger Dynasty in sixth, Hammond in seventh, and Panther Tech rounds us out at eighth. 9th and 10th, still qualifying for the international competition, is the Quadrangles and Red Pride Robotics. Just below them is, on the bubble, is Westside Boiler Invasion.
Well, to qualify for Worlds, it's not by rank, it's by...
Oh, my fault.
Okay, so what happens is the winning alliance, those 3 teams, move on.
Gotcha.
Okay? There'll be a winner of what's called the Engineering Inspiration Award, about how you affect your community in inspiring engineering, and that's an automatic bid. There's another automatic bid for the Impact Award, which is the highest honor a team can get, and then there are slots after that. We can send a rookie down as a rookie all-star as well. The judges did interviews on that today, by the way. And then the next 3 or even 4, because if a team, let's say they win the event and they also won one of the other awards and things, that brings another team in after that. So,
okay.
So all of that will be done. We'll know at the very end of the day. And then everybody's going to have to make decisions. Can you go to Worlds? If you can't go to Worlds, then they'll go to the next team down.
Makes sense. So you guys have, judges have a difficult
Judges
afternoon ahead.
Yeah. They have probably eliminated a lot of it already, but they'll finalize all that by probably 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. And then they'll write some that I call punny scripts, a lot of scripts that have puns in it to give little hints about what team's going to get that award.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, all right?
We'll, of course, bring you that on ISC. So you heard it here, 2, 3 o'clock. We'll find out our teams. That'll be myself and Scott Miller breaking that down.
Yeah. So we won't know any of the awards until after match 12 of the playoffs.
Okay.
Then they'll start with some awards between playoffs.
Gotcha.
And then they'll do a playoff match or two. They'll get down and do some more awards. But all of the awards besides winning Alliance will all be the Impact Award and the Engineering Inspiration will be when they announce the finalists and the winners of the event. It's kind of like the big hurrah.
So you said the Impact Award is the highest honor.
Yes.
How does one win the Impact Award?
So impact is how do you impact your community, all right? Whether it's here in the state, in your local community, in the state, or even beyond, you know. Let's say, for an example, that you had some connections with another country and you helped get a team started over there. That would be an impact, all right? Or how are you impacting the kids? You know, a lot of teams will have workshops and things that'll be involved of how do I get more people involved with FIRST in these programs for the kids. So we're getting some noise out, and it's really going to get loud later, by the way.
yeah, I can imagine. No, that makes sense. It's like a multifaceted. So it's not just success because FIRST obviously way bigger than just robotics.
Right.
It's what you guys kept saying.
They always say more than robots.
Right.
Right. And this Impact Award is the first year that it's had that name. Prior to that, it was called the Chairman's Award.
Chairman's Award.
Right?
Okay.
All right. And every one of FIRST programs has a similar award, right?
Right.
So that you can, like in the FTC level, which is grades 7 through 12, also good for smaller schools and things, they have what's called the Inspire Award, right?
And we had our Inspire Award winner on in MJ.
Yes,
moments
MJ.
ago, earlier today.
MJ is also one of our finalists we're sending to Worlds for the Dean's List for FTC as well.
Gotcha.
She's a special person, I call her.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And,
we were lucky to have her on.
Yeah. And then in Legos, the smallest, or grades 4 through 8, they have what's called the Champions Award. But all of them have a similar structure.
Gotcha.
Right?
I did the Lego event in middle school myself.
Did you?
Mr. Gunther's 6th grade class, Celebration Florida.
I remember Mr. Gunther. He was actually a member of Team 135 when he was in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
We did not do so well. We did not win.
Well, like I said, there's only one winner in Legos.
Right. That big robotic arm from Westfield kind of stands out among the rest. It's by and large the tallest robot of this competition when it stands all the way up.
There is a limit on how high you could be, how far out you could be from your frame perimeter. Right? But then again, looks like the Red Alliance is running away with that, which is super duper, which may affect whether they're ranked 1 or 2. But
big collision. That's that Purdue robot there, the 65, 74, 55. I can never get that.
Yeah, it's
74, 57.
Yeah.
There it is. Average rank point of 3.36 is just a huge number. Thunderous applause.
Like I said, everybody's a winner out here to me because everybody gets something out of this.
There's Shamrock Robotics
from Westfield.
We make reels of reactions at the end of these. And our director, Jordan Shue, told me that he has 6 minutes that he exported yesterday of just reaction.
Yeah.
That we're going to be able to use for a lot of stuff on ISC. But yeah, it just goes to show that there's a whole lot of emotion that goes into the day, the weekend.
Right. The whole weekend's been that way. And, there aren't very many events in sports that lack multiple days. So,
right.
But it looks like Red
Team
that
wins 162.
Brought Super Duper back to number 1 again.
There you go.
15:01 number 4.
And that's
we still have 5 and 7 over here.
It'll pretty much be locked in because we only have one more match in the preliminary. Again, then we'll take a break. Then we'll come back and we'll have our alliance selection, and that'll be primarily done. You get a break from my voice. That'll be done
from the field.
From the field.
Yeah.
And then after that, we will go to lunch and start our playoffs. So here's some of the autonomous round. 15:01. It's a pretty cool bout with the. It's able to pick them up off the floor and then.
Yeah, it plays through. I call it.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
And everybody. Like I said, this has probably been one of the toughest state championships I've ever seen. Amount of teams that are so well done and put together.
32 of Indiana's finest.
Yep.
Is it 32 every year?
It is.
How many teams are in the state of Indiana? Ballpark.
I think 56, I think, right now.
Okay.
All right. So experience in the state championship is very, very much involved with celebrating because, not everybody can make it to the state championship.
Right.
But we do have a larger than 50% of our teams get to go. But that makes this event so good because you got this broad spectrum of teams, and they're all working hard. I also like the way kids dress up and have, either team spirit of some type, something related like the picture right now.
The Crusaders. I love it.
It's got a chainmail thing on there.
You could wash a cast iron dish with those. That's cool.
And so that, to me, that's great because students don't like to be out there too much. You know? And it's some of it a risk. I always see MJ down there on the field. You don't have that on your screen, but she always has these big platform shoes.
Yeah, those are cool. She's got all the buttons and the pink blazer. There she is.
Yeah.
That's who was on earlier, folks. You heard her voice. There's the platform shoes.
Yeah. Reminds me of the 60s.
Thanks to our fantastic ISC crew. Jordan Shue, our director. Dennis Glover in the replay booth. Brian Pierce, Alex Laverne, Vince Morales, and Eldon Wheeler on cameras.
Yeah, a lot of our announcers and play-by-play people are alumni and volunteer for events all the time. And some of them live out of state, and they do volunteer in their state too. It's pretty impressive. In fact, a lot of the people around the field, referees and scorekeepers and volunteers, all alumni.
Definitely have to have that experience and connection with it to keep doing it, to keep wanting to do it, and they definitely do. There's no shortage of volunteers here that have been here since Thursday. We were here on Thursday setting up, and it was a party. I mean, there was a lot of people here.
Yeah.
We've been blessed, even though we're indoors, we've been blessed with good weather.
Yeah.
This weekend, so it's made it very easy to get things in and out of the truck. This is the last one for the qualification round. We've now seen 64 matchups charged up. There's a tie-up.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Not what you want to see in the final match.
So,
technical foul, looks like.
So that was a foul on Red, 1555, because they went inside of the perimeter of the opposing alliance. All right. And I saw him do the flag twice, which means there were 2 fouls.
10 points.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah.
We'll definitely see a different angle of that in a moment, but that, like after this, but yeah, that was one of the more intense tie-ups, extracurriculars we've seen so far. Everybody's okay, though, at least cosmetically. Another foul. There's going to be a lot of penalty points in this final 64th round. Red Pride, by the way, from Plainfield, they're 34-87. They're in 8th. So win and you're in, most likely.
Yeah, well, you won't see a lot of changes now unless they were just on a bubble and they got enough ranking points to make that happen. But they're all working hard, that's for sure. Trying to play the game. A lot of collisions there. It's almost like Demolition Derby.
Everyone told me when we were setting up, it's not BattleBots. It is not BattleBots. But there's definitely some defense allowed.
Yes. Like I said, you can't get inside the robot's perimeter because you could rip wires out or make the robot break or whatever. So
earlier we saw modern era basketball. This is like 90s hoops here. We're going to try the triple dock on both sides, it looks like. 4 seconds to go. Triple dock achieved on the Red Alliance. 114 points to 130. That might have been enough to sway them. So check it out.
Yeah,
everybody ranked in the 20s on Red Alliance.
Right.
Go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
Yeah, well, the thing that's interesting is those penalty points are already in the score.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. So the only thing that's going to change here is if there was more points because of the triple climb or whatever that is that's going to make that happen. So unless there is a question, and you'll see on the screen it will come up with, it says under review, just like they're doing basketball games and everything else.
Right.
They don't look at video, though. We're not allowed to watch video review. It's only the referees all get together. They're doing that right now. And they'll make sure everything is correct. And they'll move on to sending the score to the screen that we'll all see. And
makes sense. No instant replay, kind of like vintage baseball.
Yeah.
So just on the intuition of the refs. But they have a good angle. There's 4 of them as well. And so there's refs, and then there's the field supervisor. Is that right?
The guy in the yellow and black shirt is the head ref. And he's the final call. And then there's referees. And then we have the field supervisors. Well, food supervisors, but you have the FTAs, which is the first technical advisor. They take care of making sure all the things are ready, all the electronics, all the things like that. We have 2 of those here today, and they're both also first alums.
Everybody.
Yeah. So, like I said, it becomes almost a lifetime thing. There are some things that get in the way. Sometimes life gets in the way, and you can't do that. But I'm proud of the head ref because he's one of my alums.
Oh, cool.
So, he's been head ref for a long time now. So.
We'll check in at the scorer's table. We'll see that final score once they give it to us. We're not sure either. Up here in the Ravens' nest.
Hope he's getting a card out, which a card is, there's like soccer, there's a red card and a yellow card, right?
Red card's an ejection and or a disqualification from that, and they don't get any ranking points. Is that right?
It's 0. I don't think he got the red one out. I think he looks to me like he may have one in his hand, but doesn't look red. He's got a yellow card.
Mustard card in his hand.
Yep.
No ketchup.
He'll explain it.
Right? Blue wins. Wow. Okay, it really came down to it. So within 3.
There's penalty points on both sides.
And that means Plainfield moves into the 7th position, and so they will be able to select.
Yeah, the yellow card went to team 50-55 for that being inside their perimeter, all right? And the referee will have to go through all the process of explaining to that. There's a big question mark on the side of the scoring table there that a team can stand on to get reference to whatever that is. You notice the head ref is standing there waiting for somebody to ask, but hasn't happened. If there's actually, so I said,
Strike.
I assume we're good to go. Well, here's a review of that.
Yeah, so here's we got the whole match for you.
Yeah, and you know, there's autonomous scoring 2 things with 10-24 on the other side. All of them scoring 1 and getting the balance on the.
Dennis Glover editing these live, by the way,
Yeah.
for each one. Very impressive. So we'll see some of the contact, because this started fairly early, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's a couple of bumps and bruises. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. First tie up, and the yellow card assessed to 15:55.
And if they're selected in the mode, in the process of being in the
Alliance.
After Alliance, when they start playing the playoff system.
Playoffs,
Right.
yeah.
It used to be called eliminations, but now it's called playoffs.
I see.
A lot of name changes. And in the playoff system, then they carry that yellow card with them if they are with that.
Makes sense.
So, and much like in sports. And so I know.
Yellow card.
Yeah.
There it is. So that does it for the first 64, the qualification rounds, and it looks like they're about ready to go.
So they have drawings every event.
Oh, okay,
where
that's what this is.
Yeah, donations by some of our sponsors.
And we will, we're going to throw it down the field, and you see MJ standing there. She'll take over for us, so check in down on the field.
Next up, we also have Caden from Team 135.
And next we have, again from Team 135, we have Owen.
Next, we have Michael from Team 3176.
Next we have Victoria from Team 328.
Next up, we have Jonathan from Team 3176.
And next we have Brenna from Team 1741.
Next, we have Jacob from Team 292.
All right, next we have, All right, next we have Lucy from Team 3487.
All right, last one. For the Indy Marco, we have Sonnet from Team 3176.
All right,
Go. I was just going to say thank you to everyone who participated, and since it was from the student board, here's a little shout out that you should all join the student board because we do super cool things to represent the student boys.
All right, thank you so much, everybody, and good luck with Alliance selections.
Welcome back up here in the Raven's Nest. JD Arlen and Danny Blau back on the mic. Danny, good to have you back.
Absolutely fantastic to be here.
How about a little preview of what's to come now with Alliance Selection?
Absolutely. So we've played 64 matches to kind of get everybody ranked in order according to sort of the rulebook and sort of the tournament structure. And now those top 8 teams have earned the right to pick their alliance. And so what will have happen here is we'll bring out those top 8 ranked teams. Starting off number 1 seed, Super Duper Robotics from Purdue Polytechnic High School. Moving down, number 2, Maverick Boiler Robotics from McCutcheon High School. Then we've got Robo Blazers, University High School. Team Thrust in 4th place from Huntington, followed up by Career Academy Robotics, then Tiger Dynasty and Red Pride, and rounding out the top 8, Team Hammond. So we'll bring out a representative from each of those 8 teams out here onto the field, and then starting with the 1 seed, they'll get the opportunity to select the teams that are going to be on their alliance for the remainder of the tournament for our elimination playoffs. And so we'll go through the order. Number 1, gets that first pick. They can pick anybody in the building. And then if you're, sort of in the top 8, in that top cluster, they have the opportunity to either accept that invitation, or if they think their odds are a little bit better on their own, they can choose to, form their own alliance, stay their own captain. The one big rule is if you say no to somebody, you cannot then turn around and say yes to somebody else. So you're either on the team or you're going to be your own captain and you're going to kind of chart your own path. Really, that rule is there just to prevent super alliances from being formed.
Sure.
We don't want people holding out for their buddies. And so we'll go through the first round. Everybody will pick one partner, and then we'll snake around. We'll come backwards through the order, go from Alliance 8 up to Alliance number 1. Again, trying to kind of balance things out a little bit. And then get the 3rd robot on that alliance. And then those 8 will be locked in for the remainder of the tournament.
So Team 8, which is Team Hammond, the Beast, they're going to have 2 back-to-back picks.
Exactly.
They get to pick their alliance right there, and then it's done.
Yep,
Okay.
Absolutely. And so, there's a good chance Hammond probably won't be the 8th captain. There's probably a good chance that, the teams above them, will sort of pick each other. And as that happens, each one of them will move up a spot. But yeah, exactly right. Whoever is in that 8th spot, they get 2 picks back to back.
Awesome. We'll throw it down to the MC so we can see what's going on with Alliance Selection.
Start the playoff tournament, we need to create our 8 alliances that are made of 3 teams. Let's watch a video that explains the alliance selection process.
The top 8 teams move into the team captain positions of the playoff alliances. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts it. Suppose Alliance 2 selects Alliance 4, but Alliance 4 declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's now Alliance 3's turn, but the same rule applies. Alliance 4 is not available, so Alliance 3 has to select another team from the available pool. And the next alliance can select any available team that hasn't declined an invitation. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a previously unavailable team has become an alliance captain. At this point, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they can't be selected. Alliance 8 now picks their 3rd team member from the remaining available teams. Alliance 7 picks their 3rd team member, and so on, all the way back to their number 1 alliance. All alliances are now full, so alliance selection is complete. But the next several teams need to be prepared to serve as backup teams if one of the selected teams can no longer compete. Listen for an announcement for how many teams will be asked to serve as backups. And be sure to let the head referee know if your team accepts that responsibility. Let's start our alliance selection.
Alrighty, everybody, so just to recap a couple things, the representative from the highest ranked team will be the captain. After an alliance extends an invitation to another team to join their alliance, we need that representative from our lovely alliance captain representatives to come on to the field and either accept or decline. As they talked about in the video, the biggest rule during alliance selection is if a team declines an invitation, they may not be selected by another alliance. This is not anything against the team that they're coming up to and saying that to. It could be just a strategy thing or a robot problem or something else. It's all about the strategy, you know? And they don't lose the right to select if they are an alliance captain. If one picks 2 and they decline, number 2 keeps their alliance captain title, and number 1 will invite another team. But if number 1 picks number 2 and number 2 does accept, then everybody in the alliance captain pool will move up, and the 9th seed will become the 8th seed alliance captain. This is where our strategies plays out. Teams are going to look to partner with other teams whose robots complement their own. Each alliance captain is looking to make the strongest possible alliance. These 8 alliances will compete in the double elimination playoff tournament, aiming towards the best 2 out of 3 finals. Now, we're going to go ahead and meet our teams. They all have been ranked based on their performance in their qualification matches from yesterday and today. And now, it is absolutely my pleasure to tell you all our top 8 teams. We're going to go ahead and introduce our 8th seed alliance captain. Congratulations to Team 71.
Team 71, Team Hammond, is from the Area Career Center in Hammond, Indiana.
Moving on to our number 7 seed, it is Team 3487.
Team 3487, Red Pride Robotics from Plainfield High School in Plainfield, Indiana.
Congratulations. Moving across the field to our number 6 seed alliance captain, congratulations to Team 5010.
Team 5010, Tiger Dynasty from Fishers High School in Fishers, Indiana.
And our 5th seed alliance captain is going to be Team 5484.
Team 5484 Wolfpack from Career Academy South Bend in South Bend, Indiana.
Moving up the field to our 4th seed alliance captain, we have Team 1501.
Team 1501, Team Thrust, a 4-H team representing Huntington, Indiana.
Moving on to our 3rd seed alliance captain. In this spot, we have Team 7617.
Team 7617, the Robo Blazers from University High School in Carmel, Indiana.
Our 2nd seed alliance captain is Team 4272.
Team 4272, Maverick Robotics from McCutcheon High School in Lafayette, Indiana.
And finally, after qualification, 64 rounds of qualification matches, our number 1 seed for this event is Team 7457.
Team 7457 is Super Duper Robotics from Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Alrighty, everybody. So everybody knows how this process works. We're going to go ahead and start with 7457 here, and we're going to work all the way down to number 8. Number 8 is going to pick again, and then we're going to go all the way back to number 1 for these picks for the alliances. And now, 7457, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 7457 would love to invade Elims with Team 461.
Team 461!
Team 461, Westside Boiler Invasion from West Lafayette Junior Senior High School in West Lafayette, Indiana.
Team 461 would love to invade this competition with you.
All right, let's give it up for 461 in our first pick of the day. Alrighty, 4272. Who would you like to pick?
Team 4272 would like to invite Team 1501 to join this convoy.
Team 1501.
Team 1501, Team Thrust.
On behalf of Team 1501, we are charged up and ready to soar with you.
Alrighty, let's hear it for the first pick of the second seed, Alliance. Alrighty, because we have an Alliance captain moved up the field, we're going to go ahead and have all our Alliance captains move up a cone, and we are going to invite Team 292 to come in and be our new 8th seed Alliance captain.
Team 292, Panther Tech from Western High School in Rushville, Indiana.
We have now made our way to the 3rd seed Alliance, Team 7617. Who would you like to invite to your Alliance?
Team 7617 would like to invite Team 5010.
Team 5010!
Team 5010, Tiger Dynasty.
On behalf of our sponsor, the 50bot, Team 5010 would love to accept.
Alrighty, that's so awesome to hear. 5010 and Team 7617. Can all our Alliance captains please move up a spot? And we would like to invite our 11th seed, Team 3494, to the 8th seed Alliance captain spot.
Team 3494, the Quadrangles. They're a family and community team from Bloomington, Indiana.
Alrighty, 5484, who would you like to invite to the 4th seed Alliance?
On behalf of our sponsors, Andy Mark and Career Academy South Bend, Team 5484 graciously invites Team 829.
Team 829!
Team 829, the Digital Goats from the Walker Career Center in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Alrighty, Team 829.
On behalf of 829, we'd love to partner with you.
Alrighty. Making our way to the back, we have our 5th seed Alliance captain, Team 3487. What would you like to do?
On behalf of AMPG, Geodis, and the rest of our sponsors, we would like to take charge of this competition with Team 3176.
Alrighty, Team 3176!
Team 3176 is Purple Precision from Brownsburg High School in Brownsburg, Indiana.
Alright, Team 3176, what do you say?
On behalf of Team 3176, we're happy to be precisely what you need.
Alrighty, let's hear it for our first pick on the 5th seed Alliance. Alrighty, Team 71, who are you going to pick for your Alliance?
On behalf of Team Hammond 71, we would like to release the beast with Team 1024.
Alright, Team 1024!
Team 1024 is Kilobytes from the Mackenzie Center for Innovation and Technology in Indianapolis, Indiana.
On behalf of Team 1024, we accept.
Alright, let's hear it for them. Our second to last Alliance captain, what are you going to do?
Just a second, waiting for the, all right. Team 292 and all of our sponsors would like to invite Team 3494 to join our alliance.
Alrighty, Team 3494!
Team 3494, the Quadrangles.
Team 3494 would love to score up with you.
Alrighty, you know what that means. We have to invite a new 8th seed Alliance captain, Team 6498. Would you please come and join us on the field?
Team 6498 is Castle Robotics from Castle High School in Newburgh, Indiana.
Alrighty, do you guys need a minute?
Yes, please.
Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and give them a minute to think of that strategy. Just a recap for everybody as we move into the 3rd pick of Alliance selection. After 6498 picks, we're going to go ahead and go back up the field. 6498?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Who are you going to pick?
On behalf of Team 6498 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 3940.
Team 3940!
Team 3940 is Cybertooth from Northwestern High School in Kokomo, Indiana.
Cybertooth 3940 enthusiastically accepts.
Alrighty, let's hear it for our first pick on the 8th seed Alliance. Alrighty, we'll give them a little bit of a minute to converse and try and figure out that third pick. It's important for these robots to make sure that the third robot that they pick is compatible with their 2 existing robots. You can see all of the routers up in the stands are strategizing together to try and make sure they pick the best third robot for their alliance. Alrighty, I think we are ready here on the field. Alrighty, my 8th seed Alliance captains, who would you like to invite?
On behalf of Alliance 8, we would like to invite Team 868.
Alrighty, Team 868.
Team 868, that's the Tech Hounds from Carmel High School in Carmel, Indiana.
Team 868 gratefully accepts.
Alright, let's hear for our 8th seed Alliance. Alrighty, my 7th seed, are you guys ready to go? Alrighty, awesome.
On behalf of Panther Tech, 292, and all of our sponsors,
And 3494.
we would like to invite Team 5188 to join our alliance.
Alrighty, Team 5188.
Team 5188 is Area 5188 classified robotics from West Vigo High School and Terre Haute South Vigo High School and Terre Haute North Vigo High School in Terre Haute, Indiana.
Okay, Team 5188 gratefully accepts.
Alrighty, congratulations to our 7th seed Alliance. My 6th seed Alliance, are we?
On behalf of Team Hammond 71,
And 1024.
we would like to release the beast with Team 234.
Alrighty, Team 234.
Team 234 is Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian High School in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Alrighty, Team 234.
Cyber Blue gratefully accepts.
Fantastic, and this is our 6th seed Alliance. Alrighty, my 5th seed, are you guys?
Team 3487
And 3176.
take pride in inviting Team 1741 to our alliance.
Team 1741!
Team 1741, Red Alert from Center Grove High School in Greenwood, Indiana.
Team 1741, what do you say?
Team 1741 says,
Challenge! Awesome! Love to hear it. Alrighty, we are going to be giving our 4th seed alliance a moment. We have 4 more picks before we have all 8 alliances selected, and then they are going to go into a double elimination playoff. So, super excited to see what all these alliances have in store. Alrighty, we have a pick from our 4th alliance.
On behalf of Team 5484 and our sponsors,
And 829.
we graciously invite Team 135.
Team 135!
Team 135 is Penn Robotics Black Knights from Penn High School in Mishawaka, Indiana.
Alrighty, 135.
On behalf of Team 135, we would love to ride into battle with you.
Alrighty, congratulations to our 4th seed alliance. Our 3rd seed alliance is ready. Who would you all like to pick to round out your alliance?
Team 7617
and Team 5010
would like to invite Team 7657 Thunderbots.
Team 7657.
Team 7657 Thunderbots from the New Tech Institute in Evansville, Indiana.
Team 7657 would love to fly high above the competition with you.
All right, congratulations to Team 7657 and the 3rd seed alliance. MJ, how are you feeling today?
Pretty good. You?
I'm loving it. It's been a great morning.
Jokes today?
Give me a minute. Come back to me.
Okay, I have a joke for all of you guys. If you've
So
been
excited.
at a first event for this, you know that I've multiple times, but
That's. I guess AV cut her off. They didn't want to hear the joke.
okay, the joke is my embarrassment now. Okay, you guys are ready though.
Team 4272
And 1501.
would like to invite Team 3147.
Team 3147!
Team 3147 is Munster Horsepower from Munster High School in Munster, Indiana.
Team 3147 graciously accepts.
Congratulations to our 2nd seed alliance. Alrighty, our 1st seed alliance is ready to go. What would you guys like to pick?
Team 7457
461
thinks it would be golden to work with Team 328.
Team 328!
Team 328 Penn Robotics Golden Rooks from Penn High School in Mishawaka, Indiana.
On behalf of Team 328, we'd love to forge the Golden Alliance with you.
Alrighty, these are our 8 alliances going into the playoff match. Alrighty, congratulations to all 8 of our alliances. And we will see you in the playoffs.
Hang tight, everyone. Pause for a moment because we are going to have an alumni photo and a seniors photo coming up soon. I want to ask that if you are an alumni or you are a current senior, please come down to the...
All right. So that does it for the much anticipated playoff draft. We're back up here in the broadcast booth. JD Arlen alongside Danny Blau and Danny, are you watching your face during that? A lot of expression. What are some big takeaways?
This tournament is going to be really exciting. One of the things we've seen sort of over the last several weeks of competition is the winner can come from any of these alliances. The teams that we have here in this building, really, really evenly matched up. So even, more than ever, we could see any of these alliances take the win. Really excited for the Golden Rooks, the last robot that was picked in the draft. They're the JV team, sort of the freshman sophomore group for the Penn High School team. So seeing them get picked up at that last spot, very excited. Big shout out for those guys. Really cool to see what they've got going on. But this is going to be an incredibly intense tournament. Just a lot of competition back and forth. We're going to see upsets for sure. And so they're like, so it's a double elimination. You get to lose
if you want to just break that down one more time.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we've got 8 alliances. So we're going to have our first round, 4 matches. The winners, stay up in the upper bracket. The losers are going to drop down into that lower bracket. And as soon as you lose twice, you're out. But we've seen it where people either early or at some point drop into the lower bracket and then win out, get back into the finals, and then once we get down to those last 2 alliances, it'll be a best 2 out of 3 for the ultimate trophy, for the big blue banner at the end of this. And like until somebody's out, they have a chance. It's that close between all 8 of these alliances.
It's going to be awesome. We have about an hour to reset while these alliances get to know each other and form some sort of strategy. So we will step away from the broadcast booth, take a lunch. You should do that as well. Of course, this is day 2 of our all-day stream from Anderson University inside of O.C. Lewis Gymnasium. It's the first Indiana robotics competition. 10 schools are going to go to the World Championship, and of course 3 schools are going to walk away with a state title. All of that action is on the other side of our lunch break. So we'll join you in about an hour on ISC Sports Network. Of course, you can find us on our TV channel, on our socials at ISC Sportsnet, and we are also broadcasting on the First Indiana Robotics social media pages as well. Alongside Danny Blau, I'm JD Arlen. We'll see you after lunch.
The reason I'm a mentor is because I felt such a sense of community with First. I love being involved with First. I love everything First stands for. I love having an impact on my community, most of all. I love working with the kids and sharing the knowledge that I learned from First and also passing that on to them, as well as knowledge I learned in college. I love seeing young minds develop, and I love seeing the students problem solve. It's something you would want your name to be attached to, because First is just such a great community and environment.
school seniors, sit tight just for a few more minutes, level 1. Oh, we're going to need plenty of room to fit all of you in your picture. All right, high school seniors, slowly make your way over to the movement and we'll start positioning you. Remember, make sure you can see the camera or the camera can't see you. Go ahead and make your way over and we'll position you. In super slow motion, you can get up and make your way slowly in slow motion. Looking great. Don't run over your friends. In slow motion, you're doing great. Once you get out of the pit area, you can make your way really quickly. Looks good. You guys. anything else I've done like sports-wise.
Pretty impressive. So,
Yeah, I remember last year, like the lunch area, being close to the pit.
See it close, yeah. It's amazing how much they tear up the carpet. This was we rolled down the other night. This was brand new carpet, and it just destroyed. So, yeah.
Any repairs they make or just painting over?
Pretty much, that's all you can do. Yeah. They're putting the lines down again. There's the lines that just really do what's going on. So.
I've seen a couple times where with those red yellow cables are at.
Yeah.
What happens there?
I don't know why we did it this way. Normally we would just go down to the down low and run through there. They got to get them over to the park station. I don't know why they took them up over things and they made these little plates that go over the front of it. Those things are just really zip ties together and grab the place. Yeah, I don't know why they just did it that way this year. It's pretty wild.
I mean, I knew it was a delay at some point. Yeah.
So this, for viewing, this one was a really good game this year. Right over last year. We had that big play in the middle as well. And I've been on drive coach and it's hard to see. It wasn't fun. So this, from a driver's standpoint, this is really good.
I may have like a feel that would be able to, like if you couldn't see.
What if you have cameras on there? It just depends on I would say the majority of them have something camera as to what it's doing. A lot of it is just the vision for the auto track and things like that, the robot itself. And occasionally they will have some other on there. I know we always have that on ours. They can see if the driver can't see, they can get down there on the screen about the same size as this and see what the robot is doing. It was actually cool with ours this year. We had a little, we put a servo on one of those little USB stick cams and had it mounted up on our arm so that actually when our gripper would go down, it would actually follow the gripper walls over the seat so they could tell what they were doing. So
It's like it was bendable, so
when the arm bent, it was only one servo that actually changed the angle and followed where the gripper hand was. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
The only thing I can kind of compare it to is like flying a drone just by sight, flying a drone by view. All different experiences. How many different games do they have?
It's the same game for the entire year. So,
like last year was like a basketball basketball.
Yeah.
Many different, like different types of.
Oh, it'll be one game for particular year, and we don't know what the game is going to be next year, what pieces are going to be in the NFL. It's always different. It's always different. Every year is different. Oh no, every single year is different, which is what makes it tougher because only robots from scratch. I think the only year we just go right, I think maybe 2015 or 2014, my wife guessed it was the first 10 years. That's the only time we guessed right. They give you a little hints and things like that, what it's going to be, but we won't find out until the first Saturday of
because we have a lot of big vehicles So any Anderson University staff in the building right now, in here, and you're parked way down by the bar in the field off by the dance studio, please don't move your vehicles. Thank you.
In just a few moments, we'll be taking a volunteer picture. If you're a volunteer, please make your way over to the first blue banner where we are taking our pictures before lunch. Again, if you're a volunteer, that means you ate the volunteer food. Please make your way over to our photo opportunity area.
compete to score cubes and cones into their grid to charge up their community. The alliances earn additional points if their robots are docked to or engaged with their charge station. Robots start each match in their community and may be preloaded with either 1 cube or 1 cone. Each alliance may choose where to stage 4 additional game pieces. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous. Without guidance from their drivers, robots score preloaded game pieces, collect and score additional game pieces, and are docked to or engaged with their charge station. Charge station points earned during auto count towards a potential activation bonus. The grid has nodes specific to cones and cubes, and some where either a cone or cube can be scored. During the remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds, drivers control their robots. Robots continue to collect cubes and cones from human players at their substations to deliver power to the grids in their community. Each community contains 3 grids. The center grid is the cooperation grid. A link is a line of 3 game pieces scored on the same row. Completing enough links earns the alliance a sustainability bonus. If each alliance scores at least 3 game pieces in the cooperation grid, the sustainability bonus threshold is lowered for both alliances. Robots are protected within their community and loading zones. As time runs out, robots race to their charge stations. Alliances earn points for each robot docked to or engaged with the charge station. Earning enough charge station points earns the alliance the activation bonus. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
Everybody, welcome to the playoffs this afternoon. Are we excited? As you all probably know by now, things are a little bit different this season when we get to playoffs. So we're using a new format, the double elimination bracket. So how does this double elimination bracket work? It's pretty simple. So once an alliance loses 2 matches in double elimination, that is when they are eliminated from the competition. There are 2 brackets, an upper bracket and a lower bracket. All alliances start at round 1 in the upper bracket. Alliances that win matches progress through the upper bracket, while upon losing a match, they will move to the lower bracket. Alliances that win matches in the lower bracket progress through rounds in the lower bracket. A loss in the lower bracket results in elimination from the tournament. The winner of the upper and lower bracket play each other in a traditional best 2 out of 3 final round to determine the tournament winner. To ensure teams get the time that they need to keep their robots match ready, we've interspersed breaks between each round. During these breaks, we'll be showing some videos, handing out awards, bringing out guest speakers. I've even heard rumors of a baby race. It's going to be a blast, so let's get charged up and start our playoffs. All right, everybody, are we ready for our first match of the playoffs? On the red side of the field, we are kicking it off with our first seed alliance. Our first team on this Super Alliance is Team 7457!
Super Duper Robotics, the captain of this alliance.
And they are partnering up with Team 328.
In the playoffs of their first ever district champions, Penn Robotics, the Golden Rooks.
And our final team invading the field with them is Team 461.
Driving their robot Rowdy 23, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
Over here on the blue side of the field, we have our 8th seed alliance, and they've dubbed themselves Houston or Bust. Our first... On this alliance, our first team is Team 6498.
From Newburgh, Indiana, it's Castle Robotics.
Here to smash the competition with them is Team 3940.
It's Cybertooth with their robot rattlesnake.
And rounding out our 8-seed Alliance Houston or Bust 868.
In their 22nd competition season, it's the Tech Hounds.
Welcome back after lunch. The main event here at OC Lewis Gymnasium at Anderson University. It's the first Indiana Robotics State Championship, that is, and this is the first round of our playoff competition. J.D. Arland, Scott Miller up here in the booth to start things off. Like you just heard, it's a double elimination format. Obviously, the alliance is set. You saw that before lunch. And so, Scott, this is a lot of pressure now that we are in our final phase of the competition.
Yes, it is. Those ranking points no longer matter. Bonus points no longer matter. It's all about scoring now.
So pay attention to the alliances that you see, because these three teams will be stuck together throughout the rest of the competition. They will fluctuate between if they're wearing blue or wearing red, but those three numbers will always be the same. So on one side, we've got Westside Boiler Invasion out of West Lafayette. They teamed up with Hatchet Robotics and Team Hampton. Then on the other side, it's Wolfpack out of South Bend, the Thunderbots from Evansville, and Red Alert out of Center Grove High School. If you lose twice, you're out. There's a top bracket and a bottom bracket, so this is a double elimination tournament, and it's got already a very, very close matchup.
It's really tight. Super Duper and Westside were the favorites going into this event. They paired up together, so let's see what they can do. This is pretty close.
And I got the wrong teams. That's on me. So we penned Robotics Golden Rooks, Super Duper Robotics, who's the #1 overall seed, and Westside Boiler Invasion. That one was right, at least. Then on the other side, it's Cybertooth Castle and the Tech Hounds from Carmel. So this is the 1 seed versus the 8 seed if you are a fan of brackets.
Yeah, red cycling really nice. Blue's trying to keep up. Let's see if they can. You see those links, those nodes are getting filled up really quickly. Really tight score so far.
Really high score as well.
No defense being played at all. It's all scoring.
And that's a little bit unexpected. Of course, teams trying to show off to get a good position or get a good draft pick, show off their offensive prowess in the early qualification rounds, and then we expected to see some of the lower scoring matches later on because of good defense. But how about we start things off with a triple dock? The 8 seed having a little difficulty. Carmel on now. 4 seconds, double, triple dock.
That was good. 3940's had trouble with that all day. It's good to see them achieve that.
This is the first time this whole competition we've seen both teams dock 3 at the same time. So 140 to 120 before we add those docking points. Most likely Alliance 1 will be the winner. And looking at the playoff bracket, they'll play the winner of Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5. Red Alliance wins. So the 1 seed moving on to round 2 in the top bracket. And the 8 seed heading on to the lower bracket.
That 170 points is our high score, not counting fouls for this weekend.
We topped the previous high of 166 by 4. And just like that, I mean, Scott, this is quick. Now things are really rolling.
You saw both teams had great alliances, or autonomous. 868 coming in to put their last one. They just missed it. Yeah, it's good to see 3940 get that dock. They've had trouble all day, so that's good for them. In the lower bracket, I think they'll be okay. It's just hard to beat this number alliance without playing defense. I think we'll see some strategy changes there.
And Super Duper, of course, was neck and neck with McCutcheon all weekend. We'll see La Cucaracha and McCutcheon come out soon, but Super Duper chose West Lafayette with the first overall pick of the championship, and it paid off for him. You can see why.
That was a predicted #1 alliance before this whole thing started. 461 had a tough schedule. They didn't seed that high, but Super Duper understood what they had, so they went ahead and picked them anyway.
You can see just some of the jitter, some of the nerves.
That's a big score for a number 8 alliance. That shows you how close these alliances are.
Number 8 alliance, and then almost the flip there. 3940 almost flew
They
off
were
the
close.
back, the Cybertooth. And then eventually the
second,
ship
yep.
was righted. And that's about 4 seconds out. And so, take another look. The Red Alliance. And they just got there, and they were ready to go.
328 hangs off the side and gives them a little extra room. That's a nice tactic. Hanging off the side of the power station.
And can you tell if that's swerve drive or tank drive?
No, they're tank drive.
So that's even more difficult to hang off the side like that. All right, that was match 1. Now we move to match 2. I've got the teams correct this time, I promise.
I'll make you get it.
135, Penn Robotics Black. Oh, hey, that's your team, the Coneheads.
I can get you one of those Coneheads if you want.
If I shaved my head, it would look like that.
I have those.
Anyway.
I can give you one. Put it on. Hide your blonde hair.
Yeah, that's the Digital Goats. That's Scott's team. They're from the Walker Career Center, Warren Central High School on the east side of Indianapolis. Their alliance includes the Wolfpack, Career Academy South Bend, and Penn Robotics Black, which is their juniors and seniors from Penn High School in Mishawaka. Who are they going to be taking on? On the blue side, it's Purple Precision out of Brownsburg, 3176. Red Pride Robotics, that's Plainfield, who was the team captain. And Plainfield was actually 9th, so they weren't going to get a selection. And then they moved into the 7th position in the final qualifier. So Red Pride Robotics, a lot to be proud of today. And Red Alert from Center Grove, this time for real. Red Alert is out there.
So we have purple and red.
Purple and 2 red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Scott, we talked about it off air. Explain the name, the Digital Goats.
It's just stupid, you know. The best teams in the country all have weird names. Cheesy Poofs, Killer Bees, and
so I thought it was like greatest of all time.
No, we're not that. We're not that gutsy. No.
Oh, that's cool though.
It's just different, and people all remember the Digital Goats because it's different.
And why the Coneheads theme? The kids choose that?
No, that's all the adults.
I was going to say, I don't know if they're watching Coneheads.
The kids don't get it at all. So. With the adults, we have shirts with the Coneheads on them.
Yeah, you had that on yesterday.
Yeah.
That's great. All right, 3176, Purple Precision, Brownsburg High School.
The key for blue is 3176 hitting their autonomous mode.
Also, Red Alert, who has by and large the most fans today, and the bottom of the, you see them on your screen now, their thing, challenge accepted. They were one of the first teams chosen as well. This is the 4-5 matchup. So if you look just at alliance rankings, this should hypothetically be the closest game.
Yeah, Red has a tiny bit of an advantage pre-matches, but these matches, you never know how they're going to go. Of course, I'm hoping
is really
for Red,
going to be close.
Obviously.
Yeah. May or may not have a vested interest.
No, not at all.
So here comes the autonomous mode.
3176 came. Oh, they missed their cone, their cue.
And
829 got theirs, coming in for a second.
2 game pieces right off the diggity for Blue
got
Alliance.
Both alliances bounce.
Nice.
So that's
engaged
good.
dock, on both sides.
Dock. So that's a good start.
36-33, Blue in front by 3, but a very narrow margin. And some really quick red robots trying to change that. Up on 2 wheels were the Digital Goats for a moment. They'll try to place that cone down. And Digital Goats going for the top row.
They just missed it. That's not good. That's not a good start.
Bottom row for Blue Alliance. That's where they're trying to film. 1741 is over there. That's Red Alert from Center Grove. Up top, and you can see the speed really kicking in. Everybody leaving it all the way out there. A miss from that game piece that 3487 is going to have to go back for is Red Pride Robotics.
Now we start building those links and building that score. Let's see what happens.
2 links compared to 1. That is Blue in front of Red, 77-55 with just over a minute to go.
Red coming in with another cone, get it lined up, and they score that. Their partner, team captain, comes in with one Career Academy going middle side.
A new strategy for blue, which is to fill the bottom. We've seen a lot of attention being paid to the top and middle rows, but not so much the bottom with those cubes. And Blue Alliance is saying, hey, that's our game plan for this time out.
Yeah, you can score a lot of points. They're only 1 point, but if you get those links, that's 5 points. Adds up fast.
3 links compared to 2, 99 to 70, 39 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Red Alliance has to get on it.
Oh, and a tie-up. The Yard Goats tied up with their own opponent. A little friendly fire. They bailed themselves out of trouble and managed to hang on to the game piece.
Yeah.
Looking for a place to put it. They knock it down. They're going to have to think about docking pretty soon.
Yeah, I won't be happy with that. I don't think a triple dock is going to do them any good.
6 to 2 links, 128 to 81. Most likely, barring catastrophe, Blue Alliance will be moving on with a double dock. And they don't even need to put a third robot on there. So
I don't think they need any robots up there.
You're a tough coach, man. You're a tough coach.
Oh, yeah, I'll give them heck down there.
Yeah, good. 131 to 81. That's before the dock points.
Well, the problem was 135 basically didn't move. So that put Red behind the 8 ball big time. You see the FTAs down there looking at that robot. It never moved. It never did anything.
Well,
so.
The alternate is Westfield Sham Robotics, who is quite literally on the edge of their seat over here.
Well, that's been our luck all weekend. Something always happens with Alliance partners.
153 to 103 of the final in match 2.
For Alliance 5. That's an awesome score.
Look at that grid, 105, and
Yeah.
that's because they filled the bottom.
Yep.
And that's new. That's the first time we've seen somebody actually actively try to fill the bottom. Before, the bottom's just been taken up by real estate from robots who can't really pick much up. And so here's a replay, Scott, if you want to break this down for us.
Well, Perfect Precision missed their auto, but you see they come back for another one. That's a really great programming right there. 829 got their 2 cube auto.
So yeah, 135 just stops.
135 never moves. That's just so many points the Red Alliance missed. You're not going to win in this tournament with 2 robots. Not even number 1 Alliance is going to win with 2 robots.
That is really tough.
So that's a tough break for us, but that's okay. That's why we have the round robin, right?
4 matches in a 15-minute break, so we're on to match 3, and then you'll listen to Scott and I go around the robin ourselves.
Wax philosophically.
Something like that.
Yeah, that wasn't a very good match for us, but that's okay. Bad rehearsal. We'll keep going.
Double elimination, so still time to make it work.
All those blue cubes at the bottom where it's just awesome. That's what kind of get tangled together, got untangled. That was kind of neat.
So Alliance 4, who just lost that one. They'll flip their bumpers to red. They'll flip their bumpers to blue, They'll play Alliance 8, who lost in the first match, and that is in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, Alliance 1 will meet Alliance 5, 2 extremely high scorers and offensively minded teams. We haven't seen much defensive play.
No, the only defense we've seen is when robots are crossing the field and they intentionally getting each other's way.
So yeah, not a whole lot of intentional defense.
Not yet. That'll change. I don't think you're going to beat that number 1 Alliance without playing defense on them.
Officials having a meeting, talking it over, making sure everything's good to go.
Well, I'm hoping they're saying there's a problem with the field. That's why 135 didn't go, so we get to replay it. That's my hope. Probably won't happen, but that would be great.
Everybody make sure you're disconnected from Wi-Fi, please. Yeah. While we're waiting on that, we'll meet the teams for the next match, match 3.
Yeah, Maverick was great all weekend, and they fell down in seeding. But to number 2, correct?
Yes. Just at the last minute.
They've been playing fantastic all
and they're
weekend.
quick.
Oh, they
had 10 game pieces by themselves at one point, placed down. So yeah, Maverick Robots like Cucaracha. That is their fan base, the very cool cutout of the Maverick head. All right, yep, so referee's done meeting. Nothing much has changed. So Maverick Robots selected Team Thrust in Munster. to be with him.
Yeah, Thrust won last week. They had a really good week, so that's a strong alliance right there.
First 4-H team in Indiana.
15-0-1, by the way.
15-0-1. Is that right?
Well, I mean, it's not an O.
It's not an O.
The guy from the Air Force said 15-0-1, and they liked it, so.
Makes sense to me. 15-0-1. Those are those. They should make it the word 0. All right.
On the blue side, you have Panther Tech. I love that robot. It's one of the prettiest robots here. Really effective arm and the quadrangles.
As well as Area 5188.
Yeah.
And the quadrangles were bumped up and able to select.
That's another crazy strong alliance. So we have 2 good alliances here.
Quadrangles out of Bloomington, Panther Tech. The Sergeant Joe, the G.I. Joe robot, if you will. It's got a lot of LED. It's hard to miss that one.
Well, their longtime member is Joe Real, Papa Joe, so he's a great guy.
And who you just saw was Area 5188 Classified Robotics.
It's a comeback year for them. They've had a good year.
Kind of flown under the radar.
Yep. 3494 had a tough start to the year. They lost their build space. They got it all back together, and they're here playing great.
Winner of this one to play winner of Alliance 3 versus 6. This is the 2-7 game for those of you playing at home. Up here in Anderson University. Again, double elimination. Got to lose twice to be eliminated. And here we go to the autonomous section. And this is really where McCutcheon makes such an impact.
1501 missed their cone, so.
2. Can they get their third in 15
going up,
seconds?
47 going up.
Got it. And they'll love it.
That's a managed red coming out of autonomous.
So 44 to 41, only 3 points of separation.
1501 can throw those cubes. It's kind of cool to watch him do that.
Friendly fire as the screen was set. Little miscommunication from 15-0-1.
15-0. I've called 1501 forever, so that's going to be hard to change.
Me too, all my one day of broadcasting. This. Kukaracha coming back for another cone. Very good, a very cone-heavy team. We saw a very cube-heavy team in the last one for the Blue Alliance.
See 15-0-1 lining up on that single station. They got those great big headlights that show them where they are to help line themselves up.
Sergeant Joe opting to go over the charge station. 79-71 in favor of red. 85 seconds to go. 2 links apiece on either side. And here's that defense.
Yeah, 31-47. They broke their arm. Half their arm was flying around.
Oh, no.
They're going to be playing defense. That's unfortunate. But
that's Munster.
Red has a lead, so a good defense could probably do a lot for them. They don't need a lot of extra scoring.
Obviously, we're not down on the field, but how severe is that fix?
It depends. If it's just a cylinder came off, they have a pneumatic-operated gripper. Now they're getting some bad foul points, so that's not good. They need to get out of there.
They might tip over.
Yeah, that's bad. Defense can hurt you as well as help you if you do it wrong.
So as the competition heats up, things get faster.
But 292 and 3494 are cycling great. They're just really killing it together. They actually have the lead. 5188 coming in for another cube this time.
Train whistle sounds. 22 seconds left. 156, 127.
3147 is docked.
Yeah, they're ready to go. 3494 is docked. 1501 coming in, going over a cone.
With those penalties, this score is going to be close to 200. We'll see if Blue tries a triple. They don't need a triple.
Red's going to try to triple. They don't need it, but they're not going to be able to get it in time. They don't. Nobody gets it.
Nobody got it.
Wow. Wow. Okay, let's check out the score. It's going to be very high. Match is under review.
Again, it's hard to win with 2 working robots.
Munster horsepower. Walking out there with bated breath, I'm sure. Head official taking a look at some stuff on the screen. Disappointing that occurred. Not sure the moment that arm snapped.
Yeah, I didn't see it happen.
You pointed it out, Scott, but I didn't even notice it was. I was like, oh, they're playing defense. Wonder why.
It's like I don't know if they broke their cylinder or if it just came off. It's a pneumatic cylinder, opens and closes to open their arm. It looks like one end's just completely off.
And so we take a look at them and examining their robot now.
So this could be an upset.
Again, Shamrock Robotics is the first alternate. They're all still here. Blue Alliance is going to win it. Whoa! Okay, that is high score.
35 penalty points. That's the difference.
176. Imagine losing at the beginning of this district round. Imagine scoring 149 points and losing.
Yeah, that's tough. But you can't have those penalties there. 31-76 got stuck down there in the blue community, and that was pretty much all she wrote. 31-88. Look at that.
Three matches and two big injuries right off the bat. But hey, check this out. 1, 2, 3. I mean, they did this all day, and I would expect them to keep doing this.
Yeah, that Thomas is beautiful. They're the only one with 3-piece. A couple teams have 2.5-piece, but they're the only one with a 3-piece.
And those rollers are serious. Those rollers move quick.
Yeah, I love their intake.
And so we're watching this replay at the beginning of the match. I'm watching closely.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Here it is. So what happened? Oh, it just came off.
It just broke. Yeah.
It wasn't even. It was a non-contact.
No. It probably came unscrewed from the end of the cylinder and just popped right off.
Was that good news or bad news?
It's probably fixable. It's probably just it just fell off. They screw it back on. Then that thing looked like it's bent. So these teams are pretty good at fixing robots, and they have a 15-minute break coming up to get it done.
Sergeant Joe almost put it on another cone. Goes for the middle there.
That arm is prettiest. Look at that. It's so pretty.
Plus, if you line up, I mean, the sides of it with those poles, it's a good guide for you. And I really thought they had the dock and engage.
Yeah, they just missed it. They really didn't need it. That's why they went for it. Going for that big
horse, right?
Yeah, you don't need it, so hey, let's try it.
Let's give her a shot. All right, let's check in on the bracket. Got to reload our awesome GA tool. It's the IC Sports Network, First Indiana State Championship. We're in the playoff or knockout round.
So this Alliance 6 is like the history of Indiana First Robotics.
Yeah, Hammond, Kilobytes, Cyber Blue.
Yeah, you have 3 old teams. Hammond's been around forever, multiple-time world champion.
Robo Blazers, Tiger Dynasty, and Thunderbots. So we've got speed against history.
And I do believe 234 and 1024 are both 2-time state champions. A lot of history on that Blue Alliance.
So this match to determine who will play Alliance 7. And we'll pull up the match notes here. Again, this is our 4th match. We'll have a 15-minute break after this one, and we'll do 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep. So Tiger Dynasty has had a great weekend. They've improved all year long. They've been fantastic.
One of the fastest, other than McCutcheon, one of the fastest robots out there. Low center of gravity and very heavy despite its small stature. So hard to knock over. Never really loses contact without, they pretty much always have all their wheels on the ground.
Yeah, Robo Blazers are a great bunch of people. They've been sitting with us all day. We played with them last year, won the state championship, so good team.
Thunderbots, Robo Blazers, Tiger Dynasty. That's the Red Alliance. Evansville, Carmel, Fishers, as respectively. Then we move over to the Blue Alliance. It's the Kilobytes, the Kilobyte 3000 from McKinsey Center Innovation Technology. 71 Team Hammond, like Scott mentioned, and then Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian.
Cyber Blue, the father of all Marion County robot teams.
A lot of history. That low number, 71, means they've been around for a while. This is season number 28 for Team Hammond. Cyber Blue being announced, the pom-poms. And, you know, only 24 out of 32 of the teams are still in it, but the stands are absolutely still jam-packed. There's not a seat in the house.
There's not a seat in there. People are standing behind us.
People are standing behind us and sitting in the aisles.
Yep.
Autonomous period. And a drop from the Beast, a drop from 234.
So, not a great autonomous for Blue, but they do have two that are filling the bottom, though, so they still score.
That's 76-17, excuse me, Robo Blazers dock and score for University.
I don't know what happened to 71. They were supposed to get on the power station. They're not moving very well, so this may be a bad news for Blue. Here comes 50-10 cycling in with the cone.
Yeah, look at how quick they are. And just they are some of the best drive team, I think, in this whole competition because of the way that they're able to swerve around and move effortlessly. I mean, they're like a wide receiver in the open flat. They just find the space that they need.
They've been showing their practice on Facebook a couple times, so I've watched them improve over the last 2 weeks. He's like, wow, they're getting really good.
Watching film for the digital goats, Scott, that's pretty cool.
You got to watch a lot. You got to scout everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're meeting during lunch. Must have said something about speed, but yeah, check this out. 71 isn't moving. There's a cone. There's a cone right by them. They have stopped moving.
It's going to be tough for Blue to recover with this. This is our third match with only
3 out of 4 matches have had a catastrophic failure. So Red Alliance about to break 100. 3 links for them, 2 links for Blue.
Problem is 71 is not in a bad spot. They're blocking the whole rack. All the scoring. Oh!
Whoa!
18 almost fell over.
Let's see what I mean. That's a heavy robot.
Yeah. That was the thing this year to build your drive bases heavy. My drive base is 20 pounds heavier than any drive base I've built in years.
Small little traffic jam on the red safe zone. And then some defense there from Kilobytes.
Yeah, panel falling off of, beauty panel coming off of 76-17. But that's okay. Big score for Red. This is going to be a big score if they triple.
25 seconds left.
Let's see if they go. They should go for it. Go for it. Come on.
They don't need to, but they definitely can, and that would most likely be the high score of the day and make Scott very happy.
Here they go.
Hey, they're going to do it.
Yeah, go for it. Come on, a little more 50-10. Go. Yeah.
Wow. Look at how far off on the front. Say 657. They're going crazy.
That was great.
Wow. 131 to 82. Yeah, there's our down low cam showing off the excitement. Red team runs away with it. We'll get a final count for you in a moment. That's the Thunderbots, Robo Blazers, and Tiger Dynasty out of Fishers. Kilobytes, Team Hammond, Cyber Blue move down the lower bracket. Red Alliance wins 161 to 104.
No penalty shot.
No penalty points either. Really good.
So now we got to vamp for 15 minutes.
So 4 matches in and an exponential increase in robotic injuries. Why is that?
Because it's been a long day, a long year, and robots get tired. They really do. Last year, after we played so many matches at state, and we went to Worlds, we spent the whole day just fixing the robot at Worlds. So. It was so beat up. All the robots were all beat up. So by the end of this day, they're not going to be happy, the robots.
So that was match 1, 2, 3, and 4. In 15 minutes, we'll see match 5, which feature on the lower bracket, which features Alliance 8 and Alliance 4. Match 6, which is 2 and 6. So those were all the teams that unfortunately lost in the first round. And then in the top bracket, we'll see Alliance 1 take on Alliance 5. Alliance 7 take on Alliance 3. Some highlights. We got Autonomous part of last round.
So my scouter said that Alliances 1 and 3 were each a couple places from a full grid those matches. So
and that's
we're
what
going to get there.
everyone wants to see.
We want a full grid. We're going to get there.
Steve was talking about it earlier, about getting to a full grid this year for the state of Indiana. It'd be big.
Alliance 1 was 3 elements for a full grid. So you got to play defense on them.
The vanity plate coming off the beauty plate.
Yeah.
Is that just a zip tie that you can?
Probably. It's no harm, no foul. As long as, even if it comes off the robot, it's okay. The only thing you really can't lose is your bumpers. If your bumpers fall off, you get disabled.
Sorry, sponsors.
Yeah.
They got something to do. They'll catch up with you later. So there's the dock. There's the excitement. You can see a very, very happy team. And we will step aside for just a moment as we reset for matches 5 through 8. From Anderson University, it's the FRC State Championship. We'll be right back.
Hello guys, my name is Carl Landskren. I'm here with
Nick
and
Cam.
And they're going to talk to us a little about a project they're working on.
The project we're working on is Pokemon cards for each team at the state championship for Indiana.
This project has been in development for a while. We started it, I think, slightly before build season, maybe when build season started. I don't remember off the top of my head. But it kind of just started as an idea, as most things do, and we grew from it. I wasn't expecting it to get the attention that it did. I'm happy that it did, very happy that it did. But we spent maybe a few weeks just in the thought process and then 2 nights in development. So it kicked off pretty fast.
Awesome. So you guys made one of those Pokemon cards for every single team here then?
Yes, and each team has their own specific stats. For Teleop and Autonomous, it has a picture of the robot, and it has the name at the top, along with Pokédex information at the bottom.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
FIRST has changed my life for the better, teaching me skills like problem solving, public speaking, and other tech skills that make me feel much more confident about my future.
81% of FIRST alumni choose to go into a STEM-related major. Right now, Michigan has 11% of the FIRST teams in the world. That's 10 times the amount that Indiana has, while they only have 1.5 times the amount of people. We want that same growth for Indiana, making it so that STEM is accessible to any people, no matter your zip code or your status.
There's this company called Borg Warner in Kokomo, and they're actually looking for employees that are trained in STEM, but there's not a lot of those. If we implemented FIRST in Indiana to where everyone, no matter their economic status or race, could have access to it, then they'd have a lot more employees trained in STEM.
The goal of this bill is to provide all kids in Indiana with an opportunity to participate in FIRST events. This means giving all teams annual funds to pay for registration, event fees, and a kit of parts.
If you would like to find more information about this bill, you can go to firewires.org/bill.
Baby race is just moments away.
We have a baby race coming up.
Can't wait for this.
Lots of first babies nowadays.
If you recognize the guy who's next, that's Danny Blau.
That's Danny. That's
who was on our call yesterday.
He and Renee's daughter.
Just before lunchtime as well.
We got the
head start.
The 2:17:41 babies there on the edge. And there's Emma. She's one of our little goats.
These robots are a little more difficult to fix.
It's all autonomous. It's
all autonomous.
Yeah.
Place your bets now, folks. Rachel Baker down there. And we're off.
There we go, 17:41 to lead. Not even close.
Whoa!
Yeah, about that.
Oh, wait. It's not over yet. The come from behind.
Come from behind. Here we go, the little blow.
Could it happen? Yes!
Oh!
Upset.
Here comes the other little one. Hey! That's awesome.
About half a standing O with a baby race.
Of course, I remember Rachel when she was young. Not quite a baby, but she was still pretty young. One of the great parts of this program is watching kids grow up. watching Rachel grow up and turn into this amazing young woman has been a joy to watch.
And yeah, that's we now get to see the future first Indiana Robotics right there. What's the youngest people can? Yeah, hey, here's a replay of the upset. Rachel,
she just stopped. I'm not going any further. No. Here comes
is that Baby Blau?
That's Baby Blau coming in
man. Outgoing president, incoming baby race champion. Wow. And a strong third place finish, too.
Yep.
With a great ribbon.
That was fantastic. I love their
bibs.
We should do that. Their bibs are amazing.
We need to do that every 4 races, I think. We need a for 1 extra rank point.
Extra rank point. That can make, 1 point can make a big difference.
We're nearly back. Let me figure out who's going to be up in round 5. There we go.
If you get a zoom on one of the referee panels, you can see how much time's left. Oh, there's a clock is running. No, the clock, yeah. Look on it. Awesome, thanks.
So are we live? Rhetorical question there. Of course we're live.
So the mentors
about a minute to
from
go.
Career Academy up there on the screen. Dave Eversall, the guy with the beard, he's an amazing guy.
Alliance 8 taking on Alliance 4. You see the digital goats again.
Yeah, we're back.
What's going to have to improve?
Well, 135 just has to move. I mean, we were kind of handicapped in that first because they literally never moved the whole match. No autonomous or anything. So we started out in the hole and never were able to get out of it.
So since this is the bottom bracket, the losing Alliance will be out.
Yep, they'll be back in the pits packing up. I can tell you it's not a lot of fun.
After all this, 2 days, of course, a lot more at stake here than just winning the state title, but that's what everyone wants to do.
Yeah, it'd be nice to repeat, but we're going to need a lot of help to do it. But you never know.
See Wolfpack getting ready. Our next matchup, of course, if you remember, the 8 seed Tech Hounds, Castle Robotics, Cybertooth out of Northwestern, who had a very tough strength of schedule for this whole tournament. On the other side, it's Scott's team, the Digital Goats out of Warren Central.
Walker Career Center,
near Warren Central. Wolfpack out of...
My director will get mad if you don't say Walker Career Center.
There you go. Penn Robotics Black, who's their juniors and seniors.
Yeah. Penn has a great program. It's actually a class in school. So they take their kids through the 4 years. They do a great job. They used to just do juniors and seniors, but now they have the second program too.
And that's their first year, and they're already in the final. Not only just in the final, they're in the final as a first overall seed, too. So they were the final pick of the JV team, or the freshman sophomore team was the first pick as well. Everybody getting ready for action.
Team members strategically placing those pieces on the field exactly where they want them, in the orientation they want them.
And they probably do that, put the cones facing them so that it'd be easier to suck up into a machine. Is that right?
Yeah, it depends on your intake. Yeah. You see, our cube is kind of crooked on the field. That's the way we like it. It's not straight.
Why is that?
It goes in the intake better. It's more of an error correction.
So Beldar getting another chance. 135.
Yeah, go Beldar.
Yeah, 135 has its light on, which is good. It's a good start. Not a power issue.
Yeah, it's nice that they get to play. We didn't have to substitute them. That could be a pain never even get to play.
So the game plan's still active. for Alliance number 4. There's your team, Scott. Oh, yep.
Good looking robot. They're getting ready, high-fiving. Yeah, very good at that. Okay.
Tech Hounds in the 868 jersey. Ready? Everybody ready to go?
Yeah, I'll get in trouble at school if we don't
Scott's
win
on his
this
feet. I'll get on my feet too.
Warren against Carmel. This is the.
I thought it was Walker Career Center.
It is, but the school will
I'm
get
just
mad
playing
at us.
with you.
Career Center won't get mad. The school will.
East side of Indy, regardless. Autonomous section underway. 3490 trying to dock, go over the top. Cybertooth coming back.
Cybertooth coming
Not a
up.
lot of time. 4 seconds. Got it.
They got that fixed.
That was quick. 39-39. So it's a new match with 1:35 to go.
135 is moving. Yay. Now it's time to cycle. Let's see how they can get some points scored fast this time.
And 135 moving. Black. Penn Robotics black. A lot of ground to make up. 868.
135 is real good at filling up that bottom row.
The Tech Hounds very quick. Able to scoop with that break in their front bumper. Some contact made with its own community was 135.
Blue's got the early lead. See if they can keep. They almost have that top almost filled up.
Tech Hounds trying to get that cone, but that intake was built for a cube. Doesn't matter. They got it. And they'll try to use that telescoping arm to get that up there to the middle row, right in front of their operator.
They flip it up into their gripper. It's a pretty cool system. All right.
87 to 87 with
row
80
now.
seconds left. This is a close matchup. Big collision, doesn't matter. Everybody's all right. A red charging station flipping up momentarily. Guard goats
going in for that
moving.
Middle link. They got it. They're doing much better this time. Let's see 135 fill up that bottom row now. And we'll be okay. Going for a cube this time.
It's win or go home here.
It's really tight. Really tight score. Another link.
96. Something flew off of either 135 or Tech Hounds in that collision. You can see it's a piece of boomerang material in the center, right above that referee book.
Still pretty close, only like 10-point lead. Only 30 seconds left. Let's see how this finishes.
5 compared to 4 links, and then 5 links apiece. Now it's within 3. 25 seconds to go. It's going to come down to docking. 20
Blue
seconds.
trying to get a couple more last-minute pieces.
Red says we got enough.
Does
We're
it
just
go
going to
through
try to
that?
get
Are
the
we gonna
triple
do a
dock.
triple? Blue going for a triple.
Everybody going for the triple. Tech Hounds
3 seconds.
trying to get
Blue
up.
gets it.
Red almost. Can they get it in time? No. Blue got the dock, and they were winning. 7 links compared to 5.
Yeah, that was good. I like that one. I'm a little biased though. Cyber Blue or 3940 has had trouble docking all day. It kind of bit him at the end.
So this might be the last we see of Tech Hounds, Castle, and Cybertooth. Digital Goats, Wolfpack, Penn Robotics. They're going to move on. Most likely. Of course, it's not official yet.
Oh, you never know.
See if any penalty points are assigned or blue lines.
Right. I can go back to school now. We beat Carmel. That's 171 unpenalized. How about that?
That's really good. That's really good. No penalty points on either side. So we see the end of Carmel Northwestern and Penn Black. Penn still has another chance. Again, they're with the 1 overall seeded team. There's a replay of match number 5.
The 868 mixed their second piece. They've been doing pretty well with that all day. 3940 going up for their charge. It was a good autonomous for us. We get our second cube. It didn't go in the middle, but it went in the bottom, so it still counts. It's amazing what these kids could do with programming. They're just amazing.
That autonomous seems really hard, but we talk about autonomous programming, and perhaps no one better than McCutcheon, who's playing next. And that telescoping arm for Tech Hounds will be missed.
I love their Tech Hounds telescoping elevator. It's so fast.
Had a great competition. Great year.
Yeah, they won their first. Remember, they won their first event. of the year. I kept trying to remember. I know 3940 did. Here comes that triple. And see 3940 just kind of slips off the edge. And that's pretty much it.
You remember, Scott, we were talking about the Munster team's arm falling off?
Yeah.
It's back on.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a pretty easy fix. I'm glad. I don't want to see robots leave the field.
We got Danny Blau up here with us. I told him to put on third headset.
The champion dad of the race.
We've been training really hard for that one for several weeks.
That was awesome, man.
Coming back from nowhere.
You know, she was so early to leave the blocks. I thought we were going to red line at the start.
Yeah.
You know, she was so eager to get off the line. Thankfully, we were able to hold her back. You know, didn't get a penalty. Clean start to the race, but then nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
What happened?
So I don't know. She used it all up, before the race even started, and but kicked it into gear. Saw an opening right at the end. Here we go.
Here we go. Instant replay.
All right. So I don't want to talk to anybody else's training, but they even had a prize there. They had hey, we got a donut, a bagel or something.
Here she comes. Here she comes.
Slow and steady. Cross the line.
Look at the
right
camera.
into Mom's arms. So I think she might have been going for the camera more than she was going for Mom.
Yeah.
She is a baby who does love a selfie very much.
Well, Tyler's down there, so you're going to be on first updates now with that one.
I'm super excited.
Yeah, how about that?
This is one of Amelia's first moments to shine, and boy, did she.
Blau family walking away victorious. State competition.
State champion baby race.
State champion baby race.
I think we're going to get a little tiny blue banner.
Take it back up north with you?
Oh, yeah.
Hanging in the minivan.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
Absolutely perfect.
Get a sticker for the back of the minivan.
Yeah.
Champion baby on board.
Absolutely.
I bet you
there we go.
Make that.
There we go.
Yeah. We're about ready to go here. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's two missing robots on blue.
There
lines.
are, and there's a time limit. The referees can give them a penalty for not being on time.
Looks like they are.
They called a backup in the middle spot, looks like. So is that your old team, Shamrock Robotics, coming out?
That would be, yeah.
That's awesome.
Very excited. Just waiting on pins and needles through the whole line selection process. Just waiting over the lunch break. Knew they were in that number one spot on the backup roster. So they had the robot, batteries charged up, ready to go. They were just waiting for their number to be called. And now here it is. They get that chance to shine.
That's great. You get to play.
That's awesome. Yeah, you could see when one of the robots malfunctioned, I think in the second match, all of the green in the stadium moved towards the edge of their seat. They're like, "Oh, we're gonna go. We gotta go." And then a couple of the kids took off from up here, and so they
time to go.
Yeah, they're ready. And so I guess the advantage of Westfield too is that huge arm that they can use to go over the top and fill the top row and get a lot of points that way.
Yeah, I think they're going to work to play hard to be that missing link on the alliance, fill in all of the gaps wherever possible, and sort of help make those links on the field, get all of the last little dots figured out and in place.
So 71's not coming back out.
So the beast is done.
So one of the new rules for this year is once an alliance calls a backup robot, they have to play the replacement for that one match. But then for every match after that, they can make the choice which of the three robots out of their four they can put onto the field.
Gotcha.
So Shamrock Robotics might only play this one match if Hammond can get their robot fixed and repaired up. They might get back on the field. I'm not sure what is wrong with the 71 machine, but if they're not able to get it fixed, Shamrock Robotics will stay out here, or they can kind of mix and match and sort of play it around after this going forward.
That's a brand new rule this year. They've been doing it at Champs for a couple years. They've been doing that rule. That's the first time for us. At Champs, you pick 4 robots. So.
Yes.
And so we'll see. I mean, where then would Cyber Blue be? Cyber Blue's out there, kilobytes.
Yeah, so they've got a time limit here from the scoring system, from the referees. And so there is a specific amount of time, that they will allow for everybody to get back out on the field. It looks like
I have not seen them. They will get a warning if they're too late. And the second time they do it, they'll get a penalty.
Right.
That's Fisher's coming out now.
They must be getting ready for the following match.
Yes.
You see the 1024, the Kilobytes driver, just getting their driver station ready to go behind the driver station there.
Yep.
Hopefully somebody is radioing back to the pits to get the the Perry machine out here.
We got the YMCA going in the stadium.
It's a hit.
There's one of my girls, my senior.
Woo. Never a
Brianna.
dull moment.
I'm going to miss Brianna a lot. I got a little brother on the team, though, so I'll still see her around.
Very exciting.
That's the worst part about robots, say goodbye to your kids.
Any of your kids have big college plans or after graduation plans?
My driver coach has got a scholarship to Rose-Hulman through robotics, so she's a mechanical engineer now. And
very exciting.
it's a good thing about robotics is most of the kids, if they want to, they get to go to college. The scholarships, people online, parents, scholarships. How many million is available? Like 24 million?
$85 million for these alumni.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
And
that's nationwide too. You don't have to go in Indiana. You can go anywhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I've had several kids go on scholarships. Cincinnati, Purdue, all over. Rose-Hulman. So apply is what they said. Too many people don't apply, and so it's wide open. And colleges love first kids.
I know Purdue does. Remember that. Purdue has its own first program as well. YMCA still going. Perry's out, by the way. Perry's out, and Reddy, their driver's just now heading back to the drive station. A few tweaks to make. YMCA certainly cutting the tension, and neither of these teams have lost yet. So this is so we're still in the top.
Are we in the top? No, it's the bottom.
Is this the bottom? Yeah. Oh, I'm wrong. Because of the two technical
they
errors.
did
So
the bottom
these actually
first.
both lost. Yeah.
Again, this Red Alliance had robot problems. Let's see if they can overcome that this match. We had too many robot problems in the first 4 matches. We'll get that corrected.
There we go, playoffs. Yeah, so this is the 2-6 matchup. And we'll meet the teams.
Again, a really, really tough pair of alliances.
Hey, thanks, Danny. Go celebrate that win. So we're just about getting ready to go, and I think McCutcheon looking for a whole lot of improvement.
They want the comeback. They want to play again.
Munster is in the middle of the Red Alliance, and they already have a cone in between those arms. That's how I know their arm is fine. And it looked like from the replay we showed after their match, it looks like the arm just kind of fell off by itself. It wasn't a contact thing.
The piece that moved is screwed into the end of the cylinder. I'm sure it just came unscrewed. Either that or the cylinder broke and they just quickly replaced it.
They did that within, 15, 20 minutes?
15 minutes.
Max.
The pit crews, it's a blast when your robot breaks. You know?
It doesn't sound like a blast.
You're not just sitting back there. You get to you go into NASCAR mode fixing your robot. It's actually kind of fun. As long as it works.
Scott and I are on our feet. Win or go home.
Got a prediction?
I've been singing McCutcheon's praises all day. I'm going to stick with that. I think, and this is my opinion alone, I think they're one of the best, if not the best, robot here.
I'm not going to argue with you.
And I just, wow. Look at that, 3 in the autonomous. And that's why. Is because their autonomous round is just so solid and consistent every single time.
Yeah, it's a 20-point lead for Red coming out of autonomous. So.
Yeah. 49-33. Minute 26 to go. Traffic jam. 15:01 moves around.
Again, no defense being played.
very quick middle section. Very, very quick.
15:01 scooting up with a cone in their possession.
59-38.
Deposits a cube. Oh, and they dropped one.
100 seconds to go. Whoa!
Big red collision. It can be hard getting your cycles right, getting all the robots going together.
Especially when nerves start to play a factor and you're thinking about elimination, and you got to stay focused on what's in front of you. Tick the scoreboard second by second instead of thinking about the consequences of what may happen. 84-66, red in front.
Blue's
Going over the top is
Blue's
Munster.
To come back, but it's going to be hard with no defense on Munster. Munster will kill you if you don't defend against him.
That was a really heavy arm. So Munster surprisingly very able to go over the charging station to get to where they want. 15:01, making a U-turn. That's team thrust.
We got a minute left, and Red's already over 100 points.
15:01, that is.
It's going to be a big score.
10:24 playing D.
Yes, they are. Here comes Red with cubes in their possession.
And that was a really good screen as McCutcheon tries to spin out of it and avoid penalty, by the way. Nearly got pushed into that blue safe zone.
At this point,
35
sure
seconds.
You don't knock anybody over and get a red card. So you got to be a little bit careful with that kind of lead.
121 to 97, 25 seconds to go. McCutcheon doesn't have to do a Red Alliance rather doesn't have to do a triple dock, but they could. They're all over there. Blue might have to do a triple dock.
Yeah, there's a good 20 points behind, but they're a couple last-minute scorers. Let's see if they get the triple. And 68-56 is kind of big, though. It's hard to get them up on there with two other
No
robots.
cooperation links for the playoffs, by the way.
There you go.
I think Red Alliance did it. They certainly think they did.
Yeah.
I don't know if they got the dock over there. We're adding a third. Bryce Castle is on the way over. He's going to take our third headset.
Bryce is my game announcing buddy. He helped me down in up north. Where were we, Penn?
Yeah, Penn at the Mishawashka District event.
How's it going, Bryce?
Good. I've seen you guys stand up here for a while. Looks fun.
Yeah. We're having a good time. Red Alliance does it. 156, 124. McCutcheon moving on.
It's sad to say goodbye to that Blue Alliance. History, a lot of history in those four teams.
So that's Team Hammond, Westfield as well, who came in as the alternate. Kilobytes and Cyber Blue will sadly be packing up. Munster Horsepower, who are on your screen now, they had an arm break off, fixed it, came back, won.
You can see the two cylinders that open and close.
Yeah.
That rod hanging out, that's probably where it came unscrewed and allowed it to fall off.
And here's that solid autonomous round for McCutcheon, who puts 3 down every single time. And Bryce, really hard to do.
Yeah, they've been impressive throughout the day today. I think they started with 2 at the start of the event, and then they finally tuned it into 3. I'd be not surprised if they go to Worlds that they might be able to sneak in a 4th with all the time still left in autonomous during the end of that.
The fun thing to add would be engage.
Yeah.
Engage after scoring 3.
It is difficult to go over that charge station and back and still score all those game pieces, but if they could still do 2 with engage, that would be awesome.
That's a lot of points.
Yeah.
Too. That's, depending on the way you do it, that's like 20-something points.
For sure.
That you could get with one robot alone.
Yeah.
So. All right, we move on to the next one.
Back to the upper bracket.
Back to the upper, yep. Match 7, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 5. And Alliance 1 has a rookie in it. That is the Penn Gold, who's had a great first state tournament and a big first appearance in this competition.
Yeah, they got what we call the golden ticket, getting the second pick of the first Alliance. But they deserved it. They've been playing great. Let's see if they try a little defense this time. It was all offense last time.
They won their first match 170 to 150. That's been the highest scoring match of the playoffs so far.
Oh, we had 171.
170 to 150, and then Alliance 5 won by 50 points. They won by a lot. Match 7 right here.
Yeah. Yeah, but we did 171.
Oh, you guys did, yeah.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the field. I'm not so sure what's going on with the charge station down there.
Our great FTAs, Chris and Kyle, along with our field supervisor down there, maybe have a little problem with it. These things take beating, a huge beating.
Can you clean all those scuffs off of it, or do you just need to replace the plexiglass altogether?
Well, it's Lexan, polycarbonate, and it gets burned up by these wheels. I guess you could clean it, but you probably weaken it by cleaning it, make it worse. They were pretty at the start of the year, remember? Up in bed, how pretty they were.
Yeah, very nice and clear. I know usually during lunch we'll send some folks out with glass cleaner, but it doesn't seem to do much to it.
Yeah. On to round match 7. I want to say round, but it's not. It's match. So, the 1 seed is Penn Golden Robotics, like we said. Super Duper Robotics, who's the #1 overall robot in this competition, had the first pick. With that first pick, they selected West Lafayette, West Side Boiler Invasion 461. The robot's name is Rowdy23. That is who will be the red team because they are the higher seed.
Yeah, 461 finally picked up their first banner this year after 20-some-odd years of not winning. And then they went up and picked another one. And let's see if they get a third one. That'd be amazing.
Well, they also picked up a banner for the Impact Award, so they've already got a couple this season.
Yeah, they've done that before, though.
That's true.
I was in tears when I announced their Impact Award. It was hard to hold it back. That was a great day.
Not a dry eye. As they're announced right there, they've got the capes. I've been told that those are aliens on their backs because they're the invaders. That's what Steve told me earlier today. Move over to the Blue Alliance. Purple Precision, that's Brownsburg, 3176.
They've had a great autonomous. So they can hit it and get off to an early lead.
They have a good intake as well. That double wheel where they can pinch cones has been really, really good late in this competition.
That's a modified every bot intake if you want to know.
That's why we have color commentators. I never would have got, you could have put me in a room for 200 years and I never would have gotten that. Red Pride Robotics joins them out of Plainfield. Red Pride was 9th, jumped up to 7th in the final qualification round, which is pretty cool. So they got to make a selection. They chose Red Alert from Center Grove, who is on their team 1741.
Starting with game team placement, it looks like Blue has almost gone for a completely cube-based selection. We're almost mirroring both sides of the field. I'd be curious to see how that ends up in the grid if they'll have a very cube-based.
They did in the first in their first match. They tried to fill the entire bottom, and it got them 100 grid points.
3176 doing their throw it into their zone and go back later and pick them up. So look at this, 4th piece. 4 game piece.
Yeah, and once you're in your community, you can interact with as many game pieces as you want, so they can really quickly fire them into the positions that they need. And they're saving them from the opponent alliance, collecting them too. Pretty smart move on their behalf.
Yeah. Community is closest to the wall, past the charge station on either side, by the way, for those at home. That blue tape and the red tape, the second one.
Again, no defense being played.
Everybody just trying to score. I mean, and that's what happened in the first seed, scoring 170 points to 150. We're going to see everyone trying to use the best form of defense, which is a good offense sometimes. And that top and bottom row, not so much focused on the middle, are the Blue Alliance.
They got that bottom almost filled up.
84-83, it's within 1. Minute 20 to go. 2 links compared to 3. And I always think 34-87 is breaking when it goes over the top to grab onto those cubes, but it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, they've got some pretty loose mechanisms there. It seems like they have 2 as well, probably one just for cones and another one for cubes, but I haven't seen them use their cone one yet. The Blue Line's heavily focusing on cubes like we predicted.
Yeah, the little flapper intake that they get the cubes with works pretty well.
1741.
Slightly
they'll try to put the final top row game piece on. 108 to 98, so 10 points. Could go either way still. They do. They complete the top row. Now it's on to the middle. And start thinking about docking. About 35 seconds to go.
I think these two alliances will go down to the end and delay the docking.
Finally, some defense. 1741 matched up with 328 there. Taking 1741's ability to get another game piece. Instead, they're going to have to focus on docking. Big collision. Everybody stayed up. Halfway on, halfway off is 3487.
Blue going for a triple. It's only a 5-point game right now.
Be careful.
I think he pushed him a little too far. Looks like he's going to fall off the edge there. He is in contact, so he has to get off there, or his opponents won't count it.
Oh, no.
My Lord.
Neither team got the dock. Even though the teeter-totter is flat, it doesn't matter because 3487 is touching, so.
They'll get no points.
No points. Match is under review, by the way.
They could have won that with just a dock. With a
Head official doing some mental math. Yep, there's another look at it thanks to Dennis in the truck.
Wow, that was close.
Wow. So almost spent too much time playing defense at the end there. Should have been focusing on docking.
You got to get those last-minute points in the finals. You can't wait around. You can't. You got to delay that dock to the end.
Let's check it out. Red team. 160, 149.
Only 11 points.
And that was an upper bracket match, so we'll see both of these alliances again. We'll next see Alliance 5 in match 9. That's only a couple minutes from now, but Alliance 1 is going to sit pretty till match 11. That's about 40 minutes, so they got plenty of time to make any repairs or modifications they want.
Yeah, we're done right now for another 15-minute break.
Another 15-minute break. And so once we see a little bit of some crowd, how that checked in.
We have one more. We have that other.
Yeah, I thought we had one more.
I'm sorry.
You're good. I thought, yeah, one more match. So the
like 3 versus
3-7 game. Alliance 7 got into this with a 176-point performance, the highest of the state tournament thus far.
Watch this match, Bryce. Tell us all about it.
Sure. Right off the bat, 461. They're heading over and across the charge station. They're scoring extra points for their alliance. Now we're seeing the Blue Alliance during their autonomous period. 1741 just barely missing their cone on the right side of your screen there. I don't think they would have had time to score it within the autonomous period anyway. Like we were talking about earlier, 3987 with the loose mechanisms on both sides of the robot, but they have been able to specialize, allowing them to score cubes quicker than most teams can. Uniquely, 461 doesn't go all the way up to deliver that cone. They just barely toss it on at the end with high success rate, though. Plenty of cubes like we saw on the Blue Alliance side. And a high amount of contact just there at the end. 1741 did catch on and say, hey, guys, we got to do a little bit of defense to slow them down from scoring. But I think they caught on just a little bit too late in the match in order to change the outcome. Although links don't get you rank points, you can still get 5 points for each of those links you make. So still beneficial to make those throughout the playoff matches.
And here's the part that defined this round. This really tough break.
Little pinball action by 1741 there.
And just a hair too much. The alien's pumped. All about that. One more match until a 15-minute break when we'll step away for a moment. And then we'll be on to our third round out of 6, including the finals. We'll see it in just a second. Area 5188 getting ready to go. Let me pull up our teams for this one, guys. We can give some predictions. So on Red Alliance, it's 5188, Classified Robotics and Gonk, Panther Tech, and the Quadrangles. The other side of the field, in blue, Tiger Dynasty, Robo Blazers from University, and the Thunderbots. Tiger Dynasty, that is a very quick robot. So is the Robo Blazers team. So this is speed versus precision with Panther Tech out there.
The Red Alliance is pretty strong. They got 3 solid scorers. We'll see what Blue Alliance can do. 50-10 has been playing awesome. Robo Blazers have been playing awesome. And the Thunderbots out of nowhere.
Yeah, they've been ranking pretty high throughout the day. And they're a newer team, so they've been able to perform well in a quick amount of time.
Newer teams from Southern Indiana, usually starting with 7. Yeah, 2 relatively new teams this
Gotta
deep
root
in the
for Robo
finals.
Blazers. played with us last year in the finals in the state, so
they're on the west side of Carmel.
We had a great time at Champs with them.
A relatively small school, too. Up there with the best of them.
Yeah, I never even heard of that school until last year.
Quadrangles announced there. You can see them getting ready. That is the same computer I'm using right now. How about that? And they've got the joystick controller with all the buttons there.
Look at all the buttons. That's all custom.
That's it's difficult.
Yeah.
And that's difficult to build, and I'm sure if you didn't build it, it'd be even more difficult to use.
And you see how they're mounted their computer up high because they have a camera on their robot they can use to view things. So it's up in the air a little bit so they can see it better.
So we meet the Blue Alliance, getting ready for action. Of course, we're still on the top, which means we will definitely see both of these alliances again, no matter what happens. Moving right along in the state championship here at Anderson. The final leg of our all-day stream on the ISC Sports Network.
I want another baby race.
That was very entertaining from the AV booth. We played Baby Shark during it. And I think we almost fell over from all the cuteness overload we had back there, too.
Yeah, we had Danny on to break it down for us at the instant replay, too. That was cool. All right, we're in the autonomous zone. Early lead for Blue, immediately taken back by Red. They're going to try to dock. Sergeant Joe has been lights out at docking in the autonomous mode.
Yeah, both of the Blue Alliance robots not able to grasp the secondary game pieces they were going for. Red Alliance currently ahead out of autonomous, but plenty of time to still change that in the match.
Fishers has a really quick robot. Nice telescoping arm. Also a very heavy robot, hard to knock over.
5188, that school out from Terre Haute, the Vigo schools. That's had a really good year. A resurgence for that team.
We have a former Dean List Award winner. And both looking more to the top than the bottom. So the Alliance 1 is really the only alliance. Whoa, big collision. It's really the only alliance that's trying to fill the bottom first. Everybody else going for the top and middle, as we've seen from much of the qualifying rounds as well.
Again, no defense happening.
It's a relatively open field. Everyone's staying out of each other's way for the most part. Fisher spinning everywhere. Good communication.
Yeah, they're cycling well together. Blue has taken the lead now with those cycles.
97-89, under a minute to go. Probably time for one or two more game pieces before you got to start thinking about.
And Red brings it right back. It's back and forth.
Yeah, Red has been moving like clockwork. They've been staying out of each other's zones. I haven't seen any red-on-red bumper contact yet, so they've been keeping out of each other's way.
It's within 2 points with 37 to go. 4 links compared to Blue's 5. Blue with 116 to 113. I mean, this is going to come down to docking. And I haven't seen any penalties announced quite yet. Nearly a full grid over on Blue.
2 Red going up. Red has a slight lead.
And Red's going to try a triple dock.
Sergeant Joe's got to try to get balanced. A little more, a little more, a little more.
Oh!
Wow, beautiful.
A double triple dock. 121, 127. This is going to be close. This is going to be really close. If there were no penalty points, Red wins it, but I don't know that for sure.
And generally the penalties are real time, so yeah. For the most part, they're real
penalties
time.
in the
You
score.
never know.
Yeah.
You never know though.
We'll get our official results. Red Alliance.
Probably not by much. Yeah, only 6 points, and 5 of those are penalties. It could have been a 1-point game without them.
Alliance 3 goes down to a lower bracket, match 10.
And so our round 3 is set. Round 3 will feature, the losing Alliance of match 8, which was, of course, the blue Alliance here. So it'll be 3 versus 5, and then 5 versus 2.
Yeah, quite an upset in that last match. That was the 7th Alliance moving forward now to play your first Alliance. The winner of match 11 will move on to the finals, but we won't see that for a couple more minutes from now.
Yeah, we got to get the lower bracket, those 2 matches done first, then we'll go to the winner's bracket.
So will we do all 4 of these and then
No.
have a 50? So it'll be 2, 2, 2.
Right.
Okay, or 2, 2, 1, I should say.
Yeah. Well.
So yeah, here's a replay. How about the full grids? I mean, the mostly full communities on both squads.
These teams are good. You don't play defense, there's going to be a big scores going on.
The malfunctions are kind of trickling off. It's like a flurry of them. Knock on wood, of course. Yeah, Scott's knocking on the table, but it seems like a little more locked in now, focused, and the robots staying together for the most part. Here's that triple dock. Sergeant Joe, so good at balance.
Last second.
We will send it down to the floor where Rachel Baker is keeping us entertained.
Doing during this break before we move on to round number 3 is we really want to take some time to recognize a really important group of people, our mentors here. If you're a mentor, can you please go ahead and stand up? And let's give them a big round of applause. We all know that FIRST would be nothing without our mentors. And so we want to make sure that we're recognizing all of our mentors, but also those mentors who have spent a lot of time mentoring in FIRST. So please remain standing. We're going to go ahead and call people and recognize you based on how long you've been mentoring a FIRST team. So if this is your first year mentoring, let's give you a big round of applause. Thank you so much, our rookie mentors. And then go ahead and sit down if this is your first year mentoring. Thank you. Next up, if you have been mentoring for up to 3 years, thank you. And now go ahead and sit down if you've been mentoring for 3 years or less. Next, 5 years. Please go ahead and sit down. Thank you. For folks who have been mentoring for up to 10 years, thank you. A decade of mentoring in FIRST. Thank you so much. Please go ahead and take a seat. All right, 15 years. Thank you. Thank you so much for your 15 years of mentoring. All right, those of you who have been mentoring for 20 years, thank you so much. For those of you still standing, you've been mentoring for longer than many of our students have been alive. Thank you so much. All right, and our last and most celebrated crew, if you have been mentoring for 25 years or more, stand up. Thank you so much. And for one mentor in particular,
who is celebrating his 25 years of anniversary of service for Team 292, Joe Real. Please stand up. Joe, we have a surprise for you. Please go ahead and wave to the crowd. This trophy that your team has organized and everyone has signed is just a small token of our appreciation. Thank you so much to Joe Real. Congratulations on 25 years of service, mentoring, and thank you so much to all of our mentors who make FIRST what it is. Thank you so much. We also have a Finn Day 1 recap video ready to show you from our amazing media team that has been documenting this incredible event. So please direct your attention to the screen for the Finn Day 1 recap video.
And we're back on the ISC Sports Network, up here in the Raven's Nest, as we're calling it, second deck, the O.C. Lewis Gymnasium. We are on to round 3 in the playoffs for the first Indiana State Championship. There you are. Got our 3-person booth. Where are you at, Jim Nance? Bryce Castle, Scott Miller, J.D. Arland up here. And it is really good to see you guys. Alliance 3 taking on Alliance 4. I've got the bracket pulled up right here. And Alliance 5 taking on Alliance 2. This is the bottom bracket, which means it's win or go home. Bryce, you've been in a situation similar. When it's win or go home, what's going through your head as an operator?
I know. The big thing is, like, do you push the limits to get that extra game piece? Will this extra piece decide my fate in the rest of the game match, or do I spend that on the charge station? So really, because the point differences are so close this year, it could make or break depending if you place that extra game piece.
And we already saw somebody, I believe, went for the triple dock and fell off, and it can just be those kind of spur of the moment decisions. Scott, as a mentor and a coach, what do you say to your team ahead of a high pressure match?
Well, you have to prep them and get them ready, but during the match, the coach is the one making those decisions. Drivers got to focus on driving. The coach has to say, pick up that piece. Coach has to say, we need to score, we need to score. Coach has to say, we got to get it to a balance, because the coach is watching that score and seeing what's going on.
Got to have a loud voice to get that done.
Yeah.
So we take a look at our teams. Red Alliance is Red Alert, Red Pride Robotics, and Purple Precision. On the other side is Team Thrust, Maverick Robots, and Munster Horsepower. And that is our 5 seed against our 2 seed, 5 seed in red, 2 seed in blue. So Maverick Robotics is part of that 2 seed group who had the 2nd overall pick. And they chose Center Grove, who then chose
we got 1501 from up there in Huntington. Is their first pick of 42.72.
Oh, that's right. Here's the autonomous section. 15 seconds. And this is where McCutcheon shines.
3-piece auto.
6 seconds. They're gonna get it, no problem.
Piece of cake for the Alliance. The Blue Alliance just shy of that balance on the charge station. They won't get the points they need there, but Maverick Robotics easily keeping up on that score for the Blue Alliance side of things.
It's cycle time. Again, no defense being played. I wonder when we're going to see that, right?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe in the finals match we'll get some. A lot of teams seem to be focusing on scoring because they have to cross diagonally from their loading station to the grid. Most of it's just accidental.
It's opportunistic. Yeah.
3487 had some difficulty hanging onto and picking up cubes. They eventually got that one on their 3rd attempt.
Red needs to come back there behind a bit here.
88 to 50, 92 seconds on the clock. 3 links compared to 0. Got to get those links if you're Red Alliance. Traffic jam on blue. 31-47, picking it up. Getting that arm repaired from Munster, Team Horsepower. Got a great senior group of operators.
Red Alliance placing a lot of cones on their grid.
Trying to keep up. They're getting closer.
As soon as they add in those cubes, they're creating those links, so that score can change really quickly. So each link gets you 5 points in the match.
Maverick Robotics will try to slide it in right in the middle there. So they'll complete the top and middle sections. 5 links compared to 4 for Red, who's come back in this one, 121 to 98, 43 seconds, about 15 seconds to put game pieces down before you got to start thinking about docking.
Still a 20-point lead for the Blue Alliance, number 2.
You can put any piece in that bottom row of the grid, so I wouldn't be surprised if Blue Alliance could finish it up if they wanted to. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and go for that triple dock, which they have been known to do previously.
Already 142, and if they get that triple dock, this score is going to be huge.
This will be the high score if they make it.
Maverick Robotics got it. Triple dock for blue. Red having some difficulty. 8 seconds to go.
They're going to make it.
They still could get there. 17:41. Trying. All good. Double triple dock. Second time in a row that's happened. And 2 robots hanging off to the side of that red dock.
That's very creative.
Really
very
difficult
creative
stuff. 142 to 119 before we add up the scores. Maverick Robotics and Thrust pumped over there. Team from South Lafayette. Blue Alliance wins it. 172. It's a big score.
5 penalty points, that's all.
Yeah, because teams are just about maxing out the grid, those extra points you get during the autonomous period for scoring game pieces get you just a little bit of edge if you're going for the high score here in the playoffs matches.
So this will be the last we see today of Red Alert, Red Pride Robotics, and Purple Precision. So a great competition for Center Grove, Plainfield, and Brownsburg. Thanks for coming out. Here's some highlights, Bryce. A very dominant Blue Alliance who had trouble, of course, entered into the lower bracket and since then has been on a warpath.
Yeah, but like we've seen throughout the match, 42-72 easily scoring those 3 game pieces they need during the autonomous period. The Red Alliance not able to match them. I know both of the robots on that side were just shy of picking up their second game piece, but they were able to get the docking that they needed during autonomous. I know we saw this gripper come apart earlier in the match. They have been able, or earlier in the game, or competition, I should say, they were able to put it back together. I think it was just a couple bolts loose that flew off during their autonomous period just a couple matches ago. Here we are looking at the Red Alliance charge station at the end.
Just a scare, you know?
Yeah,
It got it back together, and that's good.
And the Blue Alliance, we saw this just moments ago, and it was quite swift, and they were sitting pretty for a couple seconds there, so they knew, hey, I'm happy with my score, and we're going to finish this off strong with a great bounce there for the Blue Alliance.
And you saw McCutcheon just screaming in there, like almost drifting into the perfect position. What a talented group of drive operators.
Gotta love their hats, too. Take them off, land on all the time.
They have some really cool Chicago Bulls stuff in that high school, because a Maverick is a bull. For those not familiar, that took me years to learn that. I did not know that until I was an adult, that a Maverick was a bull. We played them so many times. I had no idea.
You mean it's not a Navy pilot?
Yeah, hey, there you go. That's more team thrust for you. Top Gun. Here we get set. Match 10, double-digit matches from here on out. Alliance 3 versus Alliance 4. So on paper, a very close game. It's win or go home.
Well, you know who I'm rooting for.
Coneheads.
No secret.
Beldar. 829. Digital Goats, part of the Blue Alliance. Wolfpack joining them from South Bend. And Penn Robotics Black. Wolfpack was the one who made the selection. They chose both Penn and the Digital Goats. On the other side, it's the Thunderbots, Robo Blazers, and Tiger Dynasty. Robo Blazers were the ones to make that selection. And they are they're the team captain. Their round 1 selection was Fishers. Their round 2 selection, Thunderbots, out of the New Tech Institute in Evansville, Indiana, who, by the way, retweeted our ISC Sports Network account. Thanks so much, Thunderbots.
I do love the Wolfpack flag. They have a string of LEDs on there that they'll change based on what color they're on. So you can see it's blue for them on the Blue Alliance.
Oh, that's very cool. That is very cool. Pre-team meeting here.
And 135 has a blue hoop instead of yellow this time, instead of red.
So, Scott, are those baseball jerseys or?
Yeah.
Very cool.
We have different ones for the students and the mentors. We like collars, so ours have collars.
Man of taste.
Yeah.
I like it.
Always.
Here we go.
The flags have made their way off the field. We're looking for the FTA and the referees to give a thumbs up, and then we'll get this match underway.
The match is going smoothly, quickly. Thumbs up from the FTA means we're good for the 15-second autonomous period. Scott, what are you looking for out of your squad for this autonomous period?
Our 2 cube against the over the bump is what we're trying to do. It's hard to maintain your odometer going over that bump, so you missed a little bit, but it'll score.
And they'll push it in. So that will score. They got 2 cubes there. 41 to 35. Red with a mild advantage. 128 to go. Very quick digital goat robot with a long telescoping arm. They're matched up against that really quick Fisher's robot that's sturdy and hard to knock over. 76-57, if you recall. Right at the end of their last match, got a last-second dock. A very skilled group of operators.
Both alliances cycling furiously. I can't say that furiously.
Coincidental or opportunistic, like you said, defense going on. Not anything planned, it seems. 135, trying to get that drop.
Red with a lead at the moment. Blue's trying to get another link going here.
3-2.
They get it. They miss it. A29's missed 2 cones in a row. That's not good.
Red Alliance, that is Alliance 3, is broken into triple digits. They're at 100 with about a minute to go. 103-89 the score. Both 5 links compared to 3, red to blue.
Yeah,
Defense
829
going on.
finishing a link right up by their charge station there. Giving them 5 points for both the game piece at the top of the grid and then also 5 for creating the link, so the scores just got a lot tighter.
38 seconds.
That's 3 missed. Blue's not going to win missing cones like that.
It is falling down into the lower part of the grid, though, so
It
they
did score.
could still make links of those missed opportunities.
Yeah.
Got to start thinking about docking. 23 seconds to go.
There, put that one down the bottom. It's not quite in there.
135 has its work cut out for it. Got to put it in
Blue
the middle of
needs-
their community. Or
Last
just
score
abandon
by
it.
135. That was huge.
8 seconds. Wow. No more action. Everyone put your controllers down and yell. It's 131 to 131.
Ties are possible in this game.
We have not seen one all competition. What happens, Bryce?
I don't quite remember. There are tiebreaker rules, so I think they next look at grid score.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the rules again. I don't remember.
And then if grid score is also tied,
think
there's
penalties
a
is
variety of
first.
different
I think
things
penalties
too.
is first.
That does make sense.
Yeah.
I didn't see any in this game though, so they might have to take a check at the rule book and see what's up. I'm sure the refs will pull up together and double check all their math is right. I know the system does most of the scoring for us, but really making careful checks of everything that was scored properly.
Our director. So no obvious penalties in the last one. Officials do not envy them at the moment. Got a lot to think about and do.
Yeah, my heart's going like 500 miles an hour. I'm going to fall over here, Bryce. Better catch me.
All right, I gotcha.
If you closed your eyes right now, you would not know what sport you're at. It is loud. There are a lot of people here, and it is literally standing room only. I know people say that a lot, but there is not a seat in the house, and people are standing in the hallways and all around this gymnasium.
Yep, sitting on the stairs, which the fire marshal is going to hate.
It's not like we're broadcasting this to the whole world or anything, so you probably won't find out.
I know my sons are watching it.
We're still waiting on an update for the score, so we'll let you know when we know. I think so are the teams. Everyone crowded around the big screen. That Jumbotron donated by the United States Air Force.
Our head referee, Logan. Working with Daniel Bravo, trying to get the scores final and perfect.
Daniel Bravo, Volunteer of the Year. Red
Wow. A tie. I'm going to go look at those tiebreaker rules. I was pulling them up on my way now. We're going to have to take a look at those.
So, low charge station.
Yeah, so there was a penalty. So we'll have to see what order those tiebreaker rules are in.
Wow. It doesn't get closer than that, folks.
That's a heartbreaker.
Fishers moves on. University moves on. And New Tech moves on. It's the last we'll see of the Goats. The Wolfpack and Penn Robotics black if it stays. Let's take a look at the replay. A great autonomous performance. So I believe this may be the largest combined score, if I'm not wrong, in the tournament. And it just came down to the wire. So there's Fishers. Just at the last second. Can't believe it.
I don't know if that graphic was right. I don't think it was charge states. I think it was penalty.
So we're getting word from our director that the Jumbotron may have been incorrect. And so the real reason for the elimination may have been the one penalty.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the first time because the charge stage I thought was tied.
In that match, we have a tie. For our final rules, it goes to the tiebreaker criteria. The first sort is cumulative tech foul points. There were no tech fouls in the match, so that is also a tie. It then goes to the second sort. Second sort is Alliance Station charge points. Red had more charge station points than blue, thus why they were given the win even though the score was tied. That is your that's the explanation for why Red is advancing to the next round of the playoffs. Thank you.
Okay. So it was charge station. More points came from the charge station than the grid. Of course, the name of the game is quite literally charged up. So that would make sense. Bryce has got the rule book up. He's double checking.
So we have break. I think we have awards coming up during this break.
We'll send it down to the floor so the MC can keep us entertained. You're locked in live to ISC Sports.
Then we are going to watch the safety animation video. And then we have another recap video for you guys for this competition. Alrighty, Ivy, we're good to go.
Safety is everybody's responsibility. Heavy items should be placed to minimize potential energy. The power grid of the future could utilize potential energy pumping water uphill for use when needed. We use SLA batteries on FRC robots. These batteries are hazardous if damaged. Lithium batteries offer high energy density but must be managed properly. Just as FRC robots sport aquatic protection, an airbag protects a car's occupants in an accident. Automation promises to increase the efficiency and safety of our transportation infrastructure. As future engineers, we must utilize potential chemical and kinetic energy safely.
Let's observe the journey of a young engineer as they face the challenges of the workspace. Batteries harness chemical and potentially shocking energy. Be aware of any battery leaks that could spread corrosive acids and keep a spill gun on hand for emergencies. Watch out for frayed wires and cut the power to avoid injury. Tool cases hold potential energy when placed up high. They can abruptly release it in the form of kinetic energy if unsecured. Be aware of your surroundings and make sure that everything is stored away after it's used. While power tools may be crucial in the pit, their combined danger of kinetic, potential, and electrical energy. It is crucial that everyone is trained to operate equipment and wear proper PPE. Doing so will lead to a safer and more technological tomorrow as we build with more renewable energy.
FRC teams are buzzing with chemical, potential, and kinetic energy, but that comes with safety risks that must be addressed. Motors may overheat and ignite surrounding grease. It's best to test equipment first, but new technologies can be designed to regulate temperature, which can be applied to many future machines. Spring-loaded mechanisms may fire prematurely, so it's best to keep a safe distance. But new methods like digital twin simulation can calculate the exact load capacity for FRC bots and other future tech as well. Finally, fast-moving robots mean potential danger. Using a swerve drive can increase mobility and decrease risk of injury, which would fit perfectly in future electric cars to reduce crash rates. Mitigating these risks will lead to a safer, energized future.
We're back. JD, Bryce, Scott on the call. We're going to take another look at the autonomous section for blue, because just not enough points right here is what eliminated them.
Nope, they didn't get it. Well, we don't know where the clock is.
Right there, you
Nope,
see the,
right
the
there.
white lights across the back
they
end.
They never got balanced. That was the match right there.
So because of that,
if it was balanced, it would never have been a tie. So,
thank you to Dennis for rolling that back from multiple angles. That is tough. So yeah, right there. So just a couple of inches
all it
separate.
takes.
Yeah.
All it takes.
You said earlier one rank point could do it, but how about 2 inches? By the way, all those videos you just saw were student made. This is what Bryce was just saying. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
All right, we move on. Match 11 in a moment. Penn has another crack at it. They're with the 1 seed, Super Duper Robotics, and Westside Boiler Invasion, who has been a buzzsaw thus far. This is still here part of round 4. This is a top upper bracket matchup, so we will definitely see both of these teams again. The winner of this match will head to the championship. And this is fun, having 3 guys on. We don't usually even have 3 announcers on ISC, so this is cool, man. This is fun. I feel like the college basketball national championship has 3 announcers. So why not the first robotics state competition?
Yeah, they have 3 in NASCAR.
Yeah, there you go.
Give me time to pull up the game manual here. For
Yeah.
those curious, it's table 11-4, the playoff match tiebreaker criteria. The first thing they look at is tech fouls. So like Scott was mentioning, they look for those extreme rule violations. If there aren't any of those, like we saw here, they'll go to then the charge station points. So like we saw in our case, the Blue Lions just shy in that autonomous period, so they weren't able to rack up those totals. If that was still even, they would have then looked at the auto points alone, so the Blue Lions still failing in that criteria. But if all 3 of those were still tied across the board, they would have then replayed the match. So we do have those rules in play just in case for a tie like we saw today.
So like 3 different ways that you can break that tie, and I'm assuming,
All right, everyone, well.
Whoops. It's all good. So I'm assuming there's, that'll happen with as many first events as there are all around the world.
And I believe tell me if I'm wrong, that in the finals, if it's tied after 5 matches, they flip a coin.
That sounds like the case.
If all the tiebreakers don't work, they'll flip a coin because they only go 5 matches max.
These events can't go on forever.
No, they cannot go on forever. They seem like they do.
No extra innings. As they say, it's baseball season. That's how I'm thinking about it.
So the winner of this match goes on to the finals.
Yep, that's what I mentioned moments ago. We got the Alliance 1 and Alliance 7 and our state champion robotics baby winner.
State champion baby there.
She's exhausted, I bet, for that. And so this is Penn, Super Duper, and Westside Boiler Invasion. Excuse me, taking on the 7th seed, Quadrangles, Panther Tech, and 5188. The Aliens.
Yeah, when I saw them put together that Blue Alliance here, I thought, wow, that's going to be hard to beat. So I expect a big score.
Quadrangles have the Woody Flowers Award winner as their advisor as well. Got to speak to her yesterday.
And 292, we saw Papa Joe in the stands earlier getting his 25 years. 25 years of being a mentor in first. Awesome. He's a great guy, amazing guy.
And that is who Sergeant Joe, the Panther Tech robot, is named after.
He keeps telling me he's going to retire, but from mentoring. He's retired from teaching, but he's still here.
You can see him all the way up in the back. Yeah. And so the field clears. Win and you're in to the championship match, that is. Again, that one is 2 out of 3. If you lose this one, you're still alive. You just head to the lower bracket.
292 misses their cone. We'll see if that makes a big difference.
18-11, Red off to an early lead in the autonomous period. And now we know how important autonomous docking is. I'm not sure. I don't want to say they got it, but it seems like they did.
They did.
42-35. The lead is Red. And throwing across the whole field is Penn. That's a great strategy. They get into their community and then they just launch it.
Yeah, if they can line those up, they either go in the bottom or the partners can pick them up and score them fast. But they have to be touching the community to throw it.
Good job staying out of the penalty zone, going into another community. That'd be a standard foul. As we saw, that every foul matters.
Red's in the league. Blues catching up, though. We'll see what happens.
90 seconds, 79-58. A lot of cubes on that Red safe zone. Big collision. Another big collision. 51-88 is one of the robots that struggled in the qualification round because they got stuck on a pole.
Now we're seeing some defense. 3-3-8 playing a little defense there in the middle.
So what more low-scoring match than we saw before. All 3 Red robots in their safe zone, and boom, screen set. Oh, and a break.
Quadrangles losing a bit of their faceplate there. Doesn't seem like anything mechanical, but they shouldn't leave too much around on the field.
I think it fell back into place.
Yeah, it looks like it's sitting pretty for now.
Gonna need a new zip tie. What's going on with 461? Spinning around, trying to get, they can't get the, there he goes.
You cannot possess 2 pieces, so there'll be penalties for that. And that one looks pretty stuck. But they
almost
they
accidental.
get it out.
And how about the swerve drive? Able to get that out in no time. 16 seconds, time to dock.
461 having issues grabbing that cube. Talking about 10 or 8 seconds in order to grab it. That could have cost them here at the end of the match.
That piece of the robot that just fell off 34.94.
Oh my goodness.
Might cost them their balance.
Wow! The last second. 461. Didn't even move the charge station.
Slid right up on there.
That's quick. That's speed. RDP celebrates.
May have a new high score in the finals here.
The West Side Invaders, that's their mascot there. Most likely blue. be on the way down to the next one. We're going to change up announcers. Bryce Castle, thank you very much, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. We're going to switch over to Andy Baker. Appreciate it, Bryce. And here's Andy Baker. Welcome back to the broadcast. Andy, a crazy finish. 2 matches ago, and then this one ended up ending pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, this is getting quite exciting. Obviously, it's really just what we expected. There's so many great teams here, lots of high-scoring points, high-scoring matches, and just little small things that are going to decide the differences between some of these matches.
Yeah, Andy, have you ever seen the tie break there and then the charge points? Thankfully, the referee came out and explained kind of what was going on, and we sent it to a replay and figured out that indeed the autonomous docking was not in time.
Okay.
For the Blue Alliance, and so they didn't get any points there, and it cost them by just a matter of inches.
Yeah, I appreciate a couple things there. I appreciate the fact that Logan comes out and explains it. I mean, Logan was an alumni of the program. He was a student on a team and a mentor on a team, so he comes from the team aspect, and he understands how frustrating it is to lose by a tiebreaker like that. So it's very important for him to be able to explain it to these kids, these teams, so they understand what it is. It's pretty clear what the thing was. I'm glad it wasn't a more controversial decision that made that the one team win, one team lose.
Yeah, no fouls. There was only one foul. It was a common foul, not a technical foul assessed. Yeah. So pretty clear cut. Some problems docking on this last one. Sergeant Joe, usually great at balance, but
well, that piece fell off the robot. It made it really hard to balance.
Well, both of those alliances were still in the win bracket, right? So that Blue Alliance gets another chance at least. So now they fall to the lower bracket, and they get to fight their way back up to the finals if they can make it.
But the Red Alliance is on their way to the championship.
Yeah.
And so that's Westside Boiler Invasion, Penn Robotics, Golden Rooks, and Super Duper Robotics will play for a title, most definitely.
Yeah, so the winner of this match will play that other alliance to go into the finals.
Right.
So this is 2 versus 3. 2's in blue, 3 in red. They're fighting for a chance to play Alliance 7 for a chance to play in the title. So 2 matches to go for either team here.
Right.
If you want to get all the way. This is match 12. The double eliminate. You guys like the double elimination format instead of regional?
Love it.
For so many years, we used the same old tournament style, and it was predictable and expected. And I think this is more efficient, and it's better. I love it too. I'm with Scott.
One of the best things is we pretty much know when we're going to be done.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we had no idea when we were going to be done.
Yeah.
I mean, it was best 2 out of 3 for everyone. So if you had a lot of 3 matches,
right,
it took forever.
Right.
And the problem back then was you would have one matchup between 2 alliances, and if it needed to go to a third match, maybe it was the last set of 2 alliances in the quarterfinals, everybody had to wait on that last third match. So it was a timeout, dance party, whatever, and that's kind of fun for some of the kids, but man, it makes for a long elimination tournament.
The biggest difference is, another big difference, is they intersperse the awards during these breaks. So after this match, we'll have awards. So that kind of eliminates some downtime, keeps things flowing better.
Yeah.
First Robotics, very efficient. Red Alliance is Thunderbots, Robo Blazers, and Tiger Dynasty, who's been on fire as of late. Team Thrust, Maverick Robotics, the quickest robot in the competition, and Munster Horsepower matching up with them. So this is a battle of speed. I would not be surprised to see a little more defense here, as these are 2 teams with big offensive prowess, especially the Mavericks in their autonomous session. They're really able. They've been able to get 3 of the last 4 times they've been out.
They've got 2, so 2 for the Mavericks. They got their 3rd piece in autonomous. Now they've got that scored in the top node. So good for them. They got 3 scored.
Did it again?
Yeah.
5th time in a row they've done that. Their tournament high, they were able to get 10 game pieces by themselves at the end of yesterday.
Wow.
Their best today has been 9. And there's 4 already. 1:18 to go. Blue Lions up by 1 point, 62-61.
No one's playing defense yet. Everybody's on the offense. So that's interesting. Good.
A little bit of an alliance tie-up there in the middle for the red squad. 31-47 has gotten a lot faster since the elimination rounds began.
Yeah.
Yeah, they broke their robot. Now they're playing better.
Yeah, weren't they the one in the early match that got shoved into the other alliance's community? They were playing defense too close. I think they were the one that got shoved in there and caused them a lot of points.
Yeah, their arm got broken, so he started playing defense.
Yeah, and that was not good for them.
They're driving a lot faster.
Yeah.
Than even they did in the prelims as well. They were not this quick.
Everybody's pretty smooth. Both of them are now over 100 points, or at or over 100 points, and we're 1 minute left to go.
Maverick Robotics. That swerve drive.
Very interesting to watch these teams, how they coordinate, stay out of each other's way. Look at that nice move by 31-47.
Fishers usually goes for the cubes. They're electing cones.
They got nothing left but the bottom row. Looks like they got 1 left in the middle.
Oh.
Fishers and McCutcheon.
Shoot, Thunderbots just dropped a cone.
Oh, it looks like McCutcheon has 2. They're going to get penalized for that. They had 2. They dropped 2 in.
Yeah, and Blue's got a 20-point lead right now. Well, Ted, it just
that might be a technical foul,
which would be 12 penalty points. Got to dock all 3.
I think that was a technical.
Red's got a dock. It's
gotta dock. Gotta get there. 6 seconds. Got it. Everybody set. Triple dock. Now it's time for the officials and judges to talk. Red thinks they have it.
Comes down to referees now. I think they're all right.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing when we see the teleop portion of the match with a live scoring on the screen for everybody to see, and it's usually pretty accurate. That's not trivial that the live scoring is accurate almost every match.
Oh yeah, it's been great this event.
Yeah.
It's been amazing. I don't think I've seen one that's changed much.
Years ago, it used to be not that way. It was hard to get live scoring correct.
You got some smart people.
Design of the game.
Yeah.
Whoever made this too is a very smart individual.
That's James Hockman.
Red Alliance.
Wow.
168 to 162.
5 points in penalties.
No tech assist.
1 point difference in the grid. Wow.
I'd call that an upset, folks, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a complete upset.
McCutcheon going home.
Yeah, they should have picked us. I always say that, though.
Yeah, you're right.
I always say that, right?
You're right.
Yeah. When somebody loses, you should have picked us.
McCutcheon going home, 15-0-1 going home, and Munster Horsepower going home. They had great competitions. All 3 of those robots have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked. I'm really happy for the Robo Blazers. I hope they pull it out. That's awesome.
It's like April Madness at Anderson.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, and they were the 2 seed. So that is an upset no matter which way you look at it. So you said awards are next before our semifinal round. Is that correct?
Yeah, before our next play-in match.
All right, we'll go down in there after we take a look at highlights. Andy Scott, what do you think Red Alliance did to win this thing?
You got 3 really strong, really evenly matched robots there. I think on the Red Alliance, you got 3 very strong robots. I think, as you were talking about with 31-47, Munster Horsepower, they were getting better, but I don't. My gut reaction is the equality. Yeah, so the balance of power amongst the 3 robots on the Red Alliance they just outgunned the entire power of the Blue Alliance.
They played better together. They cycled better together.
Yeah.
They stayed out of each other's way the whole time. It was really amazing to watch them crisscrossing in the field and not even touching each other. It's
good drivers.
That Fisher's robot is so quick, too.
Fisher's, I was watching their social media the last couple of weeks. They've worked really, really hard at improving their robot. They've made a lot of improvements over the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Last couple of weeks, yeah.
A lot more than some other teams did. So they really put in the effort last 2 weeks to get their auto mode really good and their cycling really good.
Very good to see. We'll send it down to Rachel, our MC, who is on the field. Keep us entertained and check out some of the awards.
Everybody on this side, pay attention, please. If you win an award and are sitting on the side Chris and I are looking at, you're going to go to this set of stairs over here, come down to where Bryce is standing and spinning. Yes, thank you, Bryce. And then you're going to come through the Blue Alliance gate, as Bryce is demonstrating. Woo! Yay, Bryce! Bryce is going to accept his award, and then he's going to go out the Blue Alliance gate. And then get a picture over at the first sign. And then you're going to go out the robot traffic doors. And for all my lovely people on this side of the venue, alrighty, you guys are going to go down the stairs on this side and go out to where everybody's waving the pom-poms down here. Awesome. And then you're going to go back through that same Red Alliance gate, through the front, through the blue gate. Take your picture. And then go out the robot traffic doors. Sound good to everyone? Alrighty, and with that, welcome to our first award segment. We've got 3 awards to present today, so let's go ahead and let our judges come out onto the field. Alrighty, everybody, the first award that we have for today is the Imagery Award. The Imagery Award is in honor of Jack Kamen, Dean's father, for his dedication to art, illustration, and his devotion to FIRST. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic integration of machine and team appearance. You know this team when you see them, from their bot to the pits. Their theme and image are absolutely saturated in all that they do. With party LEDs and speed, they light up the field with a purple hue. Congratulations to number 30, Cybertooth.
Team 3940 Cybertooth from Northwestern High School in Kokomo, Indiana.
Congratulations. Our next award is the Gracious Professionalism Award, which celebrates outstanding demonstration of FIRST core values, such as continuous gracious professionalism, working together both on and off the field of play. The winning team exemplifies the principles of FIRST: fairness, humility, positivity, and respect. This team is all of the rage. Their efforts supporting throughout the FIRST community are exemplary. Always able to cheer up other teams when they're feeling blue, congratulations to Team Cyber Blue.
Team 234 Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian High School in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Congrats again to 234. Our final award for this segment is the Team Spirit Award, which celebrates extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST. After a very tough year, this team stuck with each other. Bringing their community together with home-cooked meals, this team is a close family of beastly spirit. Congratulations to team number 71, Team Hammond.
Congratulations to Team 71, Team Hammond. They're from the Area Career Center in Hammond, Indiana.
A huge congrats to Team 71 and all our award winners for this segment. We will be presenting a few more awards after round 5, so stay tuned. We're also going to do our second recap video for this competition. Take it away, Brad.
We are back up here in the broadcast booth ahead of the penultimate match. So we've got match, is this match 12 or 13, guys? This is round 5, right? So match 13, yeah, the second to last match of the day. And we will meet the teams in just a moment. Everybody spent a really long time in the pits making some final adjustments ahead of this one. It is officially win or go home, and a win puts you into the championship. So you're in contention for a state title with a win in this matchup. Right. It's best 2 out of 3. See the...
Okay. Maybe? Yeah? All right.
Scott Miller, Andy Baker, JD Arlen joining you up here. Our 3-person announcing crew here at Anderson University.
I'll tell you, I love it here.
Yeah, this is my first time on campus, other than for Colts training camp. It's a really cool place.
We've packed this gym. The field house is great for the pits. There's a bit of a bottleneck here when you get in and out from the team perspective, but besides that, it's fantastic.
And how about the ceiling? I mean, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's retro.
How old is this place, I wonder?
For us engineers, we look at that ceiling and it's like, wow, that's cool.
I will look it up for you.
Oh, thanks. I'm guessing like 65. That's my guess. Yeah. Scott, you got a guess?
Scott, your guess? Okay, I got an answer now.
I'm going to go 67.
Mental math. It was built in 1962.
Oh, good job.
We're close.
You're close.
You weren't born yet, Mr. Baker.
Were you?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I was not.
Barely.
You weren't? Your parents might not have been born
They were
yet.
not either.
How old are you?
I am 24. My dad was born in 72.
Nice.
My mom the year after that.
My sons are older than you are.
Yep. That's great. So here we go.
Here we go, yeah. Back to the action. So match 13. Red Alliance is Area 5188, classified robotics and Gonk. Panther Tech with Sergeant Joe, who we talked about earlier. That's number 292. 3494, the quadrangles, Aegeon. That's named after a Greek god, as we've learned. On the other side is Team Upset, Tiger Dynasty, Robo Blazers, and Thunderbots, who have had to battle their way to get to this position in the first place. We saw a really, really good Fisher's robot in the last one. It's going to take the Blazers and the Thunderbots to have a fantastic performance as well to get over Panther Tech and Sergeant Joe, who is a professional docker at this point.
I think Panther Tech is the only former champion on this field. I think they've won twice.
They are the Alliance captain. This is the 7 seed in the form of Red Alliance and the 3 seed in the Blue Alliance.
It's tough. I have good friends on both these alliances. I can't root for anybody. I'll get in trouble.
The Panther Tech, they practice at my factory in Kokomo. So I know 292 very, very well. Good friends.
They're out of Western in Rushville.
Yeah, Rushville. So the Kokomo teams are pretty close-knit group. We tend to root for each other. But all these teams are awesome. I mean, every team here, great team. I really love to see them all win if that was a possibility, but this is a competition, so somebody's got to pull it out.
It's good to see fresh faces out there, not the same old teams. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like we got a pretty tied, pretty close auto portion that we're going into teleop. See if somebody pulls away here.
Blue took the lead back. They were down at coming out of the autonomous period, and then Red steals it right back. 54-52, 112 left. going over that charge station was the preference in the qualifier, but it looks like only 2 robots are choosing to do that for the finals.
They are elegantly staying out of each other's way as they crisscross across the floor here. Pretty cool to see. Just like that, 3494 missed an impact very closely.
That safety video was right, the swerve drive.
Yeah.
Well, 292 is a tank drive, and they're the best driven tank drive I've seen. They just are amazing how well they do.
It really lets them balance well, and they've balanced almost every autonomous period. Gotten it done. Sergeant Joe going over the top. It's almost like it's got like 4-wheel drive. Not afraid of it. 113 to 102 with 57 to go, so we're under a minute now. Again, winner to the championship.
A couple links changes everything fast.
Wow, look at red. They all left the load stations at the same time. They're all moving together.
They got a little bit caught up, but it looks like they're going to have enough time to at least put those game pieces down and then triple dock. 5188's going back for more.
2 quick links for blue ties the score.
Yep.
123 to 120 with 30 seconds to go. 6 links compared to 5 for red versus blue.
Nothing but the bottom left.
The full board approaching. 5188's docked. Sergeant Joe's going to get right in the middle there. Almost fell over. Nice save from the operator of 3994. 292.
Last minute score
got
by
it.
Blue
trying to dock. They got it.
They got it.
138 to 139.
Wow. A last second score by blue by 7657. Might have won it for him. 1 piece in the bottom. Might have won it for him.
Points.
That was great.
Before it was a second on the docking station. Now it's a link at the last minute. Head referee saying, hey, let's take a look at that before we make it a final score.
That last piece, I can't really tell, but that last piece that the Blue Alliance placed might have been a link. Yeah, it was an 8. I guess it's a, it was a link.
They did it.
That last placement.
1 point different in the grid score.
So blue was behind. They got that last piece in there. They got the low node score and the link score of extra 5 points.
I think it was just 1 point because they were tied, and then 1 point showed up.
Okay, that may be true. I want to see.
Still, that was amazing.
We have another.
We'll have to see that one again.
We'll take a look at it in a moment because that's they're gonna definitely want to be careful with that.
That was awesome.
It would have been address like low 7 or 6 was their address for that low node score. I think it was a link, but you might be right, Scott. I don't know.
I usually am, Andy.
Here's the replay. The whole thing. And so a fantastic performance for the Red Alliance is just not enough by a razor thin margin.
So Red's taking their time getting off the field because they're kind of sad, but they're troopers.
I feel like robots get a little heavier.
They do.
They do.
After you might lose. So yeah, you can see Fisher's has very quick. The Thunderbots, Tiger Dynasty, Robo Blazers, the team from University High School in Carmel, who is the Alliance captain.
Look at that move. All 3 moving at once.
The Robo Blazers have been.
Okay, so there's.
Yeah.
They've got.
Right there, that last cone by 7657.
The cube went, and then the cone went. The cube was the link. That's what I was watching. So you're kind of both right.
Of course we are. We're wonderful people.
Yes. But that was so these guys weren't scoring anything at the end of the match. They're up by
and
like
they have
10.
a cone. Look, he has a cone in his clutch.
Just get rid of the cone.
That was the difference.
If he was able to throw that cone.
Well.
The last second score.
Nice.
The kids jumping up and
I'm
down.
kind of worried about what the other reaction's going to be. Put that link in the last second for blue.
Right.
And then,
there goes the cube. There goes the cube. And then there goes the cone. And then they're going to balance, and that's the game.
I mean, they had no time to balance, and they did it.
They had to. That was they had to score.
It
They
was
had
do
to
or
balance.
die.
That was awesome. That was a great match. That's what we like to see.
All right, we'll send it back down to the floor ahead of our state championship match, which is now set. You're watching IC.
You're done.
All right, everybody. Our first award for this section is the Autonomous Award, which is sponsored by Ford, which celebrates a team that has demonstrated consistent, reliable, high-performance robot operation during autonomously managed actions. Evaluation is based on the robot's ability to sense its surroundings, positioning itself or onboard mechanisms appropriately, and executing its tasks. Like a retriever, this team follows the scent. They pursue their goal, whether near or far, with great consistency and high performance. This is the way to build a great robot. Congratulations to team number 868, Tech Hounds.
Team 868 Tech Hounds from Carmel High School in Carmel, Indiana.
Congratulations again to Team 868. Our next award is the Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation. It celebrates the creativity that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally designed and not discovered. This team designed their robot for versatility from conception. Their dual-sided intake and scoring arm allows this team to stay completive. With the flip of their wrist, the judges were alerted to their creativity. Congratulations to Team 1741, Red Alert.
Team 1741, Red Alert from Center Grove High School in Greenwood, Indiana.
Big congrats to Red Alert on their award. Our third award for this segment is the Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, which celebrates the creativity that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally, Thank you so much. Okay, sorry. The Quality Award celebrates machine robustness in concept and fabrication. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. The judges were riveted by this team when it came to talking about the quality of their robot. Their concept of design is seen throughout their robot and on the playing field. The robot lives up to the motto, they are impossible to kill. Congratulations to 4272 Maverick Robotics.
Team 4272 Maverick Robotics from McCutcheon High School in Lafayette, Indiana.
Alrighty, our final award for this segment is the Industrial Design Award, sponsored by General Motors, which celebrates the team that demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetic. The judges had to say that this team demonstrated exceptional design, starting from kickoff, with their design matrix prioritizing desired features while weighting cost, feasibility, and strategy. Developing a unique and effective claw allowed them to pick up cones and positions that other teams would pass on. The wrist has taken the guesswork out of their performance. Congratulations to 1646 Precision Guessworks.
Team 1646 Precision Guessworks from Jefferson High School in Lafayette, Indiana.
Congratulations to 1646 and all our winners for this segment. All right, thank you, judges. Let's get started with prepping for our final matches.
Behind me is the autonomous go-kart project that we've been working on for quite some time. We are in the process of building a go-kart that can be run using remote controls instead of manned. Eventually we want to be able to set it on a track and it will run itself completely around the course. There will be a predefined track, it will not know the track, and it will be able to figure out how to move around the track and then optimize that and go as fast as possible. It actually is pretty simple. In layman's terms, we just use a remote control that uses radio frequency. So that transmits the signal to the receivers, which comes to a microcontroller, basically a tiny computer. That computer takes the information and does a few calculations with it and sends it to different motors, actuators, and servos that will move things such as the steering or turn the big motor on the back, the traction motor, to turn us and make us go. I love working on the kart because it really gives us a chance to implement some design features that we've been learning about in class. So we get to design something within a given set of parameters and then implement it and then iterate on it to make it better and better when new unknown things come up and we have to account for other sorts of issues. We're really thankful for all of our sponsors. The kit that we built this from was actually donated. Any future sponsorships or donations we get also help keeping us moving the ball forward, trying to innovate and change the kart a little bit so we can really optimize it to make it the best we can.
What FRC is really good with is not just focusing on developing these students' technical skills, but developing all their professional skills as well. So a lot of good communication skills that these students are learning. We're seeing a lot of professional development from the standpoint of teamwork and collaboration, having to work with so many different teams from schools that they don't even know. We really like that at Toyota because we have to do the same thing.
We have multiple mentors on the team that work at Toyota that come and help, and our head coach Lyle Oxley, he works at Toyota.
Just having people that are in the industry. I know the mentors we have now, they're all working in fields that relate to engineering and design and manufacturing. So just having more and more people that are in the industry helping us, it really helps us just keep going, and it helps us teach the new kids that come in whenever people like me being a senior when we leave to go to college.
They can be like, I've done this before, like if you do this isn't going to work out because of this and this. They're wiser, they're experienced, yeah.
It really helps a lot because this year a lot of us didn't know how to use any of the equipment. We were all new, so they were able to take us into our shop and show us exactly what we were doing and how to do it without messing up.
As a company in Southwest Indiana, we are dedicated to our community partnerships and partnering with nonprofits, educational institutions to really help build the next generation of our workforce. They're our future leaders, our future team members, and our future community. So we want to educate them and really have them be integrated into our culture.
We're back in the Ravens' Nest. JD Arlen alongside Andy Baker and Scott Miller. And Andy, you had a pretty good point while we were in the break talking about the success that Westside Boiler Invasion has had this season, now on the cusp of a state title.
Yeah, T461, West Lafayette High School, Westside Boiler Invasion. They started back in 1999, and it was Steve Florence, his teacher at West Lafayette High School. He was a wrestling coach, he was a track coach, football coach. He did it all there, and he wanted to start a robotics team there. So crazy enough they did, and they have a lot of success over the years. Won Chairman's Award, which is now the Impact Award. They have so many kids that went through their program. They're extremely successful, but for whatever reason, actually a lot of bad luck over the years. They didn't ever win a regional, or they didn't win a district event. I think they were second like 10 times. It was some ridiculous. They were finalists like 10 times. It was ridiculous. And I was actually on some of their alliances with them, that we would lose or whatever, we would win against them and such. But this year, after 24 years of not winning an event, they won the Mishawaka district event. They got a blue banner for that, and they won the Tippecanoe event in Lafayette near their home. And so they won 2 blue banners so far, and now they're on they're undefeated here in the elimination rounds for this event. And they're the favorite right now. The Red Alliance is the favorite to win this tournament. Now they're up against the Blue Alliance, which is underdog city. They're just beating everybody and blazing their way up until the final matches here. So it'll be kind of neat to see. It's kind of like a David-Goliath situation here, where we got the Red Alliance is expected to win, but the Blue Alliance, they've knocked off some tough alliances along the way.
You actually don't need to hold that down anymore.
It's just like last year. That's why they pay the game. You never know what's going to happen.
You guys were the dogs last year.
We had no chance of winning last year, and we pulled it off.
Yeah, you did.
And you guys set a red card in the first round of the state final.
Match, yeah. Then we
tough.
had a tie. That was hard.
And they deserved it. People say that was the underdog and they won, but it was fabulous to see. They deserved that win. And I don't think you implied that.
No.
You didn't, but it very much deserved it. It was cool to see you guys win that.
I don't think we could have played another match. The robot was just destroyed. But you gotta have luck. You gotta have luck in this sport. It's just the way it is. You cannot win this without luck. I don't care if you're the most dominant alliance in the world.
As you see the teams get ready to go.
Yeah, we've got the Red Alliance pretty loose. They're dancing over here in the Alliance station. They're loose kids. So
that's Purdue Polytech there, Super Duper Robotics. So the only school that has a chance to repeat history is the Robo Blazers. Everybody else would be a new state champion. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's correct.
One thing I do want to point out, the young man on the Purdue team, 461, who's out by the robot, the blonde-haired guy, I don't remember his name, but he's a Dean's List finalist. We've got I think 8 students who are Dean's List finalists, and they're going to announce two Dean's List winners, and that's like the student of the year. And and those students move on to Worlds to be a list of 20 kids who are awarded the Dean's List at World Championships. So he's not only driving his robot, but he's also up for Dean's List here in Indiana.
Exciting stuff. Still more awards to come, like you said. Dean's List Impact Award on the horizon. That'll be after we crown a state champion.
Yeah, we got 4 great teams up for the Impact Award.
Yeah,
doing awesome work. 461 can do the double. They can win the event and the Impact.
Might be an RDP kind of day.
Yeah, we call that a double cling bling.
So remind me, Scott, who are all the Impact Award winners?
Oh, you're going to hurt me. 1741. 461 won the first one.
Right.
That was 1741.
Red Alert, right?
Was it
at Center Grove? Yeah.
135 won at Lafayette.
And who won the last one? I wasn't there.
Center Grove. Who won at Center Grove?
I think I was in bed by then.
It was it Tinley? It wasn't Wolfpack.
I could probably look it up.
I'm going to remember it. It's somewhere deep in my brain. It was like a week ago.
It was last Saturday.
Yeah. And it was a newer team. Was it Evansville North?
I honestly.
Was it Huskies? I think
it was Huskies on Hogs. I think maybe you're right.
I'll claim it was Huskies on Hogs. That was Evansville North. And they're doing great things down there in Evansville.
And remember, if we're not right, it's blame Andy.
Yeah, fine. That's fine.
He's got really big shoulders.
I'm very accountable.
Former football player. He's got big shoulders.
That's right. Actually.
That is
the Purple Aces
big name.
of Evansville.
Big name around the month of March.
Yeah.
Into early April. We're set to go. Everybody a little bit nervous, I'm sure.
I think they're going to bring them out to shake hands first before they do any robot battling. So the gates need to be open. They're going to bring them out. They're going to have them shake hands and hug and hold hands and all that. And that's a kind of a cool tradition with.
That's back finally.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did that go away for the pandemic?
Yeah, you can't. Heaven forbid you shake hands during the pandemic. You can't do that.
All comes down to this title card match. And for those who maybe not as familiar with the teams, we've got on one side of the bracket Purdue Polytech, which is in Indianapolis, West Lafayette Junior Senior High School, and Penn, and that's their freshman and sophomore team. They're taking on University High School, which is on the west side of Carmel near Village of West Clay. Fishers, who's in the 5010 car, and New Tech Institute. Thanks to New Tech Institute for following ISC Sportsnet on Twitter. Everyone staying loose. And here comes some of them. What do you talk about pre-match? Because obviously you want to keep everything the same. You don't want to incorporate kind of a new tactic. So what do you say to your team, at this stage of the competition?
You kind of get the pulse of the kids. I mean, I'm a field coach myself. You get the pulse of the kids. If you see a student kind of tensing up or getting anxious, you maybe tell them a joke or keep them loose. If they're too loose and they're abnormally loose, you get them. Hey, Johnny, you need to focus. Let's focus. The ball's in your hand. You got to hit these free throws or whatever.
Yeah.
And so you want them to be normal as you can, to try to normalize the situation, because they've done this 100 times.
12 preliminary matches, an entire top and bottom bracket led to this moment. 6 weeks of work.
It's kind of neat. You got 6 teams here, 6 high schools here. There's 3 of them who are long established, good, big high schools. West Lafayette High School, Penn High School, Fishers High School. Then you got 3 schools who are these small high schools, tech schools, charter schools, and they're mixing together here on this competition, and they're able to play on the same field in the same class. I mean, we don't have any classes here with regard like what you see in football or basketball. So it's kind of cool to see the big schools playing with the littler schools on a very equal level playing field.
Yeah, we were talking about how Cybertooth and Carmel kind of on the same playing field and a little earlier on, and yeah, it's definitely cool to see all different types of schools and outreach in their community and all of that coming together. And as these teams are introduced, we can send it down to the floor. I believe the MC is about to say something.
Alrighty, Carl, well, we have an awesome first seed alliance. We do have our third seed alliance over here who came back from a loser's bracket and is here to win it all. Let's hear it up for our first team. Hats off to 5010!
Representing Fishers, Indiana, from Fishers High School, it's Tiger Dynasty.
Our second team on the Blue Alliance, the Alliance captains, the Trailblazers for the third seed alliance, it's 76-17.
Our number 3 Alliance captain and an event winner at the Finn District Princeton event from Carmel, Indiana. Give it up for the Robo-Blazers.
And last, but certainly not least, our final team in the finals matches, it is Team 76-57.
Representing Evansville, Indiana, from the New Tech Institute, it's Thunderbots.
All right, and with that, the teams will then start walking this way, cross over in front, give the lovely high fives, and continue back to their respective driver station / human player station. So teams, give your high five starting now.
Let's give it up for our 2 alliances who will be facing off in the finals.
Back up here, ahead of the state championship matchup. Now, this is not single elimination, so it is best 2 out of 3, so we will see either 2 or 3 matches.
Or 4. Oh, that's if we have bad things happen during matches. Yeah, I don't think that would be very unlikely.
Highly unlikely.
The charging station.
We've had one tie today.
Yeah, and yesterday they had to do a replay.
Yeah, on the wrong end of both of those.
You were on the wrong end
of
both
of those.
Yeah, that's tough. Crystal ball wasn't as clear. We get a thumbs up
from Kyle. Yep, here we go. I'm telling you, the butterflies on these students are like eagles in their stomachs right now.
Oh, man.
State championship underway, and 74-57 drops a cone.
Yeah, they didn't get their initial cone placed, so that was not good for 74-57.
A tough autonomous round on both sides, as there's a cube on the blue side, far left closest to you, that is in between two notes. And so, 41-38, Red closing the gap. Now it's tied, 1:23 to go. Little defense being played from Fishers as they move in and try to get one from that human-operated port. 74-57 looks okay. Tough autonomous way to start, but the robot seems fine.
Red's making a comeback, getting better, getting close.
2 links compared to 1. And the blue team with just a smidge of a lead.
They can change fast as links get put up.
That West Lafayette robot grips the cone so well. Even in the event of contact, that thing's not going anywhere.
Golden Knights struggling a little bit to pick up that cube, but they get it going.
Super duper robot. Not afraid to go over the charging station. Very agile device.
Here comes blue with a cube to finish their entire top row.
Yeah, they need 2 more. They're getting close.
Yeah.
Well, to finish both rows. That's the top row.
Trying for the middle row now, and they have the cube to do it right there. So they get it bang bang, finish the top and the middle.
Yeah, that's a lot of points right there for blue. They're gonna get this last cube on the middle row. That's 6 links for blue. So you can see their points been up about 12, 15 points higher than red.
Yeah, all they got left is the bottom. Let's see what they can do.
6 links to 5, 134-118 with 26 seconds to go. It's time to start docking. Only 328 is on for red. Meanwhile, 2 are on. Make it 3 for Blue Alliance and 3 for red. Red is ready to go. It's up to blue with 12 seconds. They had it, lost it. Trying again, got it. Controllers down, 7 seconds to go. 136-130.
Looks like blue has this.
Blue probably has it, barring any crazy penalties.
That's why they played the game.
Like that. So if blue wins again, they get the hardware. Yep. But of course, it's not over yet. Job's not finished, as many teams would say.
So blue scored 2 cubes that last cycle, right before they came up on the balance. Yep. So they're really mindful, the Blue Alliance, of getting those cubes scored on that last cycle before they balance. And I think red, I'm not sure red did that.
Autonomous was a big play of this too.
Fans, Blue Alliance. Fans are on the edge of their seats, 166, 160. And so Blue Alliance makes it official.
So I know the coaches, and Andy, he's going to get his guys together, straighten them out, get them calmed down, and come back.
How long do they have in between this one?
Well, we're gonna have I think an 8-minute break, and you can see there's going to be a countdown on the timers on the Alliance side. You'll see the 3 team numbers on the blue side, where it says 0.
That's the timer.
That's going to be the number of seconds that's in the countdown, not minutes. It's just the entire number of seconds. For whatever reason, that's how they work it. I think it's 8 minutes they're going to give us.
Yeah, 8 minutes after the field is cleared.
Yeah, right.
Until Logan gets back over there and pushes the button, the timer won't start. And he's pretty good at giving teams extra time.
So no catastrophic meltdowns or anything like that, but definitely not the autonomous round that I'm sure Red Alliance would have liked.
So it's kind of cool to see. Blue won, right? So Logan, the head ref, is standing right next to the red question box, ready for red to come back and say anything they want to Logan. Now it has to be a student, has to go up to Logan to complain or ask a question or whatever. He's aware of that, and he's ready to answer any questions.
It has to be the captain now in the finals.
Yeah.
Timer started. It's 15 minutes that they will have.
Oh, that's a good shot at referee panel. Andy, how long we've had those Allen Bradley panels?
At least 10 years.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I was talking to somebody in the controls business, and they said all of this robot control system for the field is fairly outdated and obsolete.
Yeah, it is.
But also, Allen Bradley's a big sponsor. They provide these systems for the teams and the kids to use, and they work pretty well. I mean, and we're used to it. So if
Here we go, the autonomous. We'll see the autonomous.
Yeah, here's the replay.
Super Duper just misses their big autonomous. That was a huge difference in the match.
And so, yeah, the favorite in the form of Super Duper and Boiler Invasion is just not able to get it done autonomously.
So they had it out of their gripper. It was on the post, and their gripper retracted, and it sucked the cone off the post.
Yeah.
On that first, it was scored, and they unscored themselves. Kind of odd. And then the gripper had enough smarts in it to spit it out, which is kind of weird.
It's good. But the margin of error, I mean, 166 to 160, it's two extremely high scores. If we see a significant break or a robot that becomes inoperable in the middle of the competition, that'll pretty much seal the fate of whichever team it is.
And I'm glad we don't see that. That's a testament to the teams, to the pit crews, to make these robots like really, really durable, robust. It's a feat of technical skill and engineering to make these things so they're not breaking down. There's some pretty big contacts out there. There were some very good control system bumps, checks to make sure they took it like a champ and they kept on going.
Here's that dock that secured the victory. Everybody had to do the triple dock, and they did. And check out just how excited these fans are. These kids are. This guy's glasses fell off.
That's awesome.
There it is. Just one win away from a state title. We'll see how that shakes out on the other side of this this presentation that we've got going on the field. So we'll send it back to the MC down low.
Students took opportunity to refine their arm design with a multitude of innovative controls. If it wasn't for their temperature sensor, we'd say this team is on fire. Congratulations to Team 5188, Area 5188 Classified Robotics.
Team 5188 is Area 5188 Classified Robotics from West Vigo High School and Terre Haute South Vigo High School and Terre Haute North Vigo High School in Terre Haute, Indiana.
A big congratulations to Team 5188. Our next award is the Excellence in Engineering Award, which celebrates a team that demonstrates a professional approach to the design process and whose design is elegant and advantageous on the field of play. This team's vibrant theme is shown throughout its design. With their gas shock arm, they stabilize themselves in the judges' minds. Taking a bite out of the field components and the competition, congratulations to Team 1024, Kilobytes.
Team 1024 is the Kilobytes from McKenzie Center for Innovation and Technology in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Our next award is the Team Sustainability Award, which celebrates and recognizes a team that has developed a sustainable program in order to define, manage, and achieve the team's ongoing objectives. This team is prepared for any risk they have or will encounter. Diversity and inclusion robo-boosts the culture of this team. Every angle formed the frame for sustaining the cube. Congratulations to Team 3494, the Quadrangles.
Team 3494, the Quadrangles, is a family and community team from Bloomington, Indiana.
Our final award for this segment is the Judges Award. During the course of the competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition yet do not fit into any of the existing award categories. Here's what the judges had to say about this team. This hardworking team leads themselves with minimal supervision. They're still able to clean up and recycle with limited resources and opportunities. Please give them thunderous applause for the Judges Betty Award. Congratulations to 7657, the Thunderbolts.
Team 7657 Thunderbolts from New Tech Institute in Evansville, Indiana.
This is our last award, so congratulations to all of the award winners for this event. We will see you all again after our matches. Oh, there's more coming. Oh, there's some more people coming. Woo! Yay, 7657! Congratulations to all these teams, and thank you, judges.
We're back, maybe on the cusp of a state championship. It's best 2 out of 3. We saw Blue Alliance pull it off. That's Tiger Dynasty of Fishers, Robo Blazers University, and Thunderbots of Evansville pulled off by 6 points. Razor thin margin as we've got Smash Mouth over the PA. Still a packed house. Check that out, standing room only still. Even though many of these teams have been eliminated, everyone waiting not only to see the state champions crowned, but also to see who's qualifying for nationals.
Yep. Worlds,
sorry, my fault.
Yeah.
And the Impact Award when we're all done.
Yeah, there'll probably be, there's 600 teams going to Worlds, and there's probably...
I think it's 8 now.
Oh.
8 fields.
Well, no, it's 600 teams.
Okay, you're right.
There's probably going to be about 80 or 90 of those teams are going to be international teams. Mexico, Israel, Turkey, Taiwan, Australia,
You went
Canada.
to Brazil, didn't you?
Yeah, I was in Brazil in August, and they had an event. They had a regional there recently, a month ago, at a stadium where they had the World Cup played in Brazil. So these kids in Brazil are playing at the same place where the World Cup was being played. It was amazing. They fenced off about half of the stadium. They pumped in a bunch of pyrotechnics and lights.
That's cool.
It was crazy.
That's really cool.
Brazil is just going nutso for this stuff now. They have 2 organizations that are kind of like the DOE, and they are funding this for workforce development, essentially, which is what we're doing here.
Indiana, are you ready for the second final?
We are ready for the second final round.
Born ready.
So guys, you saw pretty close margin. And now these teams have had 15 minutes to make some tweaks. What would you like to see out of the red team to stop the bleed and force a third round?
I would like to see Penn play defense a little more. And I want to slow down that Blue Alliance.
Red's got to get some cubes and cones scored within those last 20 seconds, right before they get that balance. Blue has become a master at that. And Blue is down by like 10 points. They scored those little a few cubes and cones, and their last surge of scoring was more so than the Red Alliance. So Red has to score right up to the end, right before they do that balancing.
And that's how Blue got to these finals.
Yeah.
The exact same thing, those last couple of scores.
And then of course, I mean, you've got to dock all three.
And you got to hit your auto.
Auto's going to be critical.
So Super Duper can't. They have to score that cone. Instead of pulling it off the pipe, they have to score their cone in auto. So I expect some 40-point autos here. I'd like to see some defense from Penn. But really, I think also the Red Alliance can outscore them, but they have to be smart at the end.
They have to be smooth and smart.
And it's all about reliability. These teams have been very reliable. If there's anybody, any time during this match that has a robot malfunction, a connection issue, reliable thing, some mechanical issue that goes haywire, then they're done. There's no way for that alliance to recover.
You can't play 2-on-3.
Yep, it's too much. They're too good.
Especially this late in power play.
You can get away with it in qualifications, but you can't in the final.
Yeah.
Especially in the not the state title, maybe in a district event, but when the stakes are this high. This is for the money. Blue team right now is playing.
Yeah, this is overtime. This is overtime. They just tied, and they went. We're in overtime, essentially like a basketball game, and this is for all the marbles right here.
Title card matchup. Again, at O.C. Lewis Gymnasium inside of Anderson University. End of our Day 2 stream on the ISC Sports Network. We're so lucky to have this event on our airwaves for the last 2 years.
Oh. I tried to raise the roof here.
I bet you hadn't been cheering in here like this loud in a long time.
It is absolutely packed, wall to wall. You can hear this from Indianapolis, and we're underway.
Autos look good on red, autos look good on blue.
Super Duke throwing for their 3-point over the thing. That's 2. They pick up the third.
50-10 has a 3. Oh.
50-10 stopped at the moment.
Blue nailed it. Blue nailed their auto. They're up by 5.
47, and Andy, you were right. 2 40-point auto rounds.
Super Duper having trouble getting their arm up. We'll see if that continues.
This is for everything. A little more defense. Traffic jam over on that far left side.
I think Super Duper has broken their arm. That's why they're playing defense.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But they just put a heavy hit on 50-10.
The power play.
Trying to shut him down.
So 74-57 is playing like strong safety. They're getting in the way, and they're nailing people coming across because they lost their arm mechanism. I don't think it's going to be enough for them to win, but man, they're trying.
75-69. Make that 85-69 with 80 seconds to go.
Now
76-57
is going to set some picks out there.
And now it's all about defense.
Now we got some defense.
Defense wins championships, as they say.
I don't know about here. It's just too many points for the blue.
85-77.
461 doing a great job cycling. I don't know if it'll be enough or not.
This is the time you wish you had the ability to get over to your community and throw it and just deal with it later.
Right.
I think Super Duper would be better served pushing pieces to score instead of just playing defense.
50 seconds to go, and actually Red is up by 1.
Wow, exactly. 461 is killing it.
That's a testament to West Lafayette.
Yeah.
And Penn, really. Penn cycling those cubes. Here they come again with another cube. Penn High School.
Super Duper stuck
Red
out there.
is in the lead.
102-96. going to come down to docking. 30 seconds to go, train whistle.
Here they come with those last seconds.
50-10's going to go for another one and run straight into West Lafayette. This is for the title. 20 seconds left.
Bam.
Blue pulling away, 122 to 107.
15 seconds left.
5 links compared to 4 as they'll try for the triple dock. This is for all the marbles in the Indiana State Championship. The triple dock successful as Red tries to get on there as well. West Lafayette leading the charge. Running away with it is Blue, and that is it. The Indiana State Championship decided in an upset. Fishers University and New Tech Institute are your 2023 First Indiana Robotics State Champions.
Wow, I'm glad I didn't bet on that.
Rock solid Blue Alliance. Dependable, steady.
Yeah.
They did the same thing at the end. Right before they balanced, they had 2 cones. They placed them. Even 50-10 ran over here for a cycle with like 15 seconds to go.
Exactly.
They came back. Amazing Blue Alliance. Good job. Red Alliance did great. They were in it. We said they weren't gonna be competitive if one of them broke down, but they still were.
They were very competitive.
Still were.
Yeah.
And we have a new 2-time champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's University, the Robo Blazers.
That's right.
They joined an exclusive club.
50-10, Tiger Dynasty. 76-17. And 76-57. We'll set it down to the floor where Rachel's talking as our
Rachel's getting the suspense going.
We're ready with the score. It's going to be Blue.
Wow.
Winning 152 to 123.
The hats are flying.
It's official.
The 2023 Indiana State Championship. Our winning number 3 Alliance. Give it up for 76-17, 50-10, and 76-57, taking home the crown.
Just enjoy the sounds of the victory.
Well, I'd be willing to bet that Super Duper and West Lafayette both have enough points. That would be my bet to make the champion.
I see the Red Alliance is bummed, but they're still smiling. They're still congratulating each other. These are gracious kids and mentors on the Red Alliance who they didn't win, but they had a great time. You can tell they're still happy to be where they are.
Yeah, they can't be disappointed with their season. Hanging 2 banners. Super Duper got a banner.
We'll see the awards, the Impact Award, all of that will come to the floor soon. We'll take a moment for some highlights of in just a few seconds of the state championship winning round. It only took 2. Could have gone for 1 more.
Here are highlights.
Here are highlights, and of course, tension's running high. A very quick. Maybe you guys could point out when it is Super Duper loses control of its arm.
Well, so they got it right there. This is the end of auto, 74-57.
When they came back, they tried to place a cone, and the arm didn't go up.
Yeah, that's very unlike them. They're very reliable. But really, that Blue Alliance, they scored 47 in auto.
Yeah, that was great.
Every one of their robots in auto hit their marks.
Watch 74-57. You see them come up.
Oh, okay.
They might have run into something.
It hit the low node polycarbonate right there. It hit
They
it.
might have lost a chain.
My gosh.
Oh, no.
So they raise it up and they hit the polycarbonate piece where the April tag is located. Yeah, that just sucks for them.
But I tell you, they were cycling. They were doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great performance by Red because we were saying, oh, no, it's a power play. Oh, no, that's unfortunate. And then they took the lead. It was like, what?
They took the lead.
Yeah, so they really had to battle. And then, you just knew by the time that Red wasn't able to dock what was going to happen. But still, and absolutely a heck of a final. And what a way to win for Fisher, Tiger Dynasty. The Robo Blazers had to do that. They lost. They went to the bottom bracket and they came all the way up.
Okay.
We're going to take a look at some of the reactions in just a minute, but talk about perseverance, and we've been talking about overcoming not only the robot braking, but the nerves and the long competition days and the durability of the robot. But Tiger Dynasty, RoboBlazers, Thunderbots had to fight until the very end, win that play-in game, get into the tournament, get into the final match, I should say, and then they won the whole thing in 2. That's impressive.
You didn't have glasses on this time.
Coming from the loser bracket, or the bottom bracket, they went up there and beat the favorite team.
There it is. You just love to see that. Tiger Dynasty with the Tiger suit on. Scenes of pure joy. Back
to back.
Yeah. I think the young lady Thunderbot, red-haired girl, she's a Dean's List finalist also. She won at Greenwood. She was recognized at Greenwood. She had the orange cape, and she's up for Dean's List here too. So lots of kids still looking forward to maybe some extra recognition here after the finals.
So the way it works in First Indiana Robotics is not the way you usually see on ISC when we cover state championships. All 3 schools are crowned state champions.
Well, I'll take full credit because RoboBlazers they were scouting with us using our system.
Oh, there you
go.
Oh,
well,
so
that did
I'll
it.
take
Full
credit.
Of course, full credit.
Yeah.
That made all the difference.
The by proxy state championship digital ghost.
Their head scout, she's just amazing. She knows everybody. She knows everything. They do a great job.
So now they have, I think, now they have to decide if they're going to Worlds.
Yeah, that's what I was just getting ready to pull up is to try to see.
It's not
points.
easy.
It's hard. At least they get an extra week this time.
So if they do qualify, if they're a team here in Indiana, these 10 teams that get to go to Worlds, what they got to do is they got to now plan their travel. They have to pay a $5,000 entry fee to First to be able to play at the championships. Then they have to find hotels down in Houston.
And I heard there's a Taylor Swift concert at the same time.
There's
She has
two
3 nights.
Yeah, 3 nights, yeah.
It's crazy. So, I know that I'm going. I have a company. We have 10 people going down there. We have 2.
You going to Taylor Swift concert?
Yes, I hope. I got backstage passes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Wow, you are Andy Baker.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you finish.
So we got our Airbnbs like 3 months ago, and it was pretty easy to get them. But now it's hard to get your stuff together so you can get your team down there and get a hotel or get an Airbnb. Prices are high. So now the logistics of these teams having to getting the opportunity to go to Worlds is wonderful, but it's a challenging job to do that.
Last year we went on Saturday and we were on the road on Tuesday.
Wow.
It was ridiculous. And we got your team's hotel rooms.
That's right.
Check it out, the Tiger bumpers on the way down for Fishers.
They're specialty bumpers. Yeah.
I saw that in the pit, and I was wondering if they could use it, but you guys were talking about how it has to be blue or red, but that is really cool.
Yeah, those are vanity bumpers. A lot of teams have vanity bumpers.
You think it's real fur?
Could be. You never know.
Yeah.
The Tiger print.
I think the Tiger King donated that.
I see.
They list him as a sponsor.
We will throw down to Rachel Baker on the floor.
Other information about championships. So if your team has any reservations in Houston that you may be willing to share with a team that has qualified for championships today, if your team is not able to advance and you already have reservations that you would like to share in the spirit of Indiana First, that would be absolutely wonderful, and we would appreciate you coming down to talk to us if that's something that you're interested in offering. So, quick recap, we're going to do some awards really shortly. We're going to take some pictures, then we'll be sharing who will be advancing to World Championships to represent Indiana on the world stage. So stay tuned for that shortly. Thank you so much.
Pictures going on. Rachel wrapping up as the field starts to come apart. Those big cages out of here. We're packing up and heading out tonight. This circus is on the road, is that right?
No. It's back to Andy's place.
Yeah, so we at Andy Mark, we have a warehouse, and we we donate our services of logistics and storage for all the equipment that's here, the audiovisual and the field equipment. We have two box trucks that we serve as logistics transportation providers. So my company, that's what we do as a service to First Indiana Robotics as a donation, as we provide those warehousing and logistics services.
Yeah, I need a quote for the field. So work on that.
The charging stations have seen better days, man. That is a whole lot of wear and tear on those. Probably never be used again.
No, they will. Andy supports a bunch of off-season events, and they'll have those.
It's the same game?
Same game.
Okay.
Just off-season.
Until November. So November, like the first or second week of November, First Corporate wants all their custom stuff back. Actually, they want their electronics back. There's a case in the scoring table that controls the entire robotic field. So the entire field is a big robot, essentially, because if you think about it, all the robots, all 6 of them, have to start at the same time. They have to go into autonomous mode. They have to shift out of autonomous mode into teleop. And then at the end of the match, they have to all stop at the same time. So that's a big robot in itself.
And most importantly, they have to be safe.
Yeah. So nobody can sit on their phones and try to hack into those robots.
Yeah.
And it's happened.
It's happened.
It has?
It's not in about a decade, but it's happened. And it's nasty when it happens, and people get pretty uppity about it.
I'm sure.
There's a pretty good secure system. Everything's on Wi-Fi. All the robots are talking to Wi-Fi to the control center. And then all of the routers on each robot has an encryption code that is special just to that team for this event. So I couldn't log into my robot from up here because of that encryption.
Makes sense. Yeah, we use all wired connections for our cameras.
Yeah.
And right now, the headset that you're talking into runs into this box, and that cord in the back here runs all the way to our truck.
Really?
So that's all wired connections here for us at ISC today.
Is this the same setup you have at ball games and such?
We do. Yeah, we're talking about ISC. We're sponsored and born out of Mulberry Telecommunications, which is a fiber optic telecommunications company. And so this started out as Mulberry Telecommunications and then moved over to its own thing, ISC Sports Network. We picked up Greg Rakestraw, Jordan Shue, who's in the truck with us, Vincent Morales, who's over there as a full-timer.
Excellent.
As am I.
You ever worked with our guys at Front Runner at Warren?
We have worked with Front Runner before as a partner. We cover sporting events of all shapes and sizes all around, state of Indiana, high school, college. We're thrilled to add robotics. We've covered 13 different types of sports. We've got over 50 contractors that work with us that are all around the state of Indiana. So our great camera guys over here work for several media companies and us part-time as well. And then this summer, which is really exciting, we partnered with the Indianapolis Indians to do all 75 home games as their production partner.
Oh, really?
And that's
awesome.
Head up by Jordan Shue, who's our director for this event.
I hope that you get to see a hit for the cycle and a no-hitter at
the same time.
At an Indians game. That'd be great.
Indy baseball is on a tear.
So what's that guy's name? That's
Brady Ware.
Brady Ware. I'll be watching for Brady Ware.
Invest now. Woo. For those that don't know, he hit a no-hitter, threw for a no-hitter, and hit the cycle, which is where he hit a single, a double, a triple, and a home run in the same game.
I've never heard that ever happening in any game, ever. Like even Little League.
It's never happened. Final score was 13-0, and that was it was only a 7-inning game, too. So he had to do all of that hitting.
Hit for a cycle in a 7-inning game?
Hit for the cycle and threw no-hitter in a 7-inning game.
Well, the no-hitter is easier in a 7-inning game than
yeah,
a 9-inning.
That's the easy part.
Yeah. But the cycle
helps one, hurts the other.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Anyway, thanks for let me do the shameless plug.
No, that's great.
For ISC.
This has been fun. Yeah,
it's good times. We'll see our state champion medals. I'm assuming everybody who's a finalist gets a medal as well.
Yeah, they do. They get the red.
The red.
And then there's a medal for the Engineering Inspiration Award. That's a red medal. And then the Impact Award, which is the biggest of them all, is another blue medal.
But it has lettering on it.
Yeah.
On a ribbon.
So in our sport, it's about the banner. So you want to get the banner. So if you win, you get a banner. You can hang it up at school or whatever, or at the school, at your shop. So if it's like your chip, right?
Yeah.
So the banner is the thing. So the banners here are the Woody Flowers Award, which was last night. Pam Bessler won that from 3494, and then we have the Impact Award as a banner.
And state championship.
EI is not a
No, EI is not a banner.
State champs is banners. Yeah. So there's 3 teams winning 3 banners, 1 each for the state champs.
And that's them right there.
Yep.
Right there on the table.
What's the hardware then?
Those tall trophies.
Yeah.
Are for teams, and there's a gold version of those tall trophies for the Impact Award round.
So the trophy goes with the state championship also, but people really value the banners. It's the
banners.
And it looks like we're ready to go. We'll just throw it back down to the field.
Alrighty, we have a few awards to get through, so we're going to go ahead and start with the Rookie All-Star Award, which celebrates a rookie team exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. This team recognizes that FIRST is more than robots instantly, having sponsor tiers to help sustain their team, showing that they are a top-tier rookie team. From learning about them and their robot, we are looking forward to the chain of success that we know they can achieve with the tech they have. Congratulations to Team 9071 Slicer Tech.
Team 9071 Slicer Tech from LaPorte High School in LaPorte, Indiana.
Our next award is the first Dean's List District Championship semifinalist, which recognizes outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining FIRST ideals. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contribution and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. First Dean's List District Championship semifinalists, recognized here today, will move on to compete at the District Championship. Today, we would like to recognize the following students to come down and be recognized. Ashlyn Haradon, Team 1555. Our second semifinalist is Diana Lynch from Team 3494. Our next award is the Engineering Inspiration Award, which celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team, school, or organization and community. Inspiring others to respect science and technology requires passion, knowledge, and commitment. And we recognize these qualities through this award. Here's what the judges had to say about this winner. With a focus of inspiring STEM instead of sports, STEAM is their future. From closet to roaming room to now a makerspace, to Columbia Club advocacy and the McCoy panel Future of Youth discussion, go baby go. Congratulations to team number 6721, the Tinley Trailblazers.
Team 6721 Tinley Trailblazers is from Charles A. Tinley Accelerated School in Indianapolis, Indiana.
The district finalist celebrates the alliance that makes it to the final match of the competition. First recognizes the talent of these outstanding competitors. They were sensational, and we are proud to honor them. Congratulations to the alliance captain, team number 7457.
Team 7457 Super Duper Robotics. They're from Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis, Indiana.
And congratulations to their alliance partner, Team 461.
Team 461 West Side Boiler Invasion from West Lafayette Junior Senior High School in West Lafayette, Indiana.
And rounding out our district finalists, we have Team 328.
Team 328, the Penn Robotics Golden Rooks from Penn High School in Mishawaka, Indiana.
congratulations to all of our district finalists. Now, we would like to recognize our district event winners. The Indiana State District Championship formed a powerful alliance who rose to the many challenges of Charged Up and proved to be an exciting and competitive combination. They can now proudly hang a winner's banner in their pit. Congratulations to the Alliance captain, team number 7617.
Team 7617, the Robo Blazers from University High School in Carmel, Indiana.
Congratulations. And congratulations to their alliance partner, Team 5010.
Team 5010 Tiger Dynasty from Fishers High School in Fishers, Indiana.
And congratulations to their final alliance partner, Team 7657.
Team 7657 Thunderbots from the New Tech Institute in Evansville, Indiana.
Our final award for this event is the Impact Award. The First Impact Award is the most prestigious award at FIRST. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and goals of FIRST. The First Impact Award is presented to the team judge to have the most significant measurable impact of its partnership among its participants and community over a sustained period, not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards FIRST's mission of transforming our culture. The recipient team will be invited to the district championship, where it will compete for the First Impact Award against winners from other qualifying events and compete with their robot. Here's what the judges had to say about our winner. Assisting many FIRST teams across the pipeline, this team is driven to support the mission of FIRST. It takes a lot to donate so many parts and materials to other FIRST teams, almost enough money to form another FRC team, which they also did. This team's presentation was incredible in person, just as strong as their essay was on pen and paper. Congratulations to Team 135, Penn Robotics Black.
Team 135, Penn Robotics Black Knights from Penn High School in Mishawaka, Indiana.
Back up here in the broadcast booth, most prestigious award, the First Impact Award, going to Penn Black. Andy, tell us a little bit about them.
So Penn High School has been doing FRC, First Robotics, for many, many years. They, 20, 25, 26, 27 years, and they have a special program. They were really one of the first teams that I know of that ran FIRST within the curriculum within the school. A guy named Jim Langfeld ran the team for many, many years, and he retired after last year. Was it last year or 2 years ago? Yeah, so Jim retired, but the team's still doing strong, obviously. They have tons of kids involved, and we're going to see their video here.
Thank you for joining us tonight on the Black Knights News Network. I'm Sarah.
And I'm Joel. Today we've got some exciting stories about Team 135 that'll leave you
charged up. Back in June, we ran the 17th session of Penn Robotics Summer Camps. We saw a 29% increase in camper turnout from the previous summer.
And in our fall and winter workshops, we saw a 528% increase. From engineering design with Legos to advanced programming and manufacturing, we offer many diverse STEM experiences.
Aside from camps, we also work with our local scouts. We ran booths at Cub Scout events and helped Girl Scouts earn robotics badges.
The Girl Scouts also helped us develop one of our biggest youth robotics programs yet, Short Circuits. They gave crucial feedback on the development of our program.
That's right, and their insight helped us launch Short Circuits last September. We taught students critical thinking skills and helped them develop programming experience for their future.
By collaborating with our school's Education Foundation, the National Science Foundation, and the University of Notre Dame, we were able to provide a free after-school robotics experience to 232 third graders across all 11 of our elementary schools.
As a result of this program, we have also inspired teachers and parents alike to start FLL teams for their students this next competition season.
Speaking of FIRST, this year alone, we were able to run an FPC kickoff event, support an FLL tournament, co-host an FRC scrimmage event, and host a district event. Beyond events, we've assisted 12 FIRST teams from all 3 levels of FIRST, including our new sister team, 328, the Golden Rooks.
Starting fall of 2022, we've logged over 400 hours of mentoring. From media advice to programming training and manufacturing assistance, we are dedicated to guiding the Golden Rooks through their first season.
In other news, our Mission to Engineer program has seen great success this season. In February of 2022, we completed a sensory wall for a young boy named Cooper.
In the new year, we're rounding out 7 new projects for 2 young boys, Richard and Braden. We developed devices ranging from a toy basket to a communication button, allowing those we help to better interact with our community.
Stepping away from local news, let's take a look at the international connections that members of Team 135 made this year.
We took a trip to Chicago for the International Manufacturing Technology Show. As the only group presenting FIRST programs, we were able to spread FIRST's message to 3,255 companies, attendees, and students.
Our team also presented at IdeaCon, and now let's hear from Isaac at the conference.
Thanks. We're here at IdeaCon, one of the largest EdTech conferences in the entire Midwest, promoting FIRST programs in the classroom to teachers all around the state, doing our part to promote the education of FIRST in the classroom for teams just like ourselves. Now back to the studio.
We're just about out of time for today's broadcast. This has been Sarah
And Joel with the Black Knights News Network.
signing off.
Standing ovation for Penn Robotics 135, their junior and senior team. Back.
Table folks, to the volunteers in the pits and machine shop, thank you to all of you. And mentors, thank you. We need more of you. First teams in all programs continue to increase, and we need more dedicated people like you. You are the key to success for so many students. Let's now have the students carry on the first tradition of standing up to thank their mentors and coaches. All these mentors generously volunteer their time and efforts because they believe in you. It's not easy to do what you all just did: design, build, and compete with a sophisticated machine in a competitive atmosphere. By participating in FIRST, you've invested in your future. I hope you feel encouraged, empowered, and can see the benefits of teamwork and collectively working together. You can do anything with your skills and the powerful support of the FIRST community. And with that, this concludes the award segment and the Charged Up presented by Haas Competition here in Anderson. Please join me in congratulating all the teams on their performance and for an awesome Charged Up season.
Back up in the broadcast booth one final time before we let you go. Get some final thoughts. Andy, we'll start with you on our state championship in Anderson as it winds down.
It was great to see. I'm always rooting for the underdog. I mean, I'm a Cubs fan, I'm a Purdue fan, Colts fan. I love to see these teams win. That Blue Alliance win was pretty fantastic. I like the teams that were finalists, but it's cool to see new teams have a lot of success here at the first state championships at Anderson. Also, I love being on the Anderson campus. I've never been here. I'm 53 years old. I've never been here. The
baby race.
The baby race. The baby race might be by this kid here. That takes some guts just to stop.
Yeah.
And let Amelia just blaze by him and just win. Hey, but I love having time here at Anderson. This has been great.
Absolutely, Scott. Your final thoughts on it?
Again, seeing new teams win is awesome. Seeing Tinley win engineering exploration, they're one of my favorite teams. We work well with them. We're at our field Wednesday practicing. Really thrilled with that. It was a great event. I keep waiting for Super Duper to have their moment. They're just a fantastic team. I'm a little disappointed for them, but they'll get there. They'll get their chance in Houston, I'm sure.
So the Houston competition is what's next for First Robotics. Remind me, how far away is that? That's only a few days away, right? 2 weeks?
We would leave this. I'll be in Houston on Tuesday. A week from Tuesday, I'll be there for setting up. FTC starts on Tuesday, a week from now.
FRC is playing matches on Thursday. They set up on Wednesday.
for the teams that maybe aren't going to Houston, when does the preparation start kicking in for next year?
Well, they might have some fun during the summer at off-season events and such that are events just outside the timeline of what we see now. And then they'll start building their team, recruiting new members and such in the fall. And then we'll get ready for a new kickoff for a new game to be played in 2024. That kickoff will take place in usually the first full weekend of January. We'll see a new game.
It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you this broadcast on the ISC Sports Network. Scott Miller, Andy Baker, thank you guys very much. Thank you also to your squad, your daughter Rachel Baker, Steve Florence, Bryce Castle, Danny Blau, Chris Osborne, everybody that was on over our MJ, everyone that was over our airwaves. Then, of course, our wonderful crew that was here on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday, and they're going to be here taking things down as well. Our director, Jordan Shue, our replay operator, and you're watching his work right now, that's Dennis Glover. Our camera operator, Brian Pierce. Our Cam 2 operator, and by the way, ISC bracket champion, Alex Laverne. Cam 3 is Vince Morales, and Cam 4 right here next to us is Eldon Wheeler. You've been watching the first Indiana Robotics State Championship live at Anderson University. And on behalf of our entire ISC crew, we say so long from Anderson, and we'll see you next time. My name is JD Arlen, signing off.
Sportsmanship that we have here. Everybody really does take gracious professionalism to heart, and it's like other sports, you don't see the teams rooting for each other, but we're all so nice to each other. And then in the pits, if you need something, there's 100% chance that another team will give you whatever you need if they have it. It's so nice. I really like seeing the way that different people challenge the same problems, because there's teams that have things on their robots that we didn't even think of when we were talking as like a group of like 20-ish people. I think it's really worth it to be a mentor. Like, it takes a lot of time, but we all have such a huge respect for our mentors and what they do for us, because they really are what keeps our team running. Because while the students do a lot of the work on the robot and stuff, the mentors organize us and they give us some sort of a direction to go in.